Japanese economy. So back to your question, I think we play the barbell ends as well as the bit in the middle. So we're trying to get full diversification, and we've really been doing that for about 32 years since we were set up, really trying to get diversification away from the Canadian economy, where we're also very active, but we need to play internationally.
Blythe, how are you thinking about these shifts?
Well, I would say that there's another lens to look at the bifurcation through, and that's, you know, who owns what assets. And as you think about that spectrum from ultra-liquid public markets, commoditized, to the other end of the spectrum, you have a similar bifurcation in terms of essentially retail mass affluent are concentrated in the public end of markets, and they're underinvested in private markets and more sophisticated product for a variety of reasons: barriers to entry, minimum investment sizes, educational challenge, lack of advised access to wealth. And I think what we're seeing is a significant shift in the allocation of all investors towards alternatives, but within that, the biggest shift is going to come from the wealth end of the spectrum, private wealth, whether it's mass affluent or towards the upper end of the spectrum, reallocating from what is currently roughly a 3% allocation into alternatives and private markets to something in the institutional space that looks more like somewhere between 15 and 20%. And the challenge is that getting from A to B requires a very significant shift in the nature of the way in which products are manufactured and the way in which they're distributed. The manufacturing meaning actually that the illiquid characteristics, the lack of ability to trade in and out on private markets and alternatives, the large minimum sizes and many other attributes make those hard for the more retail end of the spectrum to approach. And so I actually think that there's going to be some merging into the middle ground between these two extremes in order to accommodate what will become an insatiable demand for private assets from wealth channels.
Bill?
I guess I'd say two things. First, why the increase in alternatives in significant portfolios over the last decade to 20 years? And it's really because of alpha generation. If you look at the data, it would say that alternatives, private markets have generated 500 to 1,000 basis points over public markets, and that's what's found its place in these portfolios and why you've seen the growth. I'm sure we'll talk more about what that looks like in the future, but that's what's happened and what drove the increase. I think the real change in portfolios went from the traditional 60-40, 60% equities, 40% fixed income, more to the barbell you talked about, again, because returns on fixed income were down so low. Alternatives were generating high rates of return, and then equities played their role. I think the real question is, what does the portfolio of the future look like? Is it 40-30-30, 40% equities, fixed and coming back into the portfolio as rates move to a more elevated level? And then what's the final place of alternatives? I think it'll be 20%, as Blythe said, maybe even 30%, if we can keep generating the alpha that we have for the past decade.
Nicholas, is the world shifting away from you? Are we moving away from your world?
I mean, not really. You need everyone. You need like all those parts, and the global capital markets are over 100 trillion. So, I mean, there's quite a bit of space. You just mentioned the size of, private assets. I do think that private assets alternatives are going to continue growing, precisely for what Bill said. I mean, the overperformance. So we're going to see that. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we build on that. And how can we get like the combination? I also agree with what Blythe said, that there will be some sort of convergence. It won't be that clear. You won't have to lock in your money for 12 years. There will be mechanisms by which people will be able to shift their assets over time, change their allocations. There will be more, let's say, high net worth investors that will start getting into privates, and eventually even like some public investors. What we're doing, one of the things that we're doing, for example, we created what's called the specialist technology companies chapter, whereby companies that may not have like all the requirements to list in our market assuming they have a knowledgeable investor that went in there, that invested in the company, we're allowing those specialist technologists, assuming they have a certain size, to come into our markets under a chapter that we call 18C. So what we're trying to do is to build on this, trend of people investing in alternatives and seeing how can we put all this together.
Blythe, you touched on this. Is this something we want retail to have increased involvement in?
Absolutely, but not unconditionally. So the answer is that the retail investor is potentially, vulnerable to lack of understanding of the nature of the product and its risks. Selection bias in terms of informational asymmetries relative to larger or institutional investors, and a number of other things that give rise to public policy concerns as you think about broadening access to private markets. But that doesn't mean they should be deprived wholesale of the opportunity to participate in an asset class, broad asset classes, because there's a big space, that is so significantly outperformed public markets over a sustained period of time. And so what's required is the evolution of product, the evolution of policy, the evolution by the providers, manufacturers and distributors of this product, so that we can suitably distribute alternatives and private market assets to retail. And that will look different for mass affluent versus high net worth versus ultra high net worth. And the product evolution that is being mentioned here, I think, is a super important part of that. But unconditionally opening the floodgates would take us back, 50 to 70 years to a world before investor protection was really part of the regulatory landscape. So it's not a simple path. It requires thought and purposeful change and evolution. But equally, just saying, you're too dumb to participate is just a ridiculous policy stance and not appropriate, particularly given the challenges in the current economic environment, where you have increasingly bifurcated distribution of wealth, and the lack of opportunity to invest is depriving a large part of the population from that opportunity to accumulate wealth.
Joe, your thoughts?
I suspect there's more than one type of retail investor. So there's clearly some investors who actually will struggle a little bit in some of the private world in terms of the duration of hold, the complexity of what's actually being invested in. And it'll feel very different from having a punt on the listed markets, if you want to go in and out in a year or something. So I think we probably ought to be a little careful to say, I suspect even within the retail community, and I completely take Blythe's point, we should try and make it available to everybody, but there'll be, I think, people who are more able to sort of understand and be advised on what is the right portfolio to build, as well as how much of it to have in alternatives. I think the other point is it's quite dangerous to rely on historic performance to say it's going to be any predictor of what's going to happen in the future. I think we're certainly seeing at the moment the gap between listed markets and private markets narrowing a lot. Now, if you take the view that we're actually into a pretty bearish 2024, listed markets probably don't look so clever. But I think if you're going into private markets, you're largely looking at something which is a more predictable, stable generator of returns, not necessarily the outperformer, I would say, over the next 5 years.
I think if you're in retail, you've probably escaped some disasters as well. I'm thinking more recently of WeWork's valuation. Bill, perhaps we can talk about that. It's phenomenal that we had a company valued in private markets back in 2019. Got the number written down at $47 billion US, and then filing for bankruptcy last year. Is that an unfair example of private market valuations, or is that the example of the last few years?
Let me just make one add-on comment, if I could, Jonathan, sure, to what Blythe said and Joe said. Retail or private wealth is about 15% of our total capital base, so it really has grown meaningfully. And I think there is a place for it when you're working through the private wealth channel, who are providing good advice to their clients. And the ones we've worked with, some of the major firms like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, they're all keeping the allocation at roughly 10% for their clients. It's good advice, reasonable levels, and it's become a a solid channel for us as well. On valuations, I mean, there were quite a bit of excesses in the 2019 to 2021 period in terms of a lot of new capital flowing into private markets, a lot of new capital flowing into the growth equity market where we participate, and they really pushed valuations up to some of the highest levels we've ever seen. And there was a lack of discipline around everything from due diligence, process, et cetera, company monitoring. And, and we've seen this cycle before. We saw it in 2000 when you saw the same kind of excesses take place, where a lot of capital flowed in, chasing return. It was passive capital, not really active capital, and was sort of, valuation agnostic. It was like any price for growth. And the nice thing is we've seen that, not surprisingly, a return back to much more normal environment now. I mean, basically a lot more discipline around valuation, deals really grounded in fundamentals of growth, market size, profitability, valuation relative to growth rate at a rational level from where it was. So I think we saw kind of a peak growth equity in that 19, 20, 21 period, and we're back to a more rational level.
If I may, I would add, I think, citing example of one, fallen angel makes, I think, a very clear point related to the appropriateness of these products for wealth channels and retail. If you invested in that private equity of one single private company and lost accordingly, and you had all your eggs in that basket, that could be disastrous for obvious reasons. And meanwhile, we've seen retail investors messing around on Robinhood with meme stocks and with crypto and doing other things that have been equally disastrous. So it's not as if it's just a private markets phenomenon. But nonetheless, what a retail investor needs or wealth channels need, they need to achieve diversification. So if you had all your eggs in WeWork or similar, that's a risky proposition. But to have the opportunity to invest in a diversified index of securities of private companies would be potentially a lot more attractive, and those are products which are now becoming available. There are now secondary market forums for the trading in private equity securities that offer a modicum of liquidity that's better than was available, say, 5 or 10 years ago. Other tools, principal protection for structures that limit downside but allow you to invest your coupon in upside that may be invested in private securities. Smaller minimum sizes that allows you to achieve diversification relative to the current situation where very often the minimum investment thresholds are too high for retail. So it's those kind of tweaks that will make it a less risky proposition, and that's what I meant by absolutely but not unconditionally.
And Nicholas, just to bring you into the conversation, given the forces that we're discussing, does that mean we're going to end up with fewer IPOs than we used to get?
Again?
Well, I mean, there's cycles. I mean, clearly the last few years were tough, but there's a big interplay between private equity, for example, and the public market. So, as I mentioned before, I think you need both. I mean, historically it was more just like. And in Asia, there's quite a bit of this. I mean, just like venture capital, like you prepare a company, you get someone who knows, about accounting. I mean, get the right management, the right board structure, governance, and direction, telling the story, investor, relations, and all that, and take it public. But that also, then you have like the buyouts, whereby there is a role to take companies, private. Change the direction if it's not the right direction, or change the capital structure if they didn't have the right amount of leverage, and then eventually take it public again. So there's a big interplay between public markets and private markets that I think will be needed. It's helpful for everyone, and they can grow the whole market. But the important thing is there's different types of products for different investors, and we just need to make sure that we do it in the right way. And as we said before, the regulatory aspect is going to be interesting, because everything is converging, including there will be a little more convergence on regulation as well.
What do you think the regulatory shift is going to look like?
Well, I mean, as more investors down the retail end start investing, there will be some more regulatory pressures. I mean, that's a natural thing. Now, there will be always some differences, but I do believe that we're going to see more and more people participating. And as that happens, there needs to be a regulation. Now, we talked about the example of like one case where there's been a dramatic fall. I mean, if you look at the history and the overperformance that private assets had over, public assets, it created this incentive. Everyone rushed there, raised more capital, everyone trying to put more capital, and it created a little bit of this bubble. So what I think we'll see going forward is we're going to continue seeing an increase in the market, but the good managers and the not so good managers are going to be more differentiated. And there will be a lot of cases. It's not as easy just like put a little bit more leverage and then just like sell it a few years later. It requires now knowledge, understanding how the companies work, what's the value added that manager is going to provide. So
I can tell that Bill and Joe want to jump in here, so Bill, first to you.
Well, just picking up on what Gucho just said, and back to your question, I think the fundamentals of private market investing, which is due diligence, valuation, and remain diversified, that's what some of the firms lost their way on. And I think as long as the firms that participate stay true to those values, valuation matters, do your due diligence, and maintain a diversified portfolio. Don't let one WeWork take down the whole ship. I think it's a product that has a very important place in portfolios. And Gucho's right. I think we've had a down cycle in the IPO market for the last 2 years for a number of reasons: rising interest rates, poor equity market performance. But some of those conditions are starting to reverse. So I'm a lot more. Maybe we'll talk about it. A lot more constructive about where the IPO market goes this year.
Joe?
I think the IPO market's largely just a good signal of the confidence kicking around, right? So it's only really open when confidence is relatively high. And if you look at the last 20 years, probably the IPO market's been open for 2 in duration. It's not very often. I think the real challenge in many ways is you're not always aligned. So the new investors are coming in without perhaps sometimes fully realizing that the existing investors want to sell out over a period of time. And that actually provides some tension, which I think has not always been helpful in terms of it being a product to actually suit everyone's brief. The other thing is, I do think it would be helpful if there's more reflection on alternatives. So if you're looking at the growth equity type of fundraising, those businesses don't always have to do an IPO. They don't need to go through the cost. They don't need to go through all the discipline of becoming a listed company and all the sort of disclosure that they have to do to be on the market. They can raise capital privately and actually provide some liquidity to existing shareholders who want to do that. And I think sometimes that's a better outcome, because actually if the company's too young going onto the market, it often struggles to actually stay in the public eye and actually generate the performance that's expected.
I wanted to turn to private credit as well. Bill, I think pretty much every single asset manager I speak to right now wants to do more in private credit markets. I've talked a little bit about the banks complaining about the prospect of new capital rules and the excitement that we're seeing elsewhere because of it. How big of a change are you expecting in this space?
Well, I think you started with the right point, Jonathan. It really is the change in capital rules over the past decade, not just the past year, that has created the private capital market. I mean, the banks, the capital charges for a whole range of lending types became so onerous that it pushed lending into the private market, and that's what's really driven the growth. And I don't think it's going to slow down. I think you're going to see significant growth in that asset class, again, because of the capital rules. It's not that banks don't know how to issue loans and manage credit. They do. It's just that if the capital charges for a loan to a private equity firm or a certain highly leveraged firm is so high, it doesn't make economic sense for them. And in the private market, you don't have those similar rules.
So the complaints, I'll do the back of the envelope complaints, would be we're going to see a ton of sloppy deals, there's no oversight here, you're going to see risk start to accumulate over years, it's going to be a problem that's going to manifest itself that we're all going to have to deal with unless the regulator steps in. That's like the really 30 seconds complaints that you hear and will hear, I imagine, at this forum through the week. How much of that holds true?
I mean, I don't see it so far. You look at the credit data, you look at the default data, you're not really seeing that. And the credit, we have a small private credit fund, but nowhere near the size of some of the other firms. And what I see is a fair amount of credit discipline in those areas, and pretty diversified portfolios, diversified by sector, diversified by deal type, credit ratios that are not unreasonable. And so I mean, look, if we have a massive economic downturn, credit always is going to be strained. But in terms of the underwriting discipline, which is where people could lose their way, I'm not really seeing it right now.
Joe?
If I could jump in.
Sure.
We've got about a 60 billion credit book. Probably 2 years ago, it was about 20. So it's grown significantly within our proportion. Basically for us, we look at the opportunity to make a balanced risk return. If we don't like the equity strip, we might go into the credit piece. And we've been doing that actually because we can make mid-teens returns with a lot better risk adjustment. So I think that isn't consistent with your comment, which is I think that's just the same investors choosing to invest in a slightly different zone in terms of businesses. I think where it becomes more complicated, we saw this in the last cycle, is when you get too many package credit transactions, which are heavily socialized and repurposed. I haven't seen too many of those recently, and where they do exist, you can avoid them if you feel it's not right for you.
Blythe?
I think the key here is you got to think about the liability structure backing who's buying or extending, buying this credit or extending this credit. And what the bank regulators are doing, like it or not, is they've concluded that given the liability structure of most banks, the lending activity created systemic risk with implications for the broader economy. The question is whether we make the same mistake in the new holders of credit extension. Credit cycles will come and go. We've been through a strong one. There will be pain, there will be blood in the water in due course, because that's the nature of cyclical lending. But the key is, who owns private credit, and is it in a solid liability structure? And for the kind of investors of this level of sophistication, those are long-term holders and safe pair of hands. And if you see an entry of retail into this space who have high liquidity needs, that's where you could run into trouble if products are sold on the expectation of easy exits. We have a downturn, everybody rushes for the doors, and we have a different kind of systemic risk, now not centered around the banks, but centered around different parts of the market, and the temptation for governments to need to step in and so on. So I think, that bigger connection between public policy, liability structure, who owns what, is not necessarily being thought through holistically and totally carefully. And that's where, the regulatory and policy implications need to be thought about over the long term. That's speaking as an economist.
Nicholas, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, and I come back to the point that I made before, I think there's a space and a role for every type of lending. There's a role for bank lending. Banks have a relationship with the companies that includes managing their treasury flows around the world, and so there will be a role. I think there's actually a real role for private credit, and that's been seen by the growth of that market. There's a role also for public markets, bonds and, medium-term notes and areas where the public is actually investing directly.
It's not a one size fits all. It's not going to be student body left to all private credit. But I do think, and Blythe said something very interesting, and Joe did too. Who holds the credit? If the people who are doing the credit underwriting and doing the credit monitoring and working with the company, if they're holding it, I'm a lot less worried about credit problems emerging. When it's a flow business where it says I'm originating a loan and I'm selling this loan off right away to somewhere else, and someone's buying it without doing their own credit work, and maybe against some liability flow, as Blythe said, that's a different story. That's different for, I think, where you see the most attractive part of private credit, which is just investors looking for 15%, 12, 15% returns, attractive returns relative to risk, and putting capital there.
The question of policy takes us to politics. Big year for politics. We've got about 18 minutes left on the clock, and I want to save about 10 minutes for Q&A. There'll be some issues that we haven't touched. By all means, ask questions about it. I want to fit in the 2024 election. The former president seems to have taken a lead in Iowa overnight. I haven't seen the final results from that. It
51%.
seems... Is that what it is?
I think so, yeah.
It seems inevitable at this point, could well change, that the former president will be the Republican candidate for the election this year. Joe, how are you thinking about 2024, the year of elections?
Well, we invest in about 50 countries. We have 8 that are strategic to us. The US is clearly one of them. I think they've all got elections pretty much this year or next. So there's a huge issue about political turnover and actually what does that mean for us in terms of our activities. We do a lot with governments, trying to demonstrate we're a good custodian of assets, and we do quite a lot of infrastructure assets as well as other projects. So I guess for the US, I would probably say this. I mean, clearly it's going to be probably the most relevant political decision that will happen in the next couple of years, the election outcome. Secondly, we tend to look at the US now state by state rather than as a holistic entity. And it's much easier for us to invest in some states than others. And almost irrespective of the outcome of the election, we'll continue that approach.
Would you like to name those states?
Not really. But if you take an example, if you think about the themes that we're looking at going forward, we've got climate transition, which would include some of our infrastructure assets. We've got medical and health, and we've also got AI. Now, if you take the medical and health, that's got a huge diversity by state in terms of how people approach various health issues. So that's probably the most relevant for us in terms of how we would pick one that actually feels like we've got some ability to sort of be aligned with the approach. The other thing which we go back to some extent are which states we actually have a material presence already, and we have good working relationships with the state colleagues there. So if you take Texas, which wouldn't necessarily be the obvious choice for us, we've actually got quite a lot of activities there already through our real estate and other investing activities in technology.
You named a state in the end. Blythe?
I need one.
Your thoughts?
I think I can safely say that I do not and will never understand the process of or the outcome of US presidential elections. And thus, in terms of what we do as a firm, we steer clear of any kind of exposure to, investments that are vulnerable to the volatility that arises from that kind of outcome. And bring it back to the earlier conversation, since I want to dodge your question about politics desperately.
I sense that everyone does.
Yeah, exactly. I think that one of the things that we didn't talk about is the role of technology in the evolution of private markets, which as the future of wealth is going to look a lot more female, younger on average, self-directed and or digitally advised, and definitely digitally engaged. And the role of, and what that means for private markets in terms of the opportunity for distribution to wealth is that, ultimately technology is going to have to drive the shift, along with the policy changes and other things we've already talked about. Technology is going to have to drive that shift in providing the kind of platforms that can do for investing what an Amazon did for consumer commercial activity online, or a Google did to the world of media and advertising, for example. And that is a phenomenon that is very much underway, and a trend that is going to supersede any US president that comes or goes, fortunately. But it's a big one and a real opportunity, both as an investment matter and as we think about what is the future of private capital markets and how you think about being a manufacturer of that product.
That was a very sophisticated dodge.
Right? I got there. I answered my question, not yours.
I guess I would just say that, last year, what was on investors' mind was monetary policy, the shape of interest rates, and that was really driving the dialogue. And as all of us were thinking about investing, we're like, what's going to happen with rates? How far does it go in terms of the interest rate increases? When does it end? And what does it mean for markets? What does it mean for exit markets, liquidity, valuation, et cetera? And I think this year it's going to be about elections and geopolitics. We're at least I think interest rate increases appear to be off the table. We may all debate, how quickly the Fed will reduce rates or other central banks reduce rates. But I think as a center stage issue for investors, it's there, but it's not as present as elections around the world and just the geopolitical risk that still exists between U.S. Ukraine, what's happening in the Middle East, et cetera. And those are, I think, in the minds of the investors right now. And without really getting in, I want to dodge U.S. politics too, but there's just a very wide range of outcomes right now.
Sure.
And for investors, we don't like that. We like a narrow range of outcomes. And you could see U.S. politics going in very, very different directions. You could see U.K. politics going in very different directions, and other parts of the world as well. So I think that's what's on our mind as we kind of look at the landscape of committing capital.
I think regardless of party, and I'll try and develop the conversation a little bit on my own, I think the direction of policy is pretty obvious, whether it's Democrat or Republican, and the walls are going up. You can call it the end of globalization, deglobalization. It's difficult enough to imagine what that looks like for industry over the next 10 years. Nicholas, I wonder what that looks like for capital markets. Are you seeing that in your business already? And is that going to be the future regardless of who wins the election later this year?
Yeah, I agree that, politics and the U.S. election will be in everyone's mind this year in 2024, and from an Asia point of view, and particularly from a Hong Kong point of view, and thinking about, China-U.S. relationship, how that election impacts the China-U.S. relationship is going to be a critical one. Now, what we want to make sure is that investors have an opportunity to hedge their exposures, to manage their exposure, and there's a lot of interesting things that are being done in our markets. For example, a lot of companies that have exposure to China, they may say, how can I manage that part of my exposure? And one thing that we did last year, it's a brand new thing, is working together with the regulators from the mainland, from Hong Kong. We managed to create an environment and a new regulations that allows retail investors from the mainland to buy companies that are actually listed in Hong Kong. So whether it's international companies or it could be a spin-off of a division, and that creates a lot of opportunity, especially for private equity firms that may say, I'm going to look in terms of how to manage my Chinese exposure, or I'm going to take advantage of this retail base that, by the way, no one can get access to. This is only for China. Now that investor base now is starting to have access to international market, and it's huge. There's about 1 trillion renminbi that's about 130 billion US dollars of liquidity every day in Shanghai and Shenzhen that cannot access international markets. And as of last year, it can start doing it as long as companies list in the Hong Kong exchange, which creates new things, new opportunities. And that's where I think, for example, private equity, private markets can play an important role of identifying areas that creates a competitive edge in one of their portfolio companies and say, how can I leverage that?
I'm conscious of where the clock is. We've got about 10 minutes left, so you've got an opportunity to ask some questions, some follow-ups to some of the issues we might have discussed, some of the issues maybe that haven't come up. So please raise your hand if you'd like to ask one of the panelists or all of the panelists a couple of questions. We've got a shy audience. Anybody?
There's one.
This is for Bill Ford. You announced a deal this morning. I'd like to know how you weigh the investment in sustainable investing along with the backlash that we're seeing against ESG and all of these other investments.
Well, over the last 30 years, one of the biggest themes that we've invested against and had a lot of success with was the digital transition. And that created a myriad of opportunities around the world as economies move towards technology and towards digital. And, we see a multi-decade opportunity in energy transition right now. And at a fundamental level, the world needs renewable energy to power itself and to support the growth of emerging markets, to support the growth of AI. And if we want to have a sustainable world, it's got to be clean power and not carbon-based power. And what the firm we acquired, Actus, is a real global leader in is producing renewable energy in the global south. And it's the global south where there's going to be the most significant demand, we think, for energy. Energy demand grows 2x GDP. And we see a lot of growth happening in Asia, Africa, Latin America in the years ahead. And again, the demand for power is going to grow. If we don't meet that demand for power renewables, it will probably be coal or oil, and that's not what the world needs. So we were very attracted to a firm that could put us squarely in this energy transition opportunity set. And we care about sustainability. We have ESG policies for all of our investment decisions, but this was to me much more fundamental. Last year, one quick last comment. Renewables grew 50%. There was 510 gigawatts of new renewable power put online last year. So renewables to us is a growth market, and it's going to be a growth. It has to be a growth market for the next decade if we're going to meet any of our climate objectives that the world has. So we see it from more of a fundamental point of view.
We've got one more question down at the front, but just before we go there, Joe, did you want to weigh in on it? Any of that?
Well, we have two stakeholders and our members, 300,000 teachers in Ontario, feel very strongly that actually sustainability is something we should be involved with, as well as making good returns for them. I think the way you get into difficult areas where you make sort of definitive statements about what you've done and what you plan to do and actually how you justify that. So as an example, you know, we've got a carbon intensity emissions reduction target. We've put that out. We're planning to take it down by 45% by 2025. We're already down 40%, so we're reasonably confident we can get to that. But it's those sort of comments where I think you start to have more of the debate, I think.
Question down at the front here.
I would like to thank all the panelists for the insights. I just want to pick the panelists' brains on if they foresee any shifts in the strategic asset allocations given where the interest rate is today. I mean, we've lived like decades of low interest rate environments, and we foresee that the interest rate is going to stay high for a long period of time. Do they foresee any strategic shifts in their strategic asset allocation given where the interest rate is going or given where the interest rate is today?
Who wants that one?
I'm happy to have a go because we do a lot of this. So I think fixed income for us is actually a tactical product more than anything. We'll go in and out of it quite a lot. So in my first year as CEO, we had 45% of our portfolio in fixed income, and by the end it was 5%. So we can show we can be pretty agile around that. I think the more interesting one are the private markets we're in, and actually they're very illiquid at the moment. So liquidity is a primary focus for us in terms of how we think we want to play it, as well as what returns we're actually being able to achieve. I would say, honestly, the returns in private equity have come down from where we've been in the past, so we have to be thoughtful about that. And I think the solution is actually to sort of grow your companies rather than just assume through leverage and a tailwind you can actually generate the returns we've seen over the last 15, 20 years. I think venture, which we do a little bit of, is an interesting area, but actually is always going to probably be a minority allocation for us. And where we've been very active more recently has really been in real assets, so particularly infrastructure and credit. And that's probably going to continue for a little while. And then if you come back to probably the other part of your question, which is a geographic question, you know, I think we've been trying for a little while to actually balance our exposure between the Americas and the rest of the world. We're trying to make it closer to a sort of 50-50 split. There are more opportunities in the US and in Canada than you would expect, and they're actually relatively easy for us to transact. So that's not quite so straightforward to migrate over into other areas. And then you also get the other question in places like Asia, which is just one of size. Often there aren't transactions large enough to be easy for an investor of our scale to deploy the capital where it would work for us.
I'll just add to that. I agree with all of those comments, make sense to me. But I think within the private equity space, the sort of traditional model of buy cheap, apply leverage, cut cost, extract multiple expansion is not so easy in a world where rates are, money's not free. In fact, it's a lot harder. So I think what you're going to see in terms of the way that asset allocators think about private equity in particular, they're going to look for managers that really know how to drive value creation the hard way, which is by driving growth through excellence in product, through deployment of digital technology, so on and so forth. That requires a high degree of specialization. So even some of the larger managers, I think, are going to develop, very deep disciplines, within verticals or specialized horizontals, and specialized managers that focus deep in a sector that really know how to operate in that sector, not just how to financially engineer. Because the financial engineering, candidly, was pretty easy for the last 10 years, let's be honest. That game is going to be a lot harder, and that will have implications for how people think about allocating within and among private equity managers and venture managers to a lesser extent.
I know there's someone who just wants to ask a question, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock, so please, sir.
Yes, thank you. Blythe, you mentioned on the regulatory side, and I think quite rightly, the need for better joined-up thinking on public policy and the liability structure and really where the ownership sits. Could you share a bit more about what specific things you've got in mind there and the level of which that regulation would take place?
Well, actually, funnily enough, I think, the WEF has started to do good work. The World Economic Forum has started to do good work in this area and thinking about what are the implications for private markets going forward. And I think, an area or avenue for future work would be to expand on what a good set of, joined-up policy recommendations would be across the globe that would promote the appropriate and suitable distribution of alternatives into wealth channels. And I think, I touched on some of them in my comments. I think, just minimum investment sizes, the tests for what does it mean, to be accredited or the equivalent in different jurisdictions, making those potentially more sophisticated and nuanced, promotion of broader and better education and standards for education around financial literacy, broadly defined and as specifically relating to the attributes of private markets. These are the sort of things that need to be done first before you think about broadening the apertures. And in terms of the systemic or macroeconomic implications, the mandate for regulators needs to be that you worry about sources of systemic risk, interconnectivity, the ability to rock a whole economy through the transmission of shocks. And, we've seen that banks have been one nexus of crisis in the great financial crisis. Now we need to think more broadly. The non-bank or shadow banking sector is much, much bigger than it was 15 or 20 years ago. And you need to look through all of those capital structures, liability structures, and ask yourself what happens if everyone runs for the exits at once, whether this is in money market funds or mutual funds or insurance company balance sheets. There's a whole array of areas for exploration that do need to be thought about. It doesn't mean absolutely everybody and everything needs regulation, but it means that having a view to systemic risk consequences of market structure evolution is super important.
I made a promise to the World Economic Forum that we would do the Swiss thing and finish on time, and we've got 30 seconds left, so I think we can run out. So that was perfect, Blythe. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being with us this morning. I wish you a wonderful week in Davos at the World Economic Forum. Your challenge this week is to get people to talk about the US election. I imagine you will have better luck doing that on background and behind the scenes than you will on the record. If we could have a round of applause for our fantastic panelists, please.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
In terms of making sure the trust that's been built can actually bring us a lot further. To your point about the carbon premium, we started imposing carbon tax last year. It's a ratchet up. I think we're one of the first countries in our region to do so. It's a very bold step, but we have committed to making sure that whatever premiums we collect from the carbon tax itself is plowed back into the development of renewable energy, research into low carbon energy research, and so on and so forth.
So I'm going to wrap up now. Thank you so much. I mean, the takeaway from this, especially in a year where government continuity is on the ballot for more people than not on the planet, that it can be done. There's no doubt that we can build an economy that can operate at a low or zero carbon. There's no doubt that we can do that with smart public policy to make it equitable and fair. The question is, can we go faster to meet the science, as Envoy Kerry said. So from Davos, thank you very much. First movers, ladies and gentlemen.
Rachel, can I just add something?
Yes.
Sorry. Usually I'm so overscheduled I don't get it. But listening to this, I got to tell you folks, you guys really are heroic.
Yeah.
I mean that. And Dan, I'll tell you, I'm confident that Ball Corporation with Pepsi and Coca-Cola and their members, you guys made a profit. I won't tell everybody what it is. But the reality is you can do this and it's good business. But if we don't do it, we're going to pay much higher premiums, much higher price. Everything will cost more. Food chains, the economic food chain will be completely disrupted. There'll be chaos in the marketplace, in a sense. Whereas this is the orderly transition unfolding right before your eyes. And our goal is not to have everybody join the First Movers Coalition, but to have a sufficient number of people in the First Movers Coalition that everyone is a mover. And we want to put ourselves out of business in terms of first mover. That's the goal. So thank you all very, very much.
Good to see you in Singapore sometime.
I hope so. Yeah, it's been a lot.
Very good.
Thank you. No, well done. But what you're doing on the
Thank you.
tax
Thank you.
account-
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah,
Thanks.
well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Carlos, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. Well done.
Oh, fantastic.
Great to see you. Great to see you too.
Yeah. Let me give you a comment. Why don't we
Zero.
set up a meeting so that we can discuss? Appreciate it. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's nice to see you. I'm sorry we couldn't find a spot for the meeting. I know that we tried on both ends. It's just so crazy these days. I know, and the work you're doing is amazing because it really showcases globally. You have a global. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link.
It's fantastic.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this crucial discussion here at the World Economic Forum 2024 on transforming energy demand. My name is Tanya Breyer, and I'm an anchor from CNBC, and I'm thrilled to moderate this session this morning. So, you've seen some statistics there on the video. By 2050, estimates indicate that the global economy will have doubled in size and will be serving a population of over 10 billion people. In this context, improving energy efficiency is critical to delivering an affordable, secure, and climate-aligned future. Research in the recent white paper, Transforming Energy Demand, published by the World Economic Forum, shows that there are many tangible actions that all businesses can take today to act on energy demand. So what can companies and governments do to enable economic growth through transforming energy demand? Just before we start, I'd just like a few housekeeping points. I'd like to remind you that this session is being live streamed around the world. We have audience members from all over joining us online, and of course, for you in the room as well. Please remember to use the hashtag WEF24 when sharing any updates on your social media channels. And there will be time later on in this session for your questions. It's now time to introduce my very distinguished panel. Please welcome, right next to me here, Dr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Welcome, Fatih. Peter Herwick, Chief Executive Officer, Schneider Electric. Welcome, Peter. Dr. Ilham Kadri, Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the Executive Committee, Science Co. Dr. Annie Shah, Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Mahindra Group. And last but not least, bringing up the rear, Bobby Moritz, Global Chair, PwC, United Kingdom. Bob. So, Dr. Birol, what can companies and governments do to enable economic growth? We've just seen at COP28, of course, the pledge by over 120 countries to double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements. Historically, as we were talking before, we've seen a focus on supply, but now it's crucial to talk about demand. Why?
So first of all, this is a great day. The reason is in Davos, in the World Economic Forum, I think this is for me the 14th year in a row that the energy efficiency takes such a prominent role. The opening day, we have a session on energy efficiency. It is really a dream for the people like me that there is a growing attention on energy efficiency, finally. Yeah. So for us, for many of us, energy efficiency is very important because there are so strong drivers. Very simple. First, if we want to protect the consumers from high energy bill, energy efficiency is a must. You use less energy. Second, it is good for your security, energy security, for the governments, for the nations to have more secure energy. If you use less energy, you import less energy. Third, for the industries, for their competitiveness, it's a key issue. If an industry, if a company wants to be competitive vis-a-vis the others, you have to reduce the cost of energy, and energy efficiency is critical. And fourth is the environmental footprint, climate change. For all these reasons, normally you would think, as the Americans would say, it's a no-brainer, but we have not seen enough policy attention and energy efficiency. So as such, today is a very good day. Now, you mentioned the COP28. You are right. It is one of the important outcomes of COP28, and we have, as International Energy Agency, together working with COP28 presidency, we made 5 conditions to consider that the COP28 would be a successful one, and one of them was doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvement, together with renewable tripling and the others. So more than the 120 countries use it in a separate document, but at the end of the final document, 200 countries signed off. We are committing ourselves, we are making this pledge to double the rate of energy efficiency. This is great. It's a great news. Of course, we have to see what come out. So, and another good news is, when we look at the last 2 years after we have the global energy crisis after 24th of February 2021, in the last 2 years, 75% of the countries around the world strengthen or put new energy efficiency standards. This is excellent news. It is driven by, I think the governments got it at the end, many governments, that if I want to secure my energy system, I have to use less energy, plus high energy prices might have been another driver. So what do we need to do now? So first of all, I am a big fan of standards. We have to have standards of the equipment we use at home, for industry, the motors, for the cars and others. There should be standards, first of all, set and then monitored and implemented. This is the first thing first. Second, electrification of our energy system. It is going well for the time being, and I hope it will go better. We are seeing in transportation sector, there is a very strong move. We have a colleague from the manufacturing car manufacturing industry here. 3 years ago, 1 out of 25 cars sold in the world was an electric car, and now it is 1 out of 5 cars sold as electric. It is going to grow very strongly. So the heating at home, it is going more and more the heat pumps, leaving aside the fossil fuel heaters behind us. And there are many other ways. This is the second one. Standards, electrification. And the third one is, the most important one maybe, investments. We need to triple the investment in the energy efficiency measures, which in most cases pay back in 2 or 3 years of time. It's a very lucrative business, but the governments need to give the incentives, especially low and mid-income groups, to make the first investment, to buy a heat pump or to have an electric car or others. So all in all, I believe there is a new era starting for the acceleration of energy efficiency around the world. We all understood it's a good thing to do, regardless of climate, regardless of something else, just for our pockets, for our energy security, and also remain competitive. The companies, to finish with the companies who do not put enough emphasis on energy efficiency will be less competitive vis-à-vis others. This is a real fact now.
How fast can these actions be implemented, do you think, Peter, the ones that Patty's talking about?
Well, you know, I think the time is now to do it, and technology today is available to take out 70% of the CO2 emissions. With today's technology, let's put this a little bit into perspective. 80% of the carbon generation is related to energy. 30% in buildings, 30% in infrastructure and industry, and 30% in transportation, and then a little bit of the rest. Now, if we look at buildings, for example, since it's a third of the block, to put it into perspective. You said earlier, until 2050, we have 10 billion people on the planet. That's 2 billion more than we have today. Plus, there are 1 billion people that don't have access to energy today. We want to bring them also into the fold of having access to energy, because it's the passport to a good life. So 3 billion people that will be put into energy at that point in time, and that also need housing. Just to give you an idea, we need to build until 2050 what China has built and what Europe has built just to house these people. Now, all the infrastructure in buildings that are there in Europe, they're going to be there in 2050. We're not going to rip everything down and build it new. So we need to renew what's there, and we need to do it at speed. Now, the payback period, and many of us are business people, so we're worried about the payback period. The payback period of renewing your building or your facility can be 2 to 3 years. And I want to go all the way down to an example so people can see that it's actually working. We've been working with a Japanese company in the pharmaceutical space, Takeda, and their facilities in Singapore. We've put systems in to understand how the energy is used. We help them to reduce it, to be more efficient. Then, of course, we added also together some solar rooftop to it, put a little bit of what's called a microgrid into the building so they can manage their energy. Today, they're net negative. They're actually furnishing 15% of the energy into the grid, renewable energy into the grid. Of course, you can say, well, they have the luxury of having a big rooftop and a lot of solar. Yeah, that's one solution. But we can talk also about the 600-year-old hotel that we've done in France with clients. And the payback period, again, 2 to 3 years. So the action is now. We need to have governments understand. And also, if there is a good policy to subsidize, let's do it.
Well, when you're discussing the transforming energy demand, Dr. Kadri, with policymakers, what area do you want help from them?
So talking about this energy, I think I want to come back to what was said before, talking about the policymakers. There are 3 pillars which are really good in the report: is save energy, don't waste. It's no-brainer, to take the American saying. Second is energy efficiency, and 3 is value chain partnership. We cannot do it alone. And I represent here the chemical industry, right? So I do whatever Peter says. So on our site around the world, I put solar, where our site is blessed with solar, etc. And indeed, there is efficiency. But in the hard to abate, we have a bigger problem, right? In how to decarbonize our industry. So we are doing all of this. We are working on process efficiency, right? I think the energy crisis in Europe was a wake-up call, and we didn't waste this good crisis. We start living with less gas in Europe. We started reimagining our energy input first, right? Going to biomass, looking at other ways of producing steam, the excess of energy, like you said, Peter. We, as an industrial leader and player, and we are not an energy maker, we are selling energy into the grid and into the communities, the excess energy. And this is great, while improving the efficiency of our steam operations, up to 5% reduction in every site, just steam. So those are great things, and digitalization, AI, is making the invisible visible in an old industry like the chemical industry, which is great. And that's what we like as leaders, is to see the hidden parts of the iceberg, to cut the waste. And if we reuse those byproducts, etc., it's not a waste anymore. So what I tell to the policymakers, we need energy affordable at scale, because I'm not an energy maker. When I'm ready to decarbonize my site, I need it available 24/7, 365 days a year at the right price. In Europe, and we are here in Europe, it's too expensive still. And we know it's not competitive as compared to other regions in the world. I tell them to rethink regulation.
Okay.
I love regulation. It needs to be harmonized, simplified. Specifically in the EU, we need unity, not uniformity always, but we need unity. And it's still too long to get a permit. Permitting is insane, 2 to 3 years to get just a permit, etc. So we need that. Second, we need reinforcement of IP and protection, specifically for the good guys who are doing the right thing. We need regulatory recognition. Where is it? From the regulatory point of view, but also link the dots with the investment community to promote the people who are doing the right thing. And the last one, it's scale up innovation. I think Peter said it very well. Innovations are there. We are scientists. We are bringing those innovations. But we don't need anecdotes. We need to sit on critical mass, mainstream. And that's why we need regulatory environments, friendly to business, to help us to scale them up, to be able to go faster in our decarbonization efforts, and therefore to make it cheaper and more affordable for many other players. And value chain is important. Small and medium-sized companies are today suffering from those green revolutions which are not easy for them to embark on.
So cheaper and making it more affordable are key issues, Dr. Shah. What initial financial sacrifices do companies would have to make to implement these energy demand-saving actions?
I think it's a myth that you need financial sacrifices for this. And let me start with a dream. What if the world requires less than half the amount of energy it needs today to operate in exactly the same manner that it operates today? This is possible. I represent the Mahindra Group. We operate in 20 industries, from automotive, farm to real estate, solar, hospitality, and so on. But let me talk about two of our industries that are the most users of energy, auto and farm equipment or tractors. We began a journey in 2008, and we've been measuring the amount of energy required to produce one automobile, or an equivalent unit of automobile, which is how many autos can be produced in 1,000 minutes. And similarly, the amount of energy required for 1 unit of tractors. We have a 95% energy productivity in this time period in auto, and 87% in farm. What that means is we have effectively reduced energy usage almost by half. So this is possible. The question is how? And I'd say there are 4 key areas that we focused on. One is the simplest one, which is energy efficient equipment. That's a no-brainer. That requires some investment, yes. The second is process changes. And technology today affords a number of different process changes, from the simplest things of if you don't need a machine, it turns off automatically, to heat transfers to a number of other areas. The third is supply chain collaboration. Example here is a certain type of paint allows us to use less energy in the paint process. And fourth is the product and design of products. And here I'll take an example on buildings. We've just launched 2 residential complexes which are net zero. And that's based on the design of the buildings, on how they're positioned, how they use the sunlight, on putting both wind and solar in the buildings, taking energy off the grid, a number of other initiatives where these are net zero residential communities that we've set up. So these are the various actions that can be put together. And what we've seen is that through multiple projects, the payback period is typically 12 to 18 months. So there are no financial sacrifices in doing that. There is no silver bullet, though. I will not sit here and say that here are 3 things you can do and this happens overnight. Our team has literally done 3,600 projects in the last 16 years. We are at a run rate of 300 projects a year. And each project has obviously a small impact, but collectively when you put them together, you see the impact that's far greater. And the question then is, how do we scale? And this is where I would give a lot of credit to the World Economic Forum in terms of what it's done over the years. The First Movers Coalition, discussions like this where we can exchange ideas. One of the initiatives we have is partnering with Johnson Controls now, which has a lot of technology for buildings again, and taking that to everyone in India to say, here's technology that you can use without being commercial on it, and just sharing that best practice in terms of what we've learned. So this is, again, the power of discussions we have in terms of how do we translate that to action on the ground.
Bob, how do we translate that to action on the ground? How do you align the public and private sector?
So the good news of going last and the bad news of going last is you may run out of time, but you can actually pick up a couple of points along the way and pivot. And I do want to bring a couple of examples to life what my fellow speakers have talked about. So great news that we're having this conversation to raise the awareness. But let's go a little deeper on awareness. In our own PwC CEO survey that we launched last night, when we talk about the issue of climate and emissions, 75% of 4,000 CEOs around the world saying they're actually taking action in the energy efficiency space. And the reality is, if we are taking those actions, as you just said, we wouldn't be having these conversations if we took the right actions at scale. And that's the real challenge right now. Number 2, just to reinforce, if you read the WEF study, and credit to the WEF for pulling this together, what we wanted to do is get awareness on the singularity of the issue. And if you go back to some of the major messages coming out of the COP meeting, we had, let's make sure we reduce emissions and think through what I'll call the carbon-intensive phase-out in terms of what you need to do for energy. You need to increase renewables, and you needed to deal with the efficiency point on energy. And we're trying to singularly get some more focus on that last point of the three, because the other two have gotten a lot of time and attention recently. Now, again, let's take that back to a business perspective for a moment. In most of the organizations that might be in the room here today, you probably have a centralized point of view of where to connect with and ultimately contract to get the supply of energy. You have a decentralized view of how to think about the use and consumption of energy. And that's the major point here. So when we talk about awareness, we're looking to do two things. Create the focal point to say we got to focus on consumption now. And second, awareness of the many different choices on the menu, of which you can pick many of them, small little ones, that'll move the ball forward. And we're looking for incremental savings at scale. So as you go back to what the WEF has done with the IBC, and Peter talked about it previously, it's what can we do now to A, create the awareness, B, can we share more best practices and give people more of a menu of choices to make some decisions on, and these decisions go in the area of savings, which is quick, easy, a decision just needs to be made. It's an operating expenditure. There's other decisions that are more around efficiency that may be CapEx, and you do have to make some investments. But as Peter said, the ROI is almost immediate. And third is how do we actually get the partnerships together? And this goes now to the partnership point. We need partnerships across the sectors and the commercial side, because if we come together to share best practice and maybe take action, you actually get an amplifying effect. In fact, we think that's the biggest amplifying effect when you look at what you can do on the savings side versus the efficiency side. And the second piece of that partnership is with governments. And the next phase of work has to be how can we work with governments to say what are the right policy changes to be made to accelerate the curve. We've been talking about some of the policy changes on increasing renewables. Yeah. Now what do we do to actually have the right dialogue on policy changes to enhance the efficiency points? And that's the next phase here that we've got to create awareness for and get some of the G7 and G20 countries really focused on those points.
How do you get that collaboration? How do you encourage the public-private sector governments to go in the same direction?
Look, the reality is you've got a force for change and a force for good that rests in your business community, because there's a commercial rationale behind this.
Yeah. It makes economic sense to do it. You know, this is what Bob said. And one of the points we haven't touched on is the creating visibility. So digitize across your facilities. You've done it in Mahindra. You know, we've worked with other clients, for example, to only understand in all the campuses, all the buildings, all the factories, all data centers, whatever you have, create visibility at the top floor. How much energy am I using? What type of energy am I using? How much CO2 am I generating? And then task somebody to go deep and get it done.
The more important thing, though, if I can, just to pick up on Peter's point, at the COP meeting, we hosted a session, a small group, much smaller than this, where you had a couple of policymakers and a number of business people in the room. And many of them said, we're on this. And we're not. Let's be honest, we're not at the level of scale and urgency that's needed. And for that matter, for the level of opportunity that exists in the corporates. Because to Peter's point, there's bottom line potential here as well.
Why did they feel they were on it, though, Bob?
Because I'm not aware of all the different choices I have. I'm aware of what I know and what I'm actioning today. There's lots of other things, as Peter and Dr. Shaw said, that we can actually be doing more of. So if we get that competitive sharing together, sharing across the business community and sharing across governments, there's more awareness at a granular level. And now I know what is the world of possibilities. I can now start to take those actions.
So shall I say something?
Yes, of course.
Now, I believe the energy efficiency, I mean, everybody, when you go to a meeting, energy meeting, I don't see anybody who would disagree that energy efficiency is a good thing. Everybody says good thing. But it is not moving very fast. What is the reason? First of all, I don't think that the energy efficiency will improve by saying to people, let's improve the energy efficiency in the television, making the advertisements or in the schools. It can help a bit, but it is not the main story. And the companies wouldn't take the energy efficiency measures, make the investments only to, or mainly I should say, to make a public service. They would only do, most of them at least, if they have a commercial interest on that, to be very frank on that. So with all respect to my colleagues here, so therefore there should be some mechanisms to make sure that the companies, if they put the energy efficiency measures in place, they will have a competitive edge vis-à-vis others. This is number one. Number two, also for the consumers, the households and the others, they wouldn't save energy just for the sake of saving energy. There should be, I may be seeing too of a government point of view, but there should be standards. Without standards and norms, this would not work. I'll give you one example. Today, the biggest challenge we are facing in the world in terms of the climate change, most of the emissions come from the power generation. Okay? And when you look at the Asia, you know what is the number one, by far number one driver of power demand? It is by far, it is air conditioners. And they will grow very strongly, air conditioners. And when you look at the Asian countries, developing Asian countries, the amount of energy you need for an air conditioner to provide the same comfort compared to Japan, you need 3 times more electricity because they are inefficient. If they hit the standards like Japan, the Asian developing countries, for example, they would need less electricity and we would need to build less power plants, and therefore there will be less problem of climate change and others. And also, we keep the money in the pocket. So therefore, 2 things, there should be a commercial interest, and the second, there should be standards set by the governments, and they should be reinforced and implemented.
Fatih, what if the governments change? And what if you have governments, let's say, that change that are not supportive of these kind of policies?
Yes. I think we have to make the governments understand that, A, if they do that, it is good for their budget. Okay? They will save money. Good for their the security, the energy security, national security, and good for their carbon footprint. Some governments don't get it. Some governments get it, but the energy efficiency is a complicated business. You have to coordinate it among the different ministries. It is not only energy ministry, it's energy ministry, finance ministry, the industry ministry. You have to have a coordination, and you have to get the coordination done. It is the reason why we are working many governments around the world. We brought about 60 governments last year in Paris, in Versailles, to give them the guidance there. And it is a reason many governments are picking up and putting new standards and norms, and they are following it because they understood that this is not for the sake of the world, for dreams and utopia and everything. It is for real life. It will be better for their budget. It will be better for their energy security and better for their carbon footprint. So this is the issue, and I see that the change in the last 2 years, as I mentioned, 75% of the countries put new energy efficiency standards or strengthen them is a result of 2 things. We and the others pushing it very strongly, and the second, high energy prices, because there is a driver there too.
Yeah, of course. Dr.
I think there is a big elephant in the room called competitiveness. And with all of this, I think we have great examples, industrial examples. We are ready as innovators, right, to provide solutions to decarbonization. But competitiveness is important. And when you have energy prices which are 4 times higher in Europe than in other places in the world, there are many people in the industry value chain, chemical industry value chain are represented here, who are suffering. And when we say energy savings, let's put it right. We will not be winning by decreasing the carbon footprints and saving energy by decreasing the industrial output. This is called industrial suicide. We need to do more with less while we will continue industrially producing, right? Creating jobs, creating an environment which is business friendly. So I think that's the big, for me, big question. Therefore, we need to create also demand for those new innovations, right? And the demands come, ScienceCo is a leading actor in batteries. But without charging station, enough charging stations, the end user, you are not gonna buy an EV or hybrid car, right? So we need those charging stations. We need an infrastructure to promote our clean mobility solutions, right? And accelerate them to cannibalize our own business and allow the world to turn more greener, but with affordability in mind. So I think that's, for me, important. Keep competitiveness in mind. All the regions in the world are not equal. Europe is not a fossil fuel region, right? And it will never be. And in our, of course, we are clean in our home, looking at electrifying our processes as much as we can, moving from coal to gas, by the way, which is good. And whenever we can move to biomass, we do it as well. But we need here policymakers and authorities to support us with the ecosystem to make it plug and play. Because the hard to abate, the heavy industry, this is where we can have the highest impact.
Dr. Shah, can I ask you about emerging markets and developing economies facing the largest increases in energy demand? Can these economies follow the same pace of change as developed countries, do you think?
I think the developing countries can actually create a better set of outcomes, and India is leading that today. Even if you look at renewable energy, India is putting in 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. The beauty there is that the cost of solar energy in India is far lower than traditional energy. And we've run a solar business, and we're moving all our plants now with captive solar energy. We can set up a captive plant in one part of the country and have it transmit over the grid wherever you want. And it's a 30 to 40% saving in energy. So it's a no-brainer. Coming back to what you said earlier, for companies to come in and do that. So I think emerging countries are going to, in some ways, show the way and rewrite the rules in terms of how energy can be used. But if we go back to the earlier discussion, this is not, in my view, about regulatory. I do agree that standards will help, and especially air conditioners is a great example. But this is a very different problem than what we see in the rest of energy issues. The reason for that is, one, everyone agrees that we'd love to spend less energy to produce the same set of things. There is no debate on that. That makes us more competitive, that's commercial for us, etc. The question is how. And here I go back to my earlier point, which is there is no easy answer. So it's not for CEOs to come in and say, I'm going to focus on this one project, make this project work, and that's my solution. It's about getting the entire organization committed to it, because that's where the results are going to come. And unless that culture change is driven across the organization, I go back to what Bob was saying about best practice sharing and show them, here are things that you can do. Right? That's where the difficulty comes in. Right? There isn't something I can show in the next 3 months that I've got an answer on this, I've solved this problem. Right? It's a long-term problem we have to solve.
Let me just say something. You made in India a very good thing, LED lighting.
That's right.
This is a huge program, LED lighting, and we are taking it as a best practice, and we went to Indonesia. Because in the energy efficiency, it is, unlike the other parts of the energy sector, it is much easier to share the best practices because they are not very different from each other. It can be lighting, it can be the air conditions, it can be the cars, the standards for the cars and others. So therefore, what India has done on LED lighting is an excellent example to be shared as a best practice with the rest of the world. And it is not only, it doesn't need to come only from the developed countries to developing countries. It can go from a developing countries to another developing countries if it is a successful one. In my view, it's a very successful one, the LED lighting you have achieved there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I would just add to it, which is, as you talked about what can governments do, right? The government in India is proactively pushing climate change in a very big way. Right? I represent FICCI, which is one of India's oldest and largest industry associations. And in discussions with the government, they're actually pushing industry to actually do a lot more, a lot faster.
Peter, I know you want to come in before.
I wanted to come back to the white paper that we've done together with the WEF, because we've deliberately picked quite a few examples, and I think it's about these examples. It's a very complex environment, whether air conditioning in building management system, efficient pumps that ought to be used in buildings and so forth. In a manufacturing environment is again different, whether you have hard to abate and you don't have enough electricity to substitute a steam process with electricity. When you go into light manufacturing, it's a different story. You go into a data center. These are to a large extent carbon neutral today, and there is some work to be done even more. So we pick these examples in the white paper, and I invite everybody who has the power to make change to read some of those, and we will come out with lighthouse examples so we can share. And it's not about who has done what, but what's possible.
Practical examples. I'd now like to open up questions. Yes, sir, and if I can ask you to keep your question short and keep it as a question, not a commentary, and introduce yourself as well. Thank you so much. Sir, you're first.
Hey, thank you indeed. I'm Kai Mykkänen, Minister of Energy and Environment, Finland, which is a small but energy-intensive country. And we had last year actually already 94% fossil-free electricity, and we've decreased emissions by almost 90% since 2010. The problem is seasonality. We had last year 467 hours of negative electricity price, so more than 19 days in a row if you put it. But on the other hand, 2 weeks ago we had a day where we were having 2 euros per kilowatt hour for almost whole day. And my question for you is that how you see this balancing challenge, that is the result or the answer more from the demand side, that do we see potential for example, buildings or electric vehicles taking the largest part of the demand response and balancing challenge, or does this mean that we actually need clean baseload as nuclear, we need flexible weather-independent energy, not only wind and solar, because this is what we are now considering heavily, and of course we try to solve with all these angles, but you can now give your wise advice.
Thank you so much. Dr. Birra, I know you want to answer.
So what you can do is in Finland or the countries like that, there are 3 areas. One, demand-side response, and this is more the making sure that in the difficult times, the efficiency measures come in place. This can be as a result of, again, standard norms or a different type of pricing of electricity. And the second one is, in addition to the renewables, it is important to have the hydropower or nuclear power in the mix. And I believe with the increasing share of renewables, and in the countries where there's a seasonality issue, nuclear power can play an important role. And this is the reason why we are seeing around the world nuclear power is making a strong comeback.
Absolutely.
Of course, I think the investment needs to go largely into the grid to understand who are the main consumers, and then as you walk down in the grid, you come to be it campuses, or you come to large industrials, or you come to users that can actually fluctuate the energy that they need. Good example are, for example, also data centers that do AI modeling, because they don't need exactly the same power over time. They can go up and down, but that requires contracts between the generation unit and the user, and the demand response can be fully digitized. So you have one of the most complex problems at the end of the day. But it's good that we have countries that are so far in the renewable space now. How much can we shape off the peaks and fill the troughs? That's the next challenge to have. And I think digitization of the grid into the microgrid, into the big users, will help to do it.
One point that we can't forget is today we are so focused on energy consumption, the dialogues that we're having, on what I'll call the traditional energy sources. We have to be equally as focused on reduction and efficiency and savings of the renewable energy sources to avoid, again, a repeat of the same problem. Because right now we still don't have enough supply around the world on the renewable side to deal with this issue. So we actually have to be smart on both. And I don't want to have us focus just on one side or the other. It's a broader energy efficient point that we should be talking about.
Let's just take another question. We have time for one more. We have another question from our audience? Yes. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself, thank you.
İdris Küpeli from Turkey. IDEM Energy Group's CEO. When the renewable investments certainly are capex intensive, front-loaded investments that required significant financing. And the financing certainly during last few years has been both expensive and inaccessible to many countries. To have the infrastructure to make them more efficient is one thing that requires sometimes little or no money and several hundreds of projects to make it more efficient. It looks good for the leaders. But to actually undertake an investment of the billions of dollars, you need the counterparties that actually that are going to take the risk of the country that you are going to build the renewables or the nuclear, so forth. And for Turkey, it has been really challenging during last 4 or 5 years. But at the end, as Mr. Birol commonly says, that we live in the same environment. Like to solve one country's environmental issue and to make it better does not help so long as you don't actually distribute the same way to entire globe. So how can the emerging market countries have access to finance at a reasonable cost, because it's good for everyone, and who can actually undertake this? And MLAs are one of them that I know, but I think it's not, at the end, is not enough. And given the cost of financing for the banks, it's not lucrative enough. How can we solve the issue for the emerging countries to do especially the renewable investments?
Thank you for your question. Dr. Shah.
So let me share our story in renewables. 3 years ago, we were looking at a renewables business with a dilemma. Should we expand or should we sell the business? And the reason for that is to meet the goals for India, we needed somewhere between $5 to $10 billion of long-term capital if we were to stay in the renewables business. And what helped was first a set of regulations that enable projects to work efficiently over 25 years. Second was market mechanisms to create an investment structure, an INVIT, that allowed us to attract capital from sources around the world. We just listed that INVIT yesterday. And we have all the capital that we need and more. We had to tell a lot of investors, sorry, we don't need more capital anymore. So capital is there. If you've got the right market mechanisms around it, if the projects work, if you can show the returns over time, and you have the regulatory framework to make it happen, capital is there.
May I just say one thing?
Yes.
So I think the COP28, we started with COP28. There were many, many good outcomes, such as the tripling of the renewable efficiency, tripling of the renewables, doubling of energy efficiency, methane reduction, moving away from fossil fuels. But one thing I wish it came out, it didn't come stronger. Maybe it is for Baku now in Azerbaijan, we will have it. Namely, how we are going to finance the clean energy investment in emerging and developing countries. This is the key issue. Many countries work for COP28. Many colleagues are here. I see the Norwegian minister, who is one of the architects of it. So they have very good results, but this is the main thing left. And it is when we look at the last 5 years, clean energy investment increased from $1 trillion to $1.8 trillion, big increase, whereas the fossil fuel investments remain the same. But the problem is all of this increase came from the advanced economies and China. What about the rest? So we need everybody to be on board. So therefore, it would be great if we, the next COP29 in Baku, can have a look at this missing bit, and which means, for me, the fault line of our fight against climate change and how we are going to support the emerging and developing countries for clean energy investments.
Dr. Birol, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I'd just like a very brief closing remark from each of you. With everything going on in our world, with all the geopolitical crises, economic headwinds, how do we keep this topic as a priority? What is your message? Bob, I'll start with you.
It's a fairly simple one. Read the report. 30% savings on the energy usage, $2 trillion of savings from an economic commercial perspective, and that gets to your competitive point.
Thank you. Dr. Shah.
I think there's a very strong commercial argument to save energy. It's just about how we do it. And this is where working together as a group to share best practices is going to enable us to get there.
Dr. Kadri.
Innovation is there. Ingenuity is there. We can do it. We cannot do it alone. So let's do it together.
Peter.
Time is now. It makes economic sense to do it. Solutions are available. I echo Bob, read the report.
So, I wouldn't say read the report because there are so many reports. So what I would say is that let's trust the people in terms of saving the energy, but not so much. Let's make the standards and the regulations ready so that we move in the right direction.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for joining us today. Thank you.
Perfect.
On a policy-making level and amplifying the solutions. So I want to mention one example that really inspired me to work in this field. That at GearHub, the organization I work for, we collaborated with the carbon startup called Eureka. So last year we transitioned 3 households. It's a very small number, but it's a huge deal for us, from fossil fuel, coal, to electricity with the help of solar energy. So I mostly work on a social aspect of it and how this transitions are affecting people's behavior and their livelihoods and their productivity and health. So that goes to my first point, that we need to think of, when we thinking of innovative solutions, we need to think of how it is impacting on the ground. So I worked with 2 of the beneficiary households were single moms, and then it was very impactful to hear that, you know, they don't have to wake up at 5 in the morning to hit the gear, so that they can have at least an hour more sleep, and it's affecting their, you know, productivity, happiness, and health. So it's very empowering to see that action is happening on the ground, and it's great that we now are working with municipality to scale up the solution to 100 households. So I'm seeing a lot of action, but as I mentioned in the beginning, sometimes I feel hopeless. Sometimes I'm really scared about my future, about how a lot of crisis is happening. But I just want to make sure that, so I thought if we stop feeling hope for the future, we can't make the change happen. So instead of, you know, feeling hopeless, instead of blaming the policymakers or other people in this field, I decided to take an action, and it goes same with the people and young people in my community at Global Shapers, that we are trying to make change not only, you know, on specific topics, but collectively trying to like change happen. So it gives me hope for my future. And I also, you know, if you're feeling hopeless, if you are feeling anxious about the future, I really understand that I'm really here, but also if we stop taking action, the change is never going to happen. Yeah.
And when it comes to that project, if you had to pick a word for the biggest barrier, what would that word be? Going from 3 to 3,000 to 300,000.
I would say it's mostly the adaptation of households' behavior. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of support from whoever is in power of decision making, but the most part that we have to be very careful and also sensitive about is how it's impacting the people who are receiving the solution. So it requires empathy, it requires very sensible action to work with the households. So I would say to scale this up, we need to acknowledge the fact that the behavior change is one of the biggest component of energy transition.
So behavior, people at the middle of it. I'm going to go Peter, Majun, and then Ben. If we could say a solution you have seen with your eyes that you've witnessed have impact on this problem, and the word you would give to what is preventing it from scaling.
Absolutely. I'm going to get the audience help here. So I'll teach you 3 words. Say it after me. Buru.
Buru.
Onyualo.
Onyualo.
Match.
Match.
Now you all came here not speaking Luo. Now you all speak Luo. So it's impossible until you've done it. And it's the same with all the challenges that we face in this space. When we focus on the problem only, sometimes it can seem tough. But the solutions are there. The solutions are all there. And as long as we understand the solutions are there, innovations are there, that simply need to be believed in and allowed to flourish, it is possible to have the win-win-win. I'll give you one example is we've realized that it's possible to distribute cook stoves that utilize agricultural waste and give out biochar. In that process, you're giving out a free cooking solution, but it's not charity because you're actually outsourcing production of biochar to communities. So the communities will not pay for the cooking, so they can switch from firewood really, really quickly. The industries pay for it, but not as CSR, but because they're getting an input to their processes, be it fertilizer production or coal production, that is cheaper than what they can get out there, while at the same time ticking the boxes. And it's not greenwashing either, because it's simply a financial decision. So by bringing people together who would never work together before, saying words you never said before, it's just a case of saying, fine, maybe it hasn't been seen in the last bunch of years, but let's go out there, let's believe in these solutions that do exist, and let's jump on board. And let's rethink the term risk when we look at innovation or investment. When we chuck those words out and look at opportunity, I think it's pretty exciting. So about 10,000 families right now are actually accessing what you'd call free cooking pellets, free cook stoves, but they're actually earning as they cook. And an industry out there is saving money as they buy their product in, and everyone's smiling. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask Majun and Ben if we could take about a minute, because then I believe we have mics to walk around for questions. So solution you've seen work, what's keeping it from scaling?
Yeah. I'm very encouraged to see so many of you care about the climate and care about healthy environment, but you are also looking for solutions. I think one of the themes this year at Davos, we're trying to talk about how to deliver, on what has been, all this consensus built at the COP28 in UAE, about tripling the renewable capacity and also cut the global emission by a significant proportion by 2030. And actually, I want to say each of you hold some real power to influence if you do it right. Back in China, we are tracking, as I said, all these performances of millions upon millions of corporations. And by bringing this data together, we use that to engage with the major brands who manufacture, who produce all this daily necessity you consume every day. And at the beginning, they kind of argued, in China, sorry, I don't know who are polluting and who are not, so I just buy from the cheapest. But then I told them, we have a map, we have a data, we have a list of violators. Now, 3 million violation records there. If you're interested, compare the two, our list with your list of suppliers, you identify the issues. And one by one, those brands started tapping into the data and motivate thousands, tens of thousands of suppliers to openly address their problems. And now, on the climate side, on the carbon side, there are also those opportunities. If they care, if so many companies have made net zero commitment from Paris to Dubai, but I have to say, very little are on-the-ground actions have been taken. In countries like China, including China, but India, but I'm sure Mongolia and Africa, the whole big thing, real actions hasn't really happened. But scope 3, the supply chain, those upstream manufacturing, mining, manufacturing, those are the real source of all this tremendous carbon emission, but also local emission. So if you care, there are all these possibilities to try to motivate real change. It's just like playing a big, lantern game in China. When the dragon head turns, then the whole body and the tail got to be wagged in a big way. It can't happen the other way around. But you hold the power to influence those big brands. In China, we develop all these tools to help digitally measure and disclose those carbon footprint.
And if you had to give a word for what is keeping it from happening, what would that one word be?
I think there's a real disconnection with all this big commitment made every COP and on the World Economic Forum. But on the ground, they always think, in the in the global south. It's a black hole of data. It's very, very difficult to do it. So we need the, talking on behavioral change, we need consumers, we need citizens to really understand that there's real possibility. I just want to give one example about the solution.
And then we're going to have to move on because we do really want to preserve 10 minutes for questions. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Within it, people, connections between the global discussions and local and implementation. Ben, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll try to do it quickly, and I'll flip it around. I'll talk about the problem, and I think it might be a little blasphemous to talk about this here at Davos, but I think the core problem, if we talk about capitalism in its current existence, of profit maximization at all costs with no consideration for the social and environmental costs, like that at its core is a fundamental problem. If we are constantly prioritizing short-term gains, quarterly profits, how are we possibly supposed to take a more long-term view, right? So that's, I think, the underlying problem. But I think I think what we're seeing, though, is a whole lot of progress. We're starting to see a lot of social entrepreneurship. We're starting to see a lot of nonprofits rising up. We're starting to see a lot more guardrails, B Corps, and all these different entities that are starting to put guardrails on capitalism that bring, I think, a lot of structure and hope. When we look at the evolution of capitalism from where we are and where we need to be, for example, we're seeing a lot of new efficiency technology come into play about how do we make the most use of the existing resources. And along the way, we're starting to discover more instances of technologies like biochar that can both elevate social needs and environmental needs simultaneously in a way that is accessible to both the global north and the global south, that is locally relevant and immensely empowering to all the different communities. And so what I think we're sort of encountering is an alignment problem, right? It's that we're realizing that the system that we thought was working for us for the last couple hundred years and where it is today, we're struggling to figure out how do we align these two things, because we're realizing that we're actually driving ourselves off a cliff. And so what is the solution? I mean, the broadest solution, paradoxically, is time. Because we have these huge incumbent systems that are in place, and we need to have the grace to somehow find a way to give them time. And so we not only need to adopt a longer-term view for ourselves, but for our entire society. And so yes, there's like an urgency immediately, just like we're all here right now in Davos. We need to make the most of it. We need to go to every single event. We need to talk to every single person. But if you don't sleep along the way, you don't rest, you're going to screw up every single interaction that you're here doing. So there's this balance that we need to take, where it's both simultaneously the urgency of action and also holding like the fact that no matter what we do, it's not going to be enough, and that's okay. We can still keep doing better. We need to still continuously push. And we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for every single generation that comes after us. And in that, I think there is a lot of hope, because we can always do better. We can always learn more. We can always encounter new people who are doing great things.
So with that, I'm going to be honest, it's very monochromatic to me. So I was going to say, person in the yellow sweater, I don't know if I'm going to succeed. The hand that is directly in front of me, yes. I see stripes in the striped sweater. Wonderful.
Hi, can I sit down? Do you want me to stand up?
As you like, as you like.
Stand up, please, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, my name is Simi. I'm a primary care physician in the UK, and I also teach and work in health policy in the UK and in Lagos. So when you mentioned Lagos, my ears pricked up. We've talked a lot about solutions, and the disconnect is massive, and these big words don't translate to the people delivering healthcare. I just left a session with the SDGs about the same topic, and we're talking about solutions, and I asked the same question. So what do I tell the nurse or the primary care physician or the midwife or who, the people who see everybody at some point in their lives as to what they can do to prevent their child from dying of asthma or from getting COPD when they are 40? Where are those things they could use and walk around and check? Where are those initiatives? It's very disconnected, and I'm doing some training in Lagos for our primary care centers. It would be great to be able to say, you know what, everybody, we can do something on climate change, and this is what you can tell them to do. Hope is great, but with no action, we're just not going to get anywhere. And particularly for my country, Nigeria, and Lagos in particular, where pollution is absolutely terrible, we need urgent change. We need those apps. But while we do the apps, we also need moms and dads and actual children to be able to say, this is what it is today, and this is what I'm doing to prevent my lungs from going crazy. So please do share exactly what we can give our healthcare professionals, because I think we have a huge duty to prevent people from dying from problems with air pollution and all sorts of pollutions. Thank you.
So as we move the mic, I'm going to ask, I think, Jane and Majun to respond to that, but here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You're going to respond in approximately 4 sentences, because what I will say is in this communication, no offense, I mean, my students sit through like hour-and-a-half lectures, but I tell them, your brain's full. Like, what are the messages? How do you communicate effectively around that? And y'all are master communicators around this. So we're going to pass the mic, but then go 1, 2, and I'm actually going to hold you to it. So 4 sentences. And they can't be run-ons. There's no
four
paragraph
points,
ones.
and I will try. So, Simi, I completely agree. I mentioned this little girl, Ella Kissy Deborah, who died of a severe asthma attack.
We're at 2.
She'd been to hospital 28 times between the ages of 6 and 9, and nobody at any point asked her where she lived or how much pollution there was.
I'm going to give you one bonus.
So, so I agree. 3 things that they can do. 1, monitor data. I think doctors are scientists. They know how to optimize the placement of sensors. 2, they're the most trusted profession. So communicate. There's an amazing doctor, Dr. Kumar in India, that you can Google. He has these great speeches.
I'm going to keep it really short, though, because we want to keep going and get more questions.
I'll finish there.
Okay, cool. Majun,
Okay. First, on the health side, an air pollution air quality health index, or AQHI, has been developed in Canada, Hong Kong, and also now we try to develop that in China as well. That can be helpful. At least which day you should, with a certain air quality level, how do you keep yourself from exposing? We try to personalize that based on all this academic research. So at certain level, how much outdoor exercise is, how big, what's the intensity. Of course, this is...
We got 2 more.
Yeah,
2 more. No, 2 more sentences. You're still good. You got 2. Keep going.
Okay.
But communicating directly,
And then try to really engage with, in China, as I said, it seems like a central government decision to start monitoring and to disclose and launch a national clean air action. But behind that is millions upon millions of citizens made their voice heard, throughout the internet, demanding not just only for data, but for real solutions, for clean air. I think we need a groundswell, actions like that. Thank you.
Who wants to come in next? I see a white shirt. I think it's white. Yep.
Hi, my name is Taha. I'm currently a student of economics at Oxford, and for 4 years I have lived in the most polluted city in the world, Lahore in Pakistan. And the problem which I observed is that how do we create an urgency in such a low-income country where people strive for the basics? While we're talking about engagement and hope, they talk about survival. And for instance, like people traveling through trains from rural to urban areas, carbon emission is like not one of their considerations. And even the train websites have stopped reporting the kilograms of CO2 emitted by each journey and so on. Because as Won Hong highlighted, there is the capitalist problem which exists. Like people's incentives are like purely monetary or present biased. So in that scenario, like how will the solutions, how will that framework apply in the context of like developing countries as my own? Thank you.
Tamila and Peter, I was going to ask you to take that first, again with shorter answers, please.
I can give an answer for the first question. I'm from Mongolia, so I can highly relate to what you're saying. I was talking about it with Melissa yesterday that when I work in climate projects on a very local scale, for example, I never use the word climate change because it's super far from us. People are out there trying to survive the day, navigating through life. So it's about speaking the same language with me and with the other people, and it's also the storytelling has a huge impact, as Jane mentioned. So very shortly, I would say there must be very big, terms of policy and how government works. But on the ground, when you speak to local community members, when you speak on the grassroots level, we have to speak the same language to communicate effectively and make this urgency more priority.
Peter, and then actually Ben, I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this as well. Ben?
Thank you so much. So you've got to look at where the pollution is coming from. A good amount is coming from cooking with firewood and charcoal. A good amount is coming from using, fossil fuels for movement. And then a good amount is coming from burning heavy fuel oils in industry. All three can be solved by replacing fossil fuels with upgraded waste from the very same communities who are agricultural, so that their incomes go up as they provide the feedstock for the renewable energy alternatives that can importantly work in the same engines. So no one has to lose money. It's very important. Mm-hmm. And no one has to lose their life at the same time, and no one should get poorer. Win-win-win is possible. It just needs the belief of the few people who can make it happen, that it can happen.
And Ben, could we bring up actually one more? I mean, when we talk about waste and reusing it, it makes me think of your art. And so I think we have a couple more in the back, if it's possible to bring one up as Ben responds.
Sure. Yeah, so on exactly what Peter just said, I think I was talking to a friend who works at the Ad Council in the United States, and it says that if you're running an advertisement and you want to change public behavior, there are only 4 things people actually care about. That's transportation, health, economics, and education. And I think what I'm hearing in your question is a conflict of these things, where it's like, oh, if I'm trying to get to work, well, I'm not going to think about like my health, or if I want, like, how do I prioritize between these 2 things? And so there are the folks that have the bandwidth, the privilege of an education, perhaps like yourself and other entrepreneurs that are coming in, and it's their responsibility to try to lead with these solutions so that these other people can survive also. But then there's also this idea of trying to bring solutions, I think, that are at play. So as someone who's in this forum right now, keeping their eye out for solutions, figuring out how to translate that in a way that is easily accessible to everyone, I think is the work that lies ahead. But there's also, once again, lots of work, but lots of opportunity. And I really, biochar is one of the things that I personally have been insanely fascinated by, because it can solve so many of these problems at the local level in an affordable way.
So what I'm going to do is very rapid, because I know, Jane, you have another place to be that's going to take you some active travel to get there. So good walk. So I see a hand from a person over there. If you could keep your question to 30 seconds or less, then we'll do rapid fire responses. And then a few of us who are not speaking next will still be around for conversation after. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Damon Walia from USA. The reason I stood up, I've been observing these issues about the climate change. I'm a scientist involved with for about 50 years. I'm going to give you just a couple of points.
And we'll
One, it's not the carbon is not only an issue in the air, but it's also the carbon is a big issue in the soils. Mm-hmm. And so we really need to create a ways by which we can take this carbon out of the soil and put carbon out of the air and put it into the soil. And that's exactly what we do. The reason I'm here, because we are doing this thing. And so what we are doing is we're making the farmers
and
to farm the carbon. And if I could ask you to keep it to a question, and create a increased food supply. And all these other technology solutions we're looking at, they are costly. And we are saying replace that or do this thing. We can continue to use fossil fuels because we are using a repurposed product made from coal to do this. So if you will give me more time, I'll be happy to explain. If not, hopefully you can take a look at our solutions out there. Thank you very much.
So I'll follow up with a question, actually, and it goes to Ben, because you do work with biochar. Do you want to comment on why you engage in that medium and how I've seen your art with it. It's impressive. I don't know if we have a picture of it, but do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so I recently learned about biochar, which is this underlying thing that everyone keeps talking about. And I think the best way to think about biochar is like if you take a piece of toast and you put it for too long, it comes out and it's black. Well, that toast has now been heated at a high temperature in a low oxygen environment, and now you're holding in your hand pure hard carbon. Now you can take that carbon, you can crumble it, you can sequester it into the ground. And that's wonderful for those who care about carbon sequestration. But on the local level, this also acts as a soil amendment, where the carbon that sinks into the ground becomes a home for micronutrients. It prevents fertilizer runoff. It helps to increase porosity. So it makes the soil more drought resistant, in addition to preventing the it helps draw carbon down from the air. So you take all these things together. In the process of creating biochar, you can extract fuel, you can provide power to people, and so it becomes this really exciting and amazing piece of technology. Why do I care about this? Because I'm an artist, and I want to find new and interesting mediums by which to play and create with to tell stories, because I think biochar is responsible for 89% of carbon removal credits, verified carbon removal credits in the world, and nobody knows about it. The average person does not know anything about it. And it's just wild to me. And so when it comes to stories that can be told out there, I think there's a huge opportunity. And so the art piece that she's referring to was a 6-meter tall phoenix that we created out of biochar in a rural farm in Thailand, out of bamboo biochar, with the hope of just spreading the word out there and making the conversation more accessible. Project isn't quite live yet. It'll be live on biocharphoenix.com at some point. But thank you guys so much for listening. And if you guys should really dive into the actual technology itself. That's where it's a really, really exciting space.
Can you guys thank each one of our panelists? And then I'll just thank each of you for spending your time with us here today, and hope that you have a good and productive rest of your conversations today. Thank you. Thanks, Demi.
Especially when it comes to ecological transitions, we urgently need real progress and a society-wide shift in thinking. The process leading up to the Summit of the Future in September must prove that, despite all the difficulties, the international community is working towards common goals. Agreements and compromises must then also be implemented. A reliable approach to implementation is important for credibility and builds trust. This includes a renewed respect for the UN Charter, other international treaties, and other globally agreed measures. Fake news poses a real threat, especially today when the rapid development of artificial intelligence contributes to the increasing credibility of such fake news. However, digitalization also offers potential for increased transparency and a sharing of knowledge and information. If used correctly, this can help to build trust. Switzerland is particularly committed to promoting the global governance of artificial intelligence. Those who rely on lies and ideologies for their policies may score points in the short term, but in the medium and long term, they will lose trust. Good policy is based on verified facts and takes scientific evidence into account. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, some parts of the general public distrust all of us gathered here and all political and business leaders. Rebuilding trust is not just a matter for states and politicians. It is a responsibility for the economy as well. It is clear that increasing social imbalances fuel populism, even in prosperous countries. When the alleged elite flaunts its wealth, while many families can barely make ends meet, mistrust grows. At that point, the international community and governments are no longer heard and no longer understood, even if they put forward great proposals. Many among you in this room have the opportunity to strengthen cohesion and social equality in your companies. It is up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to take responsibility and align your business decisions accordingly. In the long term, this also serves the interest of entrepreneurs. If you make demands, you should deliver. For Switzerland, this means that we are committed to building new trust in the world. For example, through the good offices that my country traditionally provides, or through the fact that we engage in dialogue with everyone. Switzerland's neutrality, commitment, and reliability can be useful in resolving conflicts. As a member of the UN Security Council, Switzerland also has a special responsibility this year. We want to help ensure that solutions are found, despite the increasing tendency to think in terms of political blocs. Geneva is a place that brings together state actors, business, academia, and civil society. In January, Davos also becomes such a place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are not at the mercy of negative trends. We can counter them. Trust and hope can be earned. We have to do it. That is what we are here for. Let's get to work. Merci.
We were privileged to host him at the Summer Davos in Tianjin last June. Premier Li, you had an illustrious career in public service. You started your career in your hometown of Ruiyan, Zhejiang province, and rose through the ranks to become leader of 3 of the most economically vibrant regions of China: Shanghai, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang. You were elected Premier of the State Council in March 2023, and you have been instrumental in steering China through economic recovery, fostering social stability, and championing green development. Premier Li, you are widely recognized as a pro-business and pro-reform leader. With China assuming a pivotal role as the world's second largest economy, we are, of course, all keen to hear your views on the current challenges and opportunities facing China and the world, especially against the backdrop of the theme of this meeting, rebuilding trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to His Excellency Premier Li Qiang, the Premier of the People's Republic of China.
Your Excellency President Viola Amherd, Professor Klaus Schwab, Your Excellencies state leaders and heads of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, friends, greetings to you all. It gives me great pleasure to come to the beautiful Davos for the World Economic Forum Annual Meeting 2024. The theme of this meeting, Rebuilding Trust, echoes well with people's concerns, and I believe will surely strike a chord with many. As I see it, the word rebuild implies at least 3 things. First, trust was once prevalent. To a large extent, it was trust between countries that enabled the huge progress in economic globalization over the past decades. Second, the foundation of trust has now been eroded. The lack of trust is aggravating risks to global growth and peaceful development. Third, rebuilding trust is essential. Whether it is to overcome current difficulties or to create a better future, it is essential that we discard prejudice, bridge differences, and work as one to tackle the trust deficit. Then where does trust come from? In my view, it comes first and foremost from our shared aspiration for a better future for humanity and from our common will to work together for that vision. As President Xi Jinping pointed out, changes of the world, of our times, and of historical significance are unfolding like never before. and the world has entered a new period of turbulence and transformation. Yet the overall direction of human development and progress will not change. The overall dynamics of world history moving forward amid twists and turns will not change, and the overall trend toward a shared future for the international community will not change. Last June, at the annual meeting of the new champions in Tianjin, China, I proposed that after all the shifts and changes over the years, we should all the more cherish communication and exchange, all the more cherish solidarity and cooperation, all the more cherish openness and sharing, and all the more cherish peace and stability. These are not only ways to respond to changes, but in some sense also ways to rebuild trust. In this connection, I wish to share with you 5 proposals on rebuilding trust and enhancing cooperation in the economic field. First, strengthening macroeconomic policy coordination to build greater synergy for global growth. In today's world, countries have very close economic linkages, which means that their macroeconomic policies have more notable spillover effects. In the face of global crises, fragmented and separate responses will only leave the world economy more fragile. As such, it is crucial that in making and executing macro policies, countries around the world, especially major economies, step up dialogue and communication, take more coordinated and effective measures, firmly uphold the multilateral trading system, and jointly improve global economic governance, and foster new drivers of global growth. Second, strengthening international industrial specialization and collaboration to keep global industrial and supply chains stable and smooth. Figures show that from 2020 to 2023, each year saw on average new discriminatory trade and investment measures worldwide to the tune of 5,400, nearly doubling the number before the pandemic, before 2019. As we all know, industrial and supply chains in the economy are like the circulatory system of the human body. Any obstacles or disruptions can slow down or block the flow of lifeblood of the world economy, which not only compromises development efficiency, but also triggers various economic risks and economic problems. What truly serves common interests of all is to fully respect the laws of international industrial specialization, firmly advance trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, tighten the bond of cooperation, make the pie of mutual benefit bigger, and steadily enhance the stability of global industrial and supply chains. My third suggestion is to strengthen international exchanges and cooperation on science and technology to better benefit humanity with technological advances. The new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation has created a new competition relationship between countries. To keep the competition healthy and bring out the greatest vitality, The only way is to enhance cooperation in innovation. Scientific and technological fruits should benefit humanity as a whole, instead of becoming a means to restrict or contain the development of other countries. We should advance international exchanges and cooperation on science and technology with a more open mindset and more open measures. Work together for an open, just, and non-discriminatory environment for the development of science and technology, and break the barriers impeding the flow of factors of innovation so as to let innovation thrive in an open environment. My fourth suggestion is to strengthen cooperation on green development to actively tackle climate change worldwide. Humanity still faces many challenges in addressing climate change and promoting green and low-carbon transition. Talks about the need for stronger cooperation on climate governance are often accompanied by actions of erecting barriers to green trade. Some high-quality and efficient green and low-carbon technologies and products cannot flow freely. It is important that we uphold the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, better synergize our green development strategies, remove various barriers in this field, and jointly work for a complete transition to a greener economy and society. My fifth suggestion is to strengthen North-South and South-South cooperation to build a universally beneficial and inclusive world economy. In recent years, problems like the North-South gap, divergences in recovery, and the technological divide have become more acute. Many developing countries are in distress. According to World Bank estimates for this year, the average income in more than one-third of the low-income countries will stay below the 2019 level. We Chinese people believe that benefits should be mutual. True development is development for all. We need to fully implement the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, strengthen global development cooperation, bridge development gaps, and create new cooperation highlights in areas such as poverty alleviation, food security, and industrialization, so as to benefit the people of all countries with more fruits of cooperation. The traditional Chinese culture very much values credibility. China is a country that attaches great importance to commitments, honoring its words with concrete actions all along. With greatest sincerity, utmost efforts, and concrete results, China has proven consistently to the world that it is a country worthy of trust. We are also aware that apart from objective reasons, there are also subjective factors that aggravate the trust deficit in bilateral and multilateral relations. There are many examples where one side's capriciousness undermines mutual trust with others. In our view, the best way to earn trust is to be a better version of oneself. Only when all sides treat each other with sincerity and work in the same direction can there be a stronger foundation of trust and more fruits of cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, under the current circumstances, the world economic recovery requires strong underpinnings. Greater contribution is expected from all countries, especially major economies. I know that we all follow the Chinese economy closely and may have your own observations. So, how should one look at the Chinese economy? I believe it is similar to looking at the Alps. The undulating mountain range with magnificent peaks. My European friends told me that to fully appreciate the majestic beauty of the Alps, one has to zoom out and look from afar. As I see it, it is the same with the Chinese economy. One has to broaden the vision and take a panoramic view to see the whole picture in an objective and comprehensive manner, and truly grasp where it is now and where it is going. Here, I would like to share with you some perspectives on the Chinese economy. First, the Chinese economy is making steady progress and will continue to provide strong impetus for the world economy. China is an important engine of global development. Over the years, its contribution to world economic growth has stayed at around 30%. Last year, in 2023, the Chinese economy rebounded and moved upward, with an estimated growth of around 5.2%, higher than the around 5% target set at the beginning of last year. In promoting economic development, we did not resort to massive stimulus. We did not seek short-term growth while accumulating long-term risks. Rather, we focused on strengthening the internal drivers. As the second largest economy in the world, China has established, after decades of development, sound and solid fundamentals. Just as a healthy person often has a strong immune system, the Chinese economy can handle ups and downs in its performance. The overall trend of long-term growth will not change. In terms of the industrial base, China is the only country with industries across all categories in the UN industry classification. The added value of China's manufacturing industry accounts for around 30% of the global total, ranking first in the world for 14 consecutive years. China is also home to over 200 mature industry clusters, with such a scale, complete categories, and supporting capacity. China's industrial system can meet the demand of the rapid development of social productivity and will contribute to better global allocation of production factors and the rise in global productivity. In terms of production factors, China's demographic dividend is turning into talent dividend. We now rank first in the world in terms of the size of talent pool, human resources in science and technology, and the total number of researchers. Capital shortage is replaced by abundancy. Our global share of annual capital formation has risen to about 30%. On data, the output is huge and the resources are rich. making China the second largest data mine in the world. In terms of innovation capacity, China's total input in research and development and investment in the high-tech sector have been growing at double-digit rates for several years running. New technologies, including cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence, and blockchains, are being applied at a faster pace. New products and new business forms such as intelligent terminals, robots, and telehealth keep emerging. China now has some 400,000 high-tech enterprises and ranks second globally in terms of unicorn companies. All this will boost the formation and cultivation of new growth drivers in China. Looking at the broader picture, we are now advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. Delivering modernization to more than 1.4 billion people will be a remarkable achievement in human history, one that will provide continuous impetus to the development of China and the wider world.
Second, China has a supersized market with demand being rapidly unlocked. It will continue to provide a big stage for various businesses and talents. In face of weak global demand, the market has become one of the most scarce resources. The Chinese market, with its vast space and growing depth, will play an important role in boosting aggregate global demand. In China, there are now over 400 million people in the middle-income bracket, and the number is expected to double to 800 million in the next decade or so. For a growing range of products and services, the focus of consumer demand is shifting from quantity to quality, which will generate strong driving force for upgrading consumption. China's urbanization rate is now more than 10 percentage points lower than the average level of the developed countries. There is much room for infrastructural upgrading, urban renewal, transportation, and telecommunications, among others. There are also some 300 million rural migrants who are acquiring permanent urban residency at a faster pace. All this will create massive demand in areas such as housing, education, medical services, and elderly care. China is also deepening its transition toward green and low-carbon growth. Now, close to half of the world's installed photovoltaic capacity is in China. Over half of the world's new energy vehicles run on roads in China. The new energy vehicle ownership reached 20 million by the end of last year, and China contributes 1/4 of the increased area of afforestation in the world. China is also cultivating large-scale new growth areas in sectors such as green infrastructure, green energy, green transportation, and green lifestyle. This will generate investment and consumption markets with an estimated size of 10 trillion RMB yuan annually. This means huge potential. We will keep exploring and unleashing such market demand, increase import of high-quality goods and services from all over the world, attract more foreign investment in areas including medium and high-end manufacturing and biopharmaceuticals, and provide broader space for boosting global trade and investment. Third, China remains firmly committed to opening up. We will continue to create favorable conditions for the world to share in China's opportunities. In the past 4 decades and more, China has achieved development and shared benefits with the world through opening up. Now, China is a major trading partner of over 140 countries and regions. Our overall tariff level has been cut to 7.3%. It's relatively on par with the developed members in the WTO. By opening up wider, we aim to share China's opportunities and develop together with all in the world. Today, we have many business leaders present here. Today, I see many old friends here. I want to say that over the years, multinational corporations have cultivated the Chinese market and, based on China's manufacturing prowess, expanded their global production, grown fast, and had good reward. In the past 5 years, the return on foreign investment, foreign direct investment in China stands at around 9%, which is quite competitive globally. So I would say that choosing the Chinese market is not a risk, but an opportunity. We embrace investments from businesses of all countries with open arms and will continue work tirelessly to foster a market-oriented, law-based and world-class business environment. We will steadily expand institutional opening up, continue to shorten the negative list for foreign investment, follow through on removing all restrictions on access for foreign investment in the manufacturing sector, and guarantee national treatment for foreign businesses. With regard to concerns of some multinationals on issues such as cross-border data flow and participation in government procurement, we are working on the formulation of relevant policies. We will also hear the views of foreign businesses regularly, and for the reasonable concerns, we will take active steps to address them. All in all, no matter how the world changes, China will stay committed to the fundamental national policy of opening up and open its door still wider to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, in some 20 days, we will celebrate the Spring Festival to usher in the Chinese Year of the Dragon. In the traditional Chinese culture, the dragon is a symbol of auspiciousness, wisdom, and strength. In the face of common challenges, we hope that all the members of the international community, with their shared aspiration for a better future and with the vigor of a flying dragon, will forge ahead toward building a community with a shared future for mankind. To conclude, I wish this annual meeting a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier Li, for sharing with us 5 proposals related to strengthening global cooperation, but also providing us with a trustful outlook for China's economy. We have time for 2 short questions. And Mr. Premier, the recent years have witnessed, and you mentioned it in your 3rd proposal, have witnessed a rapid growth of artificial intelligence. And you mentioned in your 3rd proposal increased cooperation, global cooperation related to innovation. Now, artificial intelligence, global governance, is of such an importance. What will China play? What role will China play in this regard?
So let me drink some water first. Professor Schwab, you raised a very important question. Now, artificial intelligence is a catchphrase. People are talking about it a lot, and the generative artificial intelligence represented by ChatGPT has caused a lot of discussion. People love it, but there are also surprises and some fear in certain quarters. So indeed, artificial intelligence is everywhere. It seems omnipotent, but people are still taking time to get used to it. Like other technologies, artificial is also a double-edged sword, in that if it is applied well, it can do good and bring opportunities to the progress of human civilization and provide great impetus to the industrial and scientific revolution. But at the same time, it also pose risks to security and to our ethics. Well, China believes that technology must serve the common good of humanity. It must do good. And the same applies to artificial intelligence. There are two dimensions on the most fundamental level. First, it must be people-centered. To put plainly, we human beings must control the machines instead of having the machines control us. AI must be guided in a direction that is conducive to the progress of humanity. So there should be a red line in AI development, a red line that must not be crossed. It's something that must be observed by all. We should facilitate the good AI with governance. Well, it's actually a play of the word here. I mean that we should really provide good governance with the sound development of AI. Or second, it must be inclusive and beneficial for all. It should not just benefit a small group of people, but benefit the overwhelming majority of mankind. The same is true for AI. It is essential that we work together and coordinate with each other. When there are problems, we should work them out together and share in the benefits together. There must not be camp-based division or confrontation. In particular, here, the interests of developing countries need to be prioritized to close the technology gap with developed countries and bridge the divide in smart development. All along, China attaches high importance to AI development and governance. Since 2018, the relevant government agencies, together with the Shanghai municipal government, hold a World Artificial Intelligence Conference annually, which invites visionaries from all over the world to have discussions on AI. And at the conference, there are two expert committees. One is the Strategic Advisory Expert Committee, and the other is the Committee on Ethics. That is, we should promote the development of AI and at the same time ensure its sound governance. Now, the World Artificial Intelligence Conference has been held for 6 years running in Shanghai, and this year it will be the 7th edition. It will be held in July this year. We welcome your participation. In AI, we are doing a lot of work to roll out policies and regulations. We introduced many laws and regulations to ensure the data security, AI-related ethics, and generative AI services. All these are efforts to explore an AI governance framework suited to China's national conditions. Last year, in 2023, China proposed the Global AI Governance Initiative, which was warmly welcomed by the international community. On AI, we would like to step up communication and cooperation with all parties to improve the global AI governance mechanism and make this technology of AI more secure and better benefit humanity. Thank you.
Mr. Premier, we have one last question in view of the time. We don't want artificial intelligence to become a new dividing line between North and South. I think we believe in multilateralism, and you spoke in your speech about multilateralism, but do you have any specific proposals for strengthening the rules-based multilateral global system?
Well, it's a big question. I agree with you, Professor Schwab, that we should go for multilateralism. It is the right direction. Well, indeed, true multilateralism is very useful if it is upheld well, then we have a multiplying effect. For smaller countries, multilateralism is like a shield because it can protect their legitimate interests. And for major countries, multilateralism is like a litmus test to find out whether they have fulfilled their due international obligations and responsibilities. And for the international community, it is like a facilitator or cohesive device because it allows countries to collaborate more closely. But really, the question is, what is true multilateralism? Professor Schwab, you mentioned rules. So, who will set the rules? What are the rules? If the rules are set by certain or a few countries, then we have to put quotation marks on the multilateralism because it would still be unilateralism in nature. True multilateralism must be based on rules universally recognized by the international community, and we believe the most important is the basic norms governing international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We believe that this set of rules should be the cornerstone of the global governance system and upheld and observed by all. Instead of starting a new framework or setting up some other rules. China is the first UN founding member to sign on its charter. China has now joined almost all intergovernmental organizations that are relevant. We are party to more than 600 international conventions and have all along been fulfilling our international obligations faithfully. China neither arbitrarily reneges on agreements or withdraws from organizations, nor do we ask other countries to pick sides. We are a staunch supporter of multilateralism. We stand ready to work with all parties in the world to practice true multilateralism and jointly work together for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier Li, for your presence here, for elaborating on China, on multilateralism, on artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is one of the key issues here. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving again another round of applause to Premier Li. Ladies and gentlemen, it's both a pleasure and a privilege to introduce a distinguished leader and visionary in the realm of international politics, President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. President von der Leyen has been instrumental not only in steering Europe through very challenging times, but also ensuring its strong and influential voice in global affairs. Actually, you have been named the most influential woman in the world. Your leadership is a beacon of inspiration, symbolizing unity, strength, and a forward-looking Europe. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to President Ursula von der Leyen.
Concern for the next 2 years is not conflict or climate. It is disinformation and misinformation, followed closely by polarization within our societies. These risks are serious because they limit our ability to tackle the big global challenges we are facing. Changes in our climate and our geopolitical climate, shifts in our demography, and in our technology, spiraling regional conflicts and intensified geopolitical competition and their impacts on supply chains. The sobering reality is that we are once again competing more intensely across countries than we have in several decades. And this makes the theme of this year's Davos meeting even more relevant: rebuilding trust. This is not a time for conflicts or polarization. This is a time to build trust. This is a time to drive global collaboration more than ever before. This requires immediate and structural responses to match the size of the global challenges. I believe it can be done, and I believe that Europe can and must take the lead in shaping that global response. The starting point for that is to look deeper at the Global Risk Report to map out a way forward. Many of the solutions lie not only in countries working together, but crucially on businesses and governments, business and democracies working together. It has never been more important for the public and private sector to create new connective tissue, because none of these challenges respects borders. They each require collaboration to manage risks and to forge a path forward. And this is what I want to talk today about. While governments hold many of the levers to deal with the great challenges of our time, business have the innovation, the technology, the talents to deliver the solutions we need, to fight threats like climate change or industrial-scale disinformation. Europe is uniquely placed to show how this can work. Because our democracies and our businesses have interests that align, creating prosperity, wealth, and security for people, creating a stable environment to unlock innovation and investment, and creating equal opportunity and freedom. And this is more important than ever as we start 2024, the biggest electoral year in history. Democracies across the world will head to the polls, and half of the global population will be affected. This includes over 450 million people in the European Union, a union of 27 democracies, where all of us have the right to speak our mind, to be ourselves, even if we are different from the majority. In a democracy, it is the people, with their choices and behaviors, who pick winners and losers in the economic arena. Companies are free to compete. Change makers are free to innovate. Merit determines economic success. And our rules are built to ensure this, to protect intellectual property, to protect the safety of industrial data, to protect the savings of people and companies. And Europe stands up for global trade based on fair and open markets. Of course, like in all democracies, our freedom comes with risks. There will always be those who try to exploit our openness, both from inside and out. There will always be attempts to push us off track, for example, with disinformation and misinformation. And nowhere has there been more of that than on the issue of Ukraine. So let me provide you with some real information. Russia is failing on strategic goals. It is first and foremost a military failure. We haven't forgotten that when Russia invaded Ukraine, many feared that Kyiv would fall in just a few days and the rest of the country within weeks. This did not happen. Instead, Russia has lost roughly half of its military capabilities. Ukraine has driven Russia out of half of the territories it had captured. Ukraine has pushed back Russia's Black Sea fleet and reopened a maritime corridor to deliver the grain to the world. And Ukraine has retained its freedom and its independence. Russia's failure is also economic. Sanctions have decoupled its economy from modern technology and innovation. Russia is now dependent on China. And finally, Russia's failure is also diplomatic. Finland has joined NATO. Sweden will follow soon. And Ukraine is closer than ever on its path to the European Union. And all of this tells us that Ukraine can prevail in this war. But we must continue to empower their resistance. Ukrainians need predictable financing throughout 2024 and beyond. They need a sustained supply of weapons to defend Ukraine and regain its rightful territory. They need capabilities to deter future attacks by Russia. And they also need hope. They need to know that with their struggle, they will earn a better future for their children. And Ukraine's better future is called Europe. And it was with immense joy that last month we decided to launch the negotiations of accession for Ukraine's EU membership. This will be Ukraine's historic achievement, and it will be Europe responding the call of history. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Russia's invasion has also had an impact on the cost of living and the cost of doing business here in Europe. I know how much that has affected some of your companies. But I started by saying that the risks we face require collaboration between countries and businesses, and that our joint capacity to respond was far stronger than we might believe. And nowhere is this best exemplified than when it comes to energy and sustainability. 2 years ago, before Russia's aggression against Ukraine, 1 in 5 units of energy consumed in the European Union in 2021 were imported from Russia. The high dependence on Russia was widely recognized as a risk, especially after Russia's occupation of Crimea. And then came Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia had already increased Europe's vulnerability by deliberately not filling gas storages to their usual level. And in the face of Ukrainian heroism and European solidarity, Putin decided that the time had come to threaten Europe directly by cutting gas supplies and using energy as his weapon. We all carry the bruises from Putin's decision. We faced difficult choices and uncertainty, especially during winters. But we made the right choices. Now, only 2 years later, Europe has taken its energy destiny back into its own hands. Last year, 1 in 20 units of energy consumed in the European Union came from Russia. Sure, the crisis checked momentum in the European economy, but fears of economic collapse proved unfounded. And now energy prices have come down and stayed low, even during the recent cold snap at the start of January. Gas storages are still well supplied. Europe has made real progress in improving the resilience of its energy system. How was this possible? Because we acted in collaboration. Because we had well-functioning and open markets and good friends around the world that stepped up and stepped in alternative supplies. Because we had a single market that allowed us to redirect flows of energies to where it was needed. But most of all, because we doubled down on clean energy transitions, investing in the clean, efficient, and renewable technologies of the future. European industries and companies have been central to this. Latest numbers from the International Energy Agency show that growth in renewable energy capacity hit another record in the European Union in 2023. And the European Union improved the efficiency of its energy. The best energy is the one that is not used, by almost 5%. And in this way, we turned Putin's challenge into a major new opportunity. Last year, for the first time, the European Union produced more electricity from sun and wind than from gas. And this year, for the first time, the European Union is set to get more overall energy from wind and solar photovoltaic than it does from Russia. That is good news. But amid the reasons for optimism, let us not forget a key lesson from the crisis. Over-reliance on one company, one country, one trade route comes with risks. And that is why the European Green Deal puts such strong emphasis on not just reducing emissions, but also on a strong, competitive European presence in the new clean energy economy. And this includes Europe's leadership in clean energy technology, development, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Klaus, let me go back to the #1 concern of the Global Risk Report: disinformation and misinformation. Tackling this has been our focus since the very beginning of my mandate. With our Digital Services Act, we defined the responsibilities of large internet platforms on the content they promote and propagate, responsible to children and vulnerable groups targeted by hate speech, but also a responsibility to our societies as a whole. Because the boundary between online and offline is getting thinner and thinner. And the values we cherish offline should also be protected online. And this is even more important in this new era of generative AI. Now, the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report puts artificial intelligence as one of the top potential risks for the next decade. First of all, let's not forget that AI is also a very significant opportunity if used in a responsible way. I'm a tech optimist, and as a medical doctor by training, I know that AI is already revolutionizing healthcare. That's good. AI can boost productivity at unprecedented speed. First movers will be rewarded, and the global race is already on, without any question. Our future competitiveness depends on AI adoption in our daily businesses. And Europe must up its game and show the way to responsible use of AI. That is artificial intelligence that enhances human capabilities, improves productivity, and serves society. We should invest where we have a competitive edge. For instance, Europe has got talent. There are nearly 200,000 software engineers in Europe with AI experience. And that is a greater concentration than in the United States and China. And our continent also has a huge competitive edge when it comes to industrial data. We can train artificial intelligence on data of unrivaled quality. And we want to invest in this. And this is why we will provide European startups and SMEs with access to our world-class supercomputers so that they can train and develop and test their large AI models. This is similar to what Microsoft is doing for ChatGPT by running it on its own supercomputers. We will also put common European data spaces at the service of startups. And we will make available massive amounts of data in all EU languages because AI should work also for non-English speakers. This is the new frontier of competitiveness. And Europe is well positioned to become the leader of industrial AI, the use of AI to transform critical infrastructures to become intelligent and sustainable. When we took office 4 years ago, we felt the need to set clear guardrails at European level to guide the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. And this is the thinking behind Europe's Artificial Intelligence Act, actually the first of its kind anywhere in the world, and another example of how democracies and businesses can help strengthen each other. The Artificial Intelligence Act builds trust by looking at high-risk cases like real-time biometric identification. And by building that trust, it enables companies to innovate in all other fields to make the most of this new and revolutionary technology. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is in an era of conflict and confrontation, of fragmentation and fear. For the first time in generations, the world is not at a single inflection point. It is at multiple inflection points, with risks overlapping and compounding each other. And there is no doubt that we face the greatest risk to the global order in the post-war era. But in my mind, there is also no doubt that we can move forward with optimism and resolve. Yes, the risks we face are real and present. But in order to face risks, we have to take risks together. And this is what Europe has always done. The European Union is at its best when we are bold, as we've seen only in the last few years, on the European Green Deal, on Next Generation EU, on supporting Ukraine, or on facing up to the pandemic. The next years will require us to think in the same way. And I believe the common power of our democracies and our businesses and industry will be at the heart of this. Our companies thrive on freedom to innovate and to invest and to compete. But freedom in businesses relies on the freedom of our political systems. And this is why I believe strengthening our democracy and protecting it from the risks and interference it faces is our common and enduring duty. We need to build trust more than ever, and Europe is prepared to play a key role. Thank you very much.
President von der Leyen, I think you helped us already to rebuild trust at least in Europe, in its capacity to deal with challenges, but also to build at the same time a future-oriented role in the world. I want to ask, we have time unfortunately only for one question, but I would like to come back to something which you mentioned last year when you joined us. You coined actually the term de-risk, but do not decouple. Could you elaborate after 1 year how you see and what progress you have made in this kind of concept?
Yes, indeed, it was here in Davos that I used for the first time the concept de-risk, not decouple. And I was very glad afterwards it has been taken up by G7 in Hiroshima, and of course by all 27 EU member states. And I've discussed this concept a lot with many different countries, also with China, and for me it's very important also, it was very important also to explain to our Chinese friends, we do not want to decouple. This is neither reasonable nor is it feasible. China is one of our most important trading partners, without any question. But we need to de-risk in some areas. We are working very well in a collaborative way, for example, the decarbonizing of our economies is concerned. We used to say the color of our cooperation is green, but we have issues when it comes to access to the market, when it comes to a level playing field, when it comes to economic security, and one big topic is the topic of overdependence in supply chains. Here we have to manage our risks and we have to de-risk. And the fact that China started to prepare export controls on germanium, gallium, and graphite now was not trust building. So we are in intense talks on that topic. But for us, de-risking then means diversify the supply chains, have more trade agreements with multiple partners. For example, we just finished the trade agreement, and lithium plays a big role there, with Chile. We just finished it with New Zealand, with Kenya. But it's also, for example, diversifying vaccine manufacturing capacities to other places in the world. For example, with Rwanda, we have just started to bring mRNA technologies to Rwanda, where the manufacturing capacity now starts. So it's very concrete to look at the risks we have in some areas and to de-risk there in a systematic way. If you look at China, over the last 10 to 15 years, China has systematically reduced its reliance on and over-dependency on the world and increased our dependency on China. And on that, we have to be very frank and very open and discuss that. It is always better, I think, to address problems because then you can solve them.
Thank you, Ursula. We unfortunately have come to the end of the time. I want to end here just by telling you how important your fierce stand related to the European values is, particularly also in the context of Ukraine. A great thank you for defending so much all those values. So please join me again in thanking the President of the European Union.
Good morning. Good morning. Do you have... You need the earphones, people, which are somewhere. Okay. Good morning to this audience who can hear me. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Well, that worked out. And we're getting some more folks from the hallway in here. My name is Jane Harmon. I am a recovering politician and a recovering attorney. I spent 9 terms in the United States Congress, where I called myself a pro-business, pro-defense, pro-trade, progressive Democrat. Now, there are only 5 of us left, and I took leave from where I was embalmed in a museum to come and talk to all of you. But I think one of the tragedies is that Congress has lost its center, and we'll talk about that in a moment. I'm introducing this because I may have some general views on the topic, but I'm very excited for you to hear from Bob and Mackenzie about real data. During my lifetime in politics, I've seen a decline in global cooperation at all levels, and I'm pleased, finally, that there is some hard data to measure what has happened over the last decade. By the way, one of my current roles is as co-chair of Freedom House, which is a storied human rights organization co-founded, get this, by Wendell Willkie, who had just lost his election to Franklin Roosevelt in 1940, and Eleanor Roosevelt. So it doesn't get any more bipartisan than that. And Freedom House issues annually a Freedom in the World report. The 50th one came out last year, measuring with data the decline of freedom in the world. I know you're shocked. Spoiler alert, freedom has been declining. The only good news is last year it was up a bit from the decline in the last 17. Let's wait and see what the answer is for this year. But metrics and data are good. Too few policymakers anymore care about metrics and data, and that is why this gift from Mackenzie is so important. My focus in Congress for my 2 decades there was on peace and security, and that's the last tenet of this report. I have lots to say about that, but I'll save it for later. Let me just make a couple of overarching points about global cooperation. I was just involved in preparing a white paper for the WEF called Shaping Cooperation in a Fragmented World. And here are 4 data points. 1, last year, largest increase in forcibly displaced persons. That won't surprise any of you. Hottest on record. Economic recovery worldwide is below historical averages, and only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are on track. 12%. Pathetic. And I would add, personally, last night, a Trump blowout in Iowa. We'll have to assess that as well. Our existing structures are ill-equipped to solve for these problems. So what can effective cooperation look like? Couple comments on peace and security before turning this over to Bob. Think 2 regional wars. No one is missing. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Gaza, and the possibility that both could spread dramatically and pull the U.S. into a major confrontation, even think World War III. Add the demise of the nuclear non-proliferation regime, which China never belonged to. North Korea now has the bomb, and Iran is at breakout point. The danger of miscalculation is huge. Add new technologies, which can be forces for good or bad. China is the world's biggest cyber threat, no surprise. And if China chose, to stage a major cyber attack on U.S. infrastructure, it is not at all clear that we would have adequate responses. Add climate, which, as mentioned, last year was the hottest on record, and while the biggest polluting countries are pledging to help, the help so far is anemic, and major banks are not lending adequately to the global south, where lots of the problems are, and we need to knit the world together and move much faster on climate. So finally, let me just make a few comments on what really breaks my heart, and that is the decline, not just in civility, but in capacity of the United States Congress. I worked there as an aide in the 70s when the goal was to work together to solve hard problems for the country. The country. There were very capable Republicans and Democrats, and a few less capable on both sides, who took political risks to work together, and we solved a lot of problems. Not everything, obviously. Then I come back as a member in the 90s, and the slippery slope started. Newt Gingrich came to Congress. His goal was to make the House more partisan. He's admitted that. And I asked him once, why did you do that? And he said, so I could keep my majority. Think about that answer. Really, really sobering. And so that slide has continued. And from a business model, which I described, which was to solve hard problems together, we now have a business model which is blame the other side for not solving the problem. Because if you work with the other side, you are bipartisan. And if you are bipartisan, you are primaried. And I don't think I have to explain that new verb to any of you. In primaries, which is where most people win or lose their elections, the far extreme of either party is who shows up. And they often elect their candidates. And so Congress has pulled apart. The center has disappeared. That's why I said I'm embalmed in a museum. I didn't lose, by the way. I left to chair a very storied think tank called the Wilson Center, where I was for a decade. But my point is, if we have lost the ability to solve hard problems in our legislature, our president is impaired, the view of the U.S. is impaired, and at a time when our leadership, I'm not sure you're all American, but I'll assume many of you are, is needed more than ever as a partner, not the only player, but a partner to solve hard problems, it is really tragic. So with that cheery introduction, let me welcome Bob Sternfels to explain this amazing new barometer, good word, barometer, on global cooperation. I'll make a few comments after that, and then please get ready to ask questions. And I don't know if anyone can hear me, but more of the audience is welcome. We have a few more little stools and lots of earphones. Welcome, Bob.
Super. Well, thank you, Jane. And
Thank you.
I really appreciate those remarks, and also for giving me opportunity to, in collaboration with the World Economic Forum, launch this cooperation barometer. And this is the inaugural launch of this. And I want to unpack the findings, but I'll start with this idea that cooperation is a good thing, and the world can use more of it. But that as we get into it, getting a fact-based around cooperation at a granular level is a way to figure out how are we doing against this. And so let me offer some maybe backdrop remarks first about some of the benefits that we've seen of cooperation over the last 30 years. And when you look at, quite frankly, any metrics, you see enormous advancements that have it underpinning cooperation. So if you look at global inequality, and you look at the reduction in poverty since 1990, it's gone down by half since 1990. We have seen an acceleration of global growth since 1990, but the most interesting part to this is 2/3 of global growth since 1990 have come from developing countries. 2/3 have come from developing countries. And so we've seen advancements on global inequality. If we look at education since 1990, the access to secondary education has doubled since 1990. And if we look at health metrics, from life expectancy, an extra 7 years since 1990, or the reduction in child mortality, which has actually gone down by 60%, you see enormous benefits in terms of coming together across borders. So that's what the last 30 years have looked like. But we are at an inflection point. And if we look at some of the forces at work today and reflect, a lot of these could actually tear at the notion of further cooperation. We're seeing a demographic change in terms of population shrinking and populations growing unlike any time since the census has been recorded. Unlike any time since the census, and that will put pressure on our systems in terms of cooperation. We've talked a lot about technological advancement here at the World Economic Forum, but it puts both opportunity and pressure around cooperation. When we think about health challenges, and we saw what the pandemic can do, there's both a massive imperative, but we also saw some real structural barriers for collaborating across borders. And finally, we all know geopolitical tensions are putting a massive stress on cooperation. So these forces at work today are causing us to question, is cooperation, continued cooperation, possible or not? So against this, with the World Economic Forum, we set out to say, well, before we answer that question, we probably should define it. Right? We should define cooperation, and we should start measuring this to get a fact base to then be able to make decisions. And so we developed a barometer. It's got 5 pillars. So I'll just take you through the different pillars here. The pillars are trade and capital flows, innovation and technology, climate and natural capital, health and wellness, and peace and security. And so one notion I'm going to tee up as we think about cooperation is the notion that we have to get granular as we think about this, because these forces and these pillars may be moving in different directions at the same time. So let me then go to what the report found. And I'll start at the aggregate level, which is how have we been doing in aggregate in terms of cooperation? And what you find, we went back to 2012, is that the world steadily cooperated more for the better part of a decade. And around 2020, this cooperation in aggregate plateaued. Right? So we saw continued increase in cooperation, but then with a plateauing. And the argument that I'd make now is we're at an inflection point. Will this continue on this plateau? Can we kink the curve to continue the accelerating collaboration trend, or will we start to see a decline in this cooperation? The barometer gives us a way to start to measure this. The actions that we all take will determine the outcomes of the barometer. So I'll tell you that in aggregate. But underneath the aggregate, you see different trends in different features. So if we just look at the 5, what you end up finding is that 4 of the 5, by and large, have continued in a positive direction, but with peace and security materially declining. And so the story of cooperation isn't one in aggregate, but it's starting to look at the granular pieces underneath this. And with this, I'd actually like to take us through the different pillars quickly, just to give you some of the highlights, and then we'll open it up to some questions, Jane. And let me then kind of quickly take you through each of the pillars in terms of our findings, and I'll start with trade and capital. So if you look at the trends in trade and capital, you see a couple things. One, something that we all knew, a rapid escalation in cooperation, particularly around services. The growth in services up to 2020 was phenomenal, about 2x the rate of goods. Interestingly, and we talk a lot about the deterioration in goods trade lately, goods trade deterioration started earlier. Right? It started in 2020 and declined from 49% of GDP in 2020 to 41% of GDP in 2012 to 41% in 2020. So we've seen a decline in goods that had been going. The pandemic hit, and both of those dropped. Both services and goods dropped quickly, and now we've seen a rebound on both of those fronts. And you know, one of the key questions I think people are asking is, where will we go from here? You know, will goods cooperation decline? Or as we're seeing some of this diversification of supply chains and we look at FDI in emerging markets, will we see a revitalization in goods, but in a much more diversified way? Interesting question. Services has unambiguously rebounded since the pandemic, and we are seeing strong trends on this dimension. I will make one argument when I look at some of the work about the value of continuing this trend line and not letting this plateau. We've done work in our Global Institute that shows how highly interdependent the world is. And up to 40% of global GDP relies on cross-border flows. And critically, no region is an island. when you look at every region of the world, every region relies on a critical trade category for up to 25% of imports. So we're all hyper-connected, and this matters a lot, and it's been a source of growth. So I do think there's an imperative on this trades and services to figure out how do we revitalize cooperation on this dimension. If I go to the second pillar, innovation and technology, and we spend some time on pillar 2, what you see here is a steady increase in collaboration from 2012 to 2020. And this is driven economic growth, amazing sources of innovation, et cetera. From 2020, you see some real worrying signs. So the restrictions on IT products have been 5 times more restrictive than restrictions on any other products since 2020. This has been a hyper area given geopolitics. We're seeing a real clampdown. One of the other worrying signs, as I mentioned, services growing faster than goods. Well, data grew faster than services. So if services grew faster than goods by 2x, data grew 10x. In the last 2 years, cross-border trade and data has declined by 2%. It's the first time ever we're starting to see a plateauing in data trade. And finally, one of the things that's worrying for me is cross-border patents. The cross-border patents fell to its lowest level in the last decade in the last year. We're seeing a lot fewer cross-border patents. And then finally, international students have become a fraction of what they once were. So I think there's some very worrying signs as we think about the need for innovation, the need for innovation to fuel growth, that this may not just be a plateau, but left unabated, we might see reduced cooperation on the innovation and technology front. That's pillar 2. Pillar 3 tells a very different story. If we go to climate and nature, this is one that's probably the most unambiguously positive, at least from a cooperation standpoint. And I'll pick a couple different dimensions. If I look at the amount of investment that has gone into sustainability, it now tops $30 trillion. Right? This is up 68% since 2014. 82% of countries by GDP now have long-term commitments around carbon, and 34% of the global market cap have committed to science-based goals. All of these are radical changes in the last few years. But I think we all know that despite these commitments, emissions have still gone up. We have 5% higher emissions than we did in 2020. So the efficiency of that may be improving, but the aggregate is still trending the wrong way. And I think this leads to a real call of, can this collaboration and this cooperation move us from commitments to now measuring rate of progress? So it's no longer about end date goals, it's about how fast are we moving. And McKinsey committed and launched at COP28 this year a carbon transition impact framework that starts to look systematically. We did this in conjunction with 60 organizations, climate organizations, NGOs, to start to say, can we objectively measure rate of progress and start to come back to this notion of what gets measured gets done. And so a notion on this aspect of let's move from commitments and allocation to speed, right? To speed. This is pillar 3. If I go to pillar 4, which is around health and wellness, you see a story of steady progress up to 2020. And in that steady progress of cooperation, you also saw a lot of benefits. You saw massive improvements in child mortality from 2012 to 2019. You saw life expectancies improve. And then the pandemic hit, and you even saw a spike further in collaboration. This was around cross-border flows of R&D, development assistance jumping 40%, et cetera. The problem is as we move from the pandemic, we kind of lost this muscle, right? We've atrophied on this dimension. And when we look at since 2020, we've seen negative declines on several of these dimensions. And I'd make a case as we look forward, if we want to continue this impact on people's lives as well as livelihoods, a reinvigoration and cooperation, in particular around health and wellness, cross-border is going to be required. So this is pillar 4. Let me then go to the last pillar, where if climate was unambiguously positive, this pillar is unambiguously negative. And this pillar relates to peace and security, something that we know, Jane, you spoke about. But if you look at some of the metrics underneath this, and you look at fatalities, we're at an all-time high in fatalities, due to conflict, right? It passed 240,000 this year alone. When you look at cyber attacks on a different dimension, cyber attacks have gone up fourfold. It's costing us $1 trillion right now. $1 trillion due to cyber. So peace and security is not trending the right way. So let me then wrap up with a few thoughts. First, cooperation matters. And there's a lot of data that says more cooperation drives good outcomes. Second, we're at an inflection point. And this question of where we go will depend largely on the leadership of all of us. And finally, we need facts to support this. What gets measured gives us a basis for dialogue and a basis for decisioning. And we hope this barometer provides some impetus to this dialogue, not just at the aggregate level, but at the detailed level. So thank you for being part of this launch. Jane, I think we can go to some questions now, and
yeah,
that's the report.
Well, superb. We can applaud Mackenzie and Bob, can't we? Superb.
Thank you, guys.
So I just want to make a couple of comments and go to your questions. And please identify yourself and ask a question. Keep these funny-looking things on your head, because otherwise nobody will hear you, and your colleagues here won't hear you either. I didn't have them on, and I was,
I'm doing the same.
So now I'm double wired here. But just a couple observations from looking at this, and maybe they're wrong, and maybe you'll just respond briefly. I think COVID, when you look at your graph, the impact of COVID was monumental on everything. It strained, obviously, the U.S. government's capacity, and different states reacted in different ways, and we still lost a huge number of people. It obviously strained China's capacity, and China's reaction will be studied for years, but it was a very severe reaction, and when the controls were taken off, another 1 million people died. And I think we're still coming out of it. Our kids are messed up from going to school online and the rest of it, and so I just wonder if you agree that it was a gigantic inflection point across all these measures. Second point I'd make is on trade. And again, this is U.S.-centric. But sadly, in both political parties, both Democrats and Republicans, there is no center supporting trade anymore. And the anti-trade wings of both parties, I think, are really hobbling the U.S.'s ability to connect in the world. And you look at problems like supply chain, we can't grow it all ourselves and do it all ourselves. We have to be interconnected with the world. And things like decoupling scare me to death. So I just wonder if the trade piece is if you agree with that. And the final piece I'd make on peace and security is one of the weapons we've been using, we, the United States, is economic sanctions. And I would give that a mixed report card. Countries know how to work around them, think Russia. And in ways they are really hurting both U.S. business and our ability to do business around the world, that I think ends up at a bigger loss than a gain in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So I love it that you measure this, and that maybe there are a few politicians out there who will listen to facts, facts, F-A-C-T-S, fact, 5-letter word. So is trade, by the way, T-R-A-D-E. Yes, it is, a 5-letter word. And I just, I despair a bit, because without facts, without someone calmly walking us through this landscape, I think we're pretty lost. So if you have any, maybe you want to hold this, Doug, and let's go to questions and see what else everybody else has to say.
I'd love to go to questions. The only thing I would say, Jane, is I like 5-letter words more than 4-letter words.
Okay, we agree on that.
Yeah.
Right here, identify yourself, please.
Yeah.
Oh, we have mics too.
That is much easier. Kalina Anef-Jans, CFO of the European Stability Mechanism.
I can't hear you, so I'm going to
Put the mic right at your mouth.
Yeah, I think you don't have a headset, so that's the difference.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting, Bob. What I find a bit counterintuitive is indeed in the last 10 years that collaboration has become stronger.
Yes.
Being a CFO, I see a lot of decoupling, a lot of reshoring, a lot of government policies in the US with the IRA. In Europe, we also have our sovereignty policies. So why is the investment thesis we are decoupling, and you're saying we actually have been collaborating more in the last 10 years? What is the difference?
Well, so a couple thoughts on this. First, I think you have to look at the data over time, and the unambiguous improvement in cooperation really rises from 2012 to 2020, right? The dialogue around decoupling really escalated post-2020, right? If you look at a time-based series to this. And that's where you do start to see the plateauing of cooperation in general. What I would actually say, though, back to the notion of trade, and Jane spoke about it, is I think the dialogue is much more about resilience, and at least from a business perspective, resilience and the diversification of trade, as opposed to the decoupling of trade. Right? And when you start to then think about one of the things the pandemic, and you mentioned it was a shock, Jane, taught us, was that our value chains weren't very resilient. And they were susceptible to shock in ways that caused massive knock-on effects. And by the way, not just the pandemic, but the war in Ukraine, right, taught us that our energy supply chains were not that resilient. And one of the maybe silver linings to this that I see is we are starting to see an expansion of the diversification of trade, which is, in one hand, both more resilient, but it also is more inclusive. And when you look at investments in places like northern Mexico, Morocco, Vietnam, India, you are seeing supply chains that are much more diversified. So my hope through this, and to echo Ngozi at the World Trade Organization, there's an enormous opportunity if we move away from the decoupling rhetoric and actually focus more on this diversification rhetoric. That may be something that could foster cooperation and also drive inclusive growth.
Thank you. Another question over here. Question here. This is the silent majority over here. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Bob, thank you very much. And I was really excited when I learned about this.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, sorry. Isabel Hartung. So I'm a multi-advisory member. We know each other from McKinsey a long time ago. So I was really excited when I learned about this barometer, but there are like two questions in my head, and I would be keen to kind of discuss it. So first one is, could you maybe give us some insight how you're measuring?
Sorry, I can't hear.
How you're
the
measuring?
mic doesn't help me, so.
Okay, so how are you measuring this cooperation?
Yeah.
And in particular, I mean, you're not measuring outcome, but just the cooperation. Yeah? So in the end, there could be also cooperation for the worse. Yeah, I mean, just like, you know, it's like, if we look right now into Israel, Hamas, whatsoever, I mean, there are also corporations with very bad outcomes. So how do you distinguish that one? Because cooperation by definition is not good or bad, but it's just people working together.
Yeah, so that's why we focused on the metrics we focused on, right? These 5 pillars and the sub-pieces within them are positive metrics for cooperation. Right? They were chosen for a reason around this because they do correlate and can link back to studies that drive positive outcomes. Right? The kinds of outcomes that these metrics drive are things like economic growth, like inclusion in terms of growth, of how that tackles, climate change, and livelihood, life expectancy. So when we set out to look at this metric, I mean, you can look at, to your point, cooperation on any different metrics, we had to choose some metrics, right? And we chose metrics that are correlated to good outcomes in the world and said, look, let's actually focus on those, right? And the ones that are the peace and security are the inverse of what we're seeing around this, around you know, lack of or cybersecurity as opposed to cyber, and the reduction, obviously, in fatalities that occur through conflict. So it was a very careful choice about why the sets of metrics that we actually chose.
And I would just add to that, there are metrics, think metrics. And having been in 10,000 policy discussions in government over, you know, my many years, almost nobody talks about facts anymore. Nobody. They talk about they bring their ideology to the conversation, and if people don't agree with that, then they don't want to have a conversation. Conversation is probably an oxymoron. Other questions? Questions?
Yeah, we'll do one more?
We have to,
Yep.
we have to wrap.
I think we're getting one more. Yeah.
One more question. Anybody?
Yeah.
Yes,
Over.
here.
Yeah.
Hi.
My name is Sofia Elizondo. I'm a co-founder of a biotech company in AI.
Talk into that so others can hear you.
Where are
he
you
can
based?
only hear you.
In San Francisco, in
great.
Silicon Valley. And I'm really curious about your outlook for the future. Jane, you started with a really sobering introduction. Bob, you started with a relatively optimistic introduction about the progress we've had. I wish these kinds of reports were predictive, and it makes me wonder, if we could go back in time and then predict major conflicts at a global scale, what would cooperation look like on the dawn of that major conflict? So curious for your maybe closing remarks on what the future looks like, how we can use these barometers to plan for that or anticipate what may come.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Jane, should we both, do you want to comment and I'll comment as we wrap?
Okay, well, I have a recommended solution, and that is Senator Rob Portman just walked in here. He was one of the best, most constructive, most cooperative senators, and he retired, and he left. So my suggestion, everyone always asks me this, but I'm asking you, Rob, is come back. And if we want to be predictive about what will make Congress work, just one little big important place, and that is cooperation across parties. There's no monopoly on solutions. I'm sure Bob agrees with me in every sphere that he's detailed. There's no monopoly. So how do we get to the best answers? We have the best people in the room ready to deal with each other and show the political will. That's the only other comment I would make, to solve the problems. Meaning, you might lose re-election. Oh dear. But you might actually save the country and maybe even the world.
Yeah. I would 100% agree, Jane. And so I might build on two things. One is there's a human aspect to this, which is actually getting together with a solution mindset is what underpins cooperation, right? And that's kind of what you're bringing to life. And quite frankly, I think we could use more of that. Look, my hope on this is it's not about reporting the news. It's actually providing a fact base that looks to forward-looking solutions. And so that as we build these facts, and I like the 5-letter word versus the 4, that we then start to say, what are these trends telling us? And what does this then imply going forward? So for example, in your neck of the woods, if we don't like the reduction in cross-border patents, particularly in relation to health, what kind of frameworks do we need? What kind of capital flows do we need? And what kind of collaborative models do we need for institutions across borders to actually turn that trend around? And if this fact base could end up being a catalyst for discussions about what we're going to do going forward, it will start to become predictive in itself. And so I hope that we can get to some of the asks that you're raising here. And that was a bit of the aspiration in launching this with the WEF this year.
So let me close because I think, it is time, but just by saying that the WEF over years has evolved to a place now where I think it really wants to be a world organization reaching for all parts of the world, certainly including the Global South, which is central to solving a lot of these problems. But what's additive here is a storied company, McKinsey, that has produced a cooperation barometer, facts to help us get to where we need to go. And as I said, a recovering politician and a recovering attorney, Rob is both of those too. That's where I want to go. So I think we should really thank McKinsey for this, and thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jane. Thanks. Thanks, folks.
Having a role model in-house in my family was a good thing in the way that I had it clear. I could make every goal, I could reach every goal in my life, every professional goal in my life, thinking that I should be resilient, I should get knowledge, and also I should be having a clear image of what a good leader is.
But the reality also is that I was living in a bubble, because after studying, after living in that culture in my house, the reality was that when I was talking with, because then I became like scientist, and when I was relating with female communities on STEM, it was another scenario. And for me, recognizing that was also a call to action. Like, how can I help other women to recognize role models around them? That in my case was Matilde Hidalgo, but there are a few women that actually recognize female leaders that they can follow in their profession or in a local level. So Matilde actually was the first woman to vote in a national election 100 years ago in 1924. Wow. It's a good occasion to make this analogy, because the way I share what I do, because now I work on leadership, is that yes, we have our civil rights, but the problem is that in the same pace women are developing, the world expands in the same pace in inequality, and we still have that 100-year gap, if you could relate both numbers. So that's how I decided to work on developing leadership programs. My initiative is called Líderes Hub, which means Leaders Hub. And what I do is to try to connect different actors like the public sector, private sector, academy, NGOs, civil society organizations, so that we can join effort and we create these programs for free to vulnerable people, people that has no money to get education, which I know it's very important. We give them soft skills and we prepare them to see themselves not as vulnerable people, but as promoters of a specialized leadership. One of our programs is the Equitable Leadership Program, so we give them a professional certificate so that they are promoters of equity and inclusion in their workplace. This includes creating social projects, creating their own entrepreneurships, or if they finally get employed, to put that culture in the place they are working, because one of the main groups we attend are what we call in Spanish ninis, which are women that neither study nor work. And they definitely need to empower themselves so that they can see themselves also in these leadership positions in the future in a country where only 10% of those are occupied by women.
So the inequities that she experienced and kind of the pioneering steps that she took really inspired you to become what you are today, and actually finding that hub and the work that you do, which is a beautiful story, and how stories are so impactful in terms of changing and transforming our culture and society to a certain extent. And I'm going to go to Jude in that extent, because you had personal stories that not only in numbers and data, which can also move people, which scientists like myself are moved by, but you've had, I think, some of the stereotypes and myths that impacted you personally. But I'm also curious about how you think art and theater and storytelling can actually change that misperception and stereotypes as well.
Well, I should explain that I'm a theatre director by trade. I started the Wow Women of the World festivals because I was aware that pretty much any play or opera that I would direct would tell the story of the central problem of a man, and the women were kind of in attendance in various helping ways, and often they died in the consequences of it. And I really was aware that actually, while we kept on repeating the stories of men, assuming that they were mankind, that they were humanity, that we were actually unable to give women their stories, and therefore we were unable to give them their rights. And I was aware that, for example, there's only one play that I'm aware of that talks about women's infertility, and that's Lorca's Yema. I have never seen a play where they discuss menopause. I've never seen a play where somebody says, "Excuse me, I'm having a bad period this month." You know, very simple thing. I've never heard a play where a woman discusses the problem of breastfeeding. The many, many things that affect women, I've never seen plays discuss those. So the reason I started WOW Women of the World was because I wanted women of all kinds, of all backgrounds, from right across the world, to share stories, not always plaintive or problematic, but of the fact that, you know, everything about their lives is valid and important, but also very unknown, kind of amazing when people find out, oh, I didn't realise, I didn't know, etc. And we do WOWs in all over the world, and I'm just going to give you one story from a WOW about medicine, as it were, and then relate it back to me in person. So we did a WOW in Somaliland, and in Hargeisa, and one of the things that we did was I was taken by the previous First Lady, who was a midwife, to see the hospital that had been built for childcare and for training maternity nurses. There was no hospital, and none of the men would build the hospital. And she said, well, I will train women, I'll build the hospital. And they said, well, you can't, because women are not able to be, women haven't got permission to do bricks. And she said, yes, but I'm a First Lady, I can do anything. So she learned how to make bricks, and she then trained a whole lot of women to build the hospital. She then trained them to be midwives. And even so, having built the hospital and trained the midwives, the women coming to have cesareans, for example, or a difficult birth, still have to get permission from their husbands, who might not even be anywhere near, in terms of time, travel, to give permission. So, on the one hand, you've got these, you know, really determined situations where women's health is put into jeopardy because of you know, tradition and practice. But then you skip to me, you know, first world woman, bloody, bloody, blah. When I had my first miscarriage, I actually knew nothing about miscarriage. And I didn't realise that 1 in 4 women miscarry. I didn't realise anything at all because we never discussed miscarriage.
Yeah, there's a lot of shame.
It was kind of a bit of a... when I had my first child and went into labour, I actually thought I had food poisoning because I didn't really understand where pain happened. So I thought it was a lentil soup I'd made. And when I had my second child, he died of a cot death, and he was 9 weeks old. Again, I had absolutely nobody to turn to discuss it, except that the kind of general feeling I had from social services, from the police, and from the doctors was that, are you sure I didn't sort of sit on him or something? I mean, you know, so it made me realise that all the silencing around the body, the silencing around things to do with women, it carries on through every society. Yes. And it means that women who should be equipped to discuss with each other and help each other, even we are not equipped properly. And I'll finally say this, which is that by having a world historically that has prevented women from being experts, and even if they are experts, they've often been sort of almost demonized into, you know, possible witches or whatever for their expertise. By not allowing women to be experts, we've created for ourselves a kind of deference towards authority. And that combined with the idea that, you know, it's not nice for women to be pushy. We don't know how to speak about our health rights. We don't know how to ask for them. We don't know how to insist on them. And I'll go to my fourth anecdote about myself, which is when my son was run over in Italy, I literally had to stand up like this, get out of my seat while the male doctor told me what was happening, and if I didn't stand up for him, he'd walk out of the room. And it was a sort of, I mean, perhaps that's not like that in Italy now, this is a few years ago, but it was a feeling that it was not up to me as a woman to question authority or to know better even about my own symptoms. And my daughter, who suffers from fibroids, has found it incredibly hard to get treatment because the doctors kept saying, it's period pains, it's period pains. So to get finally a scan, anyway, I could go on. Yeah. But really what I'm saying is, this is not about other women.
Yes.
And it's not about people in other parts of the world. It's about all of us together in one world.
Yeah. And so powerfully said, Jude, and just the panel up here is quite representative of different parts of the world. And as you mentioned, culturally, I think there's that silence, there's that shaming, that there is that unknown, and there's that challenge of actually standing up for health and wellness of women. And there's so many unknowns. And one of the things in silos that I know, Bjorn, you're working on is breaking down some of those silos through training. And you've witnessed, not directly, but indirectly, some of the impacts in surgery and how women and men are treated. Would love to hear a little bit more of your experience there.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, thank you for sharing these stories. They're incredibly touching and resonating. I can talk about surgery, and surgery is a very specific area, and it's a luxury good. So, or luxury service, I'd have to say. So if we're talking about access to surgery, first of all, it's a first world service, and then it's a very expensive one. So the financial element of it, and we looked into this before for this panel, is a big one. So even in countries like Germany, women don't get as many appointments with surgeons just because they're in different insurance brackets, just because they have a different financial background, and that's the same in the United States or elsewhere. So there's that problem of access. We don't impact that directly, and I have not worked with that directly, but we have an impact in another area, and that's where I shared with you a personal story. About 15 years ago, I was studying in the US, and I read a case study actually together with my sister, who's here today, and we read about a female surgeon in Stanford and about her experience becoming a surgeon. And it was incredible to read that story because she was top of the class, white, very good looking, and she had a super strong struggle to get through residency and drop out. And it was incredible because this was Stanford, you know, wealthy background, everything there, and even that surgeon had these issues. And when we look into the data with care syntax being used as training, we see that female residents in surgery are dropping out much more often than male. Women who are training to become doctors choose surgery, I think only 10% or 14% of the times as a specialty. So there's a massive gap in access of women to become surgeons. And why does that matter? Well, it matters because what we discussed earlier, female doctors can take better, or do statistically spoken, take better care of women. So because we don't have women in surgery, it means that just statistically spoken, as a woman, you have less of a chance, even let's take this financial part, side apart, that you get appropriate treatment, care before, during, and after the surgery. And so what can we do about it? One, we have some tech that can capture during the residency or for accreditation the information about the skills without bias. So we're removing this kind of one-on-one relationship between senior surgeon and trainee with a tech platform, which, basically where you cannot see, is it a woman, is it a person of color who is doing the surgery, and that's been shown statistically significant to decrease this bias. And the other point is what we talked about and what some of the women that we work with call, like, I don't exactly know why, but I think it's Beyonce related actually. They call it a grapefruit moment or something like this. Like, we need to publish this. We need to show the data about this bias, and we need to show the impact. And that's going back to this question around diagnostic data, very easy to stratify and differentiate that there is a bias. In therapy, much more difficult.
Yes.
Much more difficult, but shown to be the case.
Yeah, and interesting you say that, because even in therapy, I remember seeing a study, it was in Ontario with over 1.2 million patients, and they found that female surgeons actually had higher quality outcomes in all kind of measures. And yet, you know, it wasn't just for female patients, it was all patients around. And yet we still see some of the biases that are just, even, as you said, in very privileged settings where female doctors are less likely to be called doctors versus male doctors. So even very basic things like that. So I think, as you said, there's opportunities, and you're working on some of those opportunities to actually break some of those silos and gaps. And I'm going to go to Sophie because, you know, we've talked about privileged settings, but you work with some of the most disadvantaged and vulnerable populations. And it's courageous work, it's very brave work. And I imagine in those settings, that's where they would require healthcare support to be there for them. What have you seen, and what would make a difference for some of the women that you work with?
Yeah, so modern slavery at the moment affects 50 million people around the world. 70% of that number is women and girls. So we have to think about 70% of 50 million is mainly women and girls. So this is and I also say that modern slavery is a public health issue, because most of the time, the biggest impact that happens when you go through trauma is on your body, right? And the reality is that when you're working with marginalized group, apart from gender, right, there are other things. For all the things that you're talking about in terms of access to leadership, access, the biases, for marginalized group, it's 3 times, 4 times more. Most of survivors of trafficking cannot be able to access even the hospitals that would be able to essentially then get them to a point of diagnosis, right? So we are talking about really extreme levels of not having access to that. So I think the idea that this is the discussion around this being a women's issue is also really being able to talk about this in a more nuanced way, that it's not all women are not the same. What are different privileges, and how can we make sure that, you know, we are working to get access to the most vulnerable? I'm a survivor of trafficking, and one of the things that most survivors, even in terms of care and the protection that organizations give, health is one of the most expensive. So it's expensive, it's inaccessible, and most of the time in the continuum of care that survivors get, survivors cannot be able to access like surgery or those things. So we have so many survivors who are living with terminal conditions and cannot be able to access help. I'm one of the most, I would say, privileged survivors out there. And since we are talking about like personal stories, it took around 7 years for me to get a diagnosis for an autoimmune disease that's as a result of childhood trauma. And statistics out there show that 70%, more than 80% of, if you go through childhood abuse, you're most likely to suffer from terminal, chronic illnesses, whether you are talking about high blood pressure, an autoimmune disease. And most of it, again, it's the bias. I consistently went to the same hospital for 7 years with random symptoms, and they could not be able to put together that I had an autoimmune disease. So it's stories, and you can imagine in different women who cannot, different survivors who cannot be able to access that. So even as we're talking about, I love that basically the numbers are coming out, and we are talking about the bias, the fact that you can show up with symptoms and people really don't think that you can be able. But for me, one of the things that the Global Fund is really pushing for is also this idea that we need to be more intersectional in our approach. Like, most of us need to talk to each other. I feel like everyone, the people working in women in leadership are in one silo. The people working on science are in one silo. Those of us who are working with women who are facing abuse are on a different silo. And yet all of us are working with women who are being impacted by the same issues. And I'm glad that we are saying it's the experience of women, and the assumptions being made about women, the assumptions being made, for example, about Black women, about, pain. So it's simple things. I was speaking to my brother. my brother and I went to hospital one time, and I know many women have had this experience with the same symptoms, and he got a different set of medication for the same symptoms that I have, and the only reason is because I'm a woman, and that's something to really, so apart, I like that the data is there. I would want us to combine the stories and make sure that this is relatable, because part of the problem with having data like that also is that when it's not connected to very specific contexts, and as you're saying, the stories are not there, then it just becomes something else that we are consistently quoting, but it doesn't make the impact that we want it to.
Oh, what a powerful way to connect the dots, because what you're really talking about is how our, there's so many different factors that determine our health. It's education, it's income, it's gender, it's environment, it's our own, where we live, where we're born, all of those things. And if we look at one thing in silo, it's actually not looking at multiplicative or exponential impacts of when all of those factors come in together. So I'm curious about, and I'm going to open it up to anyone that wants to give their thoughts on how do we actually break this cycle and empowerment, as well as look for more that system level solutions, because I think we want to be hopeful in this area. We have seen progress, and I think it's an important area that we look at in that holistic way. I've got Jude first.
Well, I do think it's about creating forums that aren't symposiums or conferences, although symposiums and conferences are important, and here we are at one, because those are the places where experts gather to talk about other people. Of course, we talk about ourselves as well, but we mainly talk about other people. And, not advertising WOW in particular, but WOW was a reason I created forums for thousands of ordinary men and women to come together to share outside silos. Because professional women, for example, are often groomed by the culture that they're in to not speak of the other things that they're dealing with that are stressful, about childcare, about dealing with aging parents, about the financial jeopardy they can be in because they have not the same pay, all of these things. So once you establish that women are essentially second class within a system worldwide, then that second classness occurs at every point. It's financial, it's health, it's legal, etc. And this is not to be a doom monger, but I agree with you that until we understand it systemically and not just on individual themes, and until we also understand that depending on which number of biases you're dealing with, as in race, disability, sexuality, etc., this will also have an impact. And we're beginning to use this language. We are beginning to use a language. But this has to be a language which the ordinary non-expert person is able to summon and understand. Because otherwise, each person internalises it as their shame and their fault. And we have to, it's very interesting what you just said about insurance. That was fascinating and frightening. To be in a different insurance bracket and therefore not able to access the same surgery. This is information which we need to give to people and they need to ask for. So I think many more sort of democratic forums for everybody to come together and admit that they're not, they might be an expert in one thing, but they're not in another thing, and live that out, lived experiences.
That connection, dialogue, it sounds like also coming together to empower, engage, and to finding solution across different systems. I've got Sophie, Bjorn, and Jody as well.
I think we also just can't, what is this? We can't brush away, and I like what you've said. We can't brush away the fact that essentially we live in a world where female bodies, like women's bodies, are legislated upon, they are discussed, they are, and around the world, what we are seeing is, a backtrack of rights that women had fought for, For me, what is most frightening is to see how much people try to control women's body in different ways, but then don't give the same access when it comes to something as necessary as public health, right? As wellness, as thinking about how do women thrive. So I think talking about, again, inequality, we cannot take this information and treat it as independent of what is an everyday woman's experience. So the story has to be that because women, as you're saying, because women are treated as second-class citizens, therefore, in health, in access to everything, then they become vulnerable to all these things. So the story, I think the narrative is really, really important. Yes. And I love that this panel brought different people, so you're able to hear the perspective from different angles, because it's not always easy to do that. In most cases, this panel would have been full of doctors, right? And geeking over the data itself.
You're so right. You're very right. And that sociocultural context and social, like that expectations that are sometimes the weight that women, girls carry. So that is a factor that through narratives and storytelling and these sorts of engagements that we can start to break. And I'm just going to give a bit of a heads up for folks that audiences, a couple of minutes we'll go to audiences for your questions. The toughest questions I hear will come from that side of the room. So I think I've got Bjorn, Jody, and we'll turn to the audience. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to share one of the reasons why I'm sitting here. One is because I'm passionate about the topic, but the other one, and that's maybe interesting information, is actually this problem is known to policymakers, decision makers, and people that have capital, and we use it to drive adoption of tech. And I think technology and capital are the most powerful driving forces of change. So if you look about how can you leverage that in this context? If you had a symptom checker AI that would have seen, Sophie, all your symptoms and been able to map that, not unlikely, pretty quickly the conclusion that there is, something off here, and maybe even not unlikely that you would have been able to be diagnosed very quickly. So, what I think a thesis, a hypothesis could be is if you choose, because you could also now go after AI and say, oh, AI is also biased and so on, but if you're looking at how we can address, let's say, 80% of the problems that we talked about, I think a lot of it can be done with tech and capital. And if we use the awareness of the topic to pressure decision makers and policy in the healthcare system, on the insurance side, to adopt tech to address that. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think that could be, or that is for us at least, for me as a tech guy and as an investor and so on, is a very, very good argument to get people to change the way, people in healthcare, to change the way that they do things, they reimburse things. So yeah, I think it's an interesting idea to look into, because it's all about, in the end of the day, the capital flows, and how do we make sure it gets into something that addresses the fundamental issue that we understand from the data side.
Yeah, it's resources and technology that's intentional, actually, looking at this. And quickly go to Jody, and I know audiences have questions.
So, in my experience, coming from a country like Ecuador, considering leadership is transversal in every sector, what happened in our case was that I am a postgraduate professor, and I wanted my university and academy to give back to community. But they were, it was a private university, like in that sense, they were not maybe willing to do so. So I was kind of forced to be a social entrepreneur, trying to do the things that I knew because of data and the research we were doing on leadership that would work. And what we do in our programs is that with the companies or the organizations we are working on, we focus on two things. Yes, it's true. Women need to have this self-empowerment and confidence in themselves and be able to auto-promote about what they have reached. Yes, sometimes we talk about the imposter syndrome, but this is not the fault of the woman. We fall again in that narrative. It's the way they react because they don't feel included. The problem is the organizational culture. So we have to work in both aspects, like giving the soft skills to women, but also to make organizations recognize that they have to be equal in the treatment of women and men, which we were talking previously. And one thing that we found was that when a woman reaches a leadership position, she commits a mistake, she's a human, but when it comes to correct what she has done, men tend to have their low punishment, but when it comes to the woman, they immediately retire from the company. And that's a terrible thing because if you talk with youth, they see that the scenario as a woman, they see, oh my God, I'm gonna leave the company through the small door, how we call it, no through the big door, like recognizing the good things she has done in that organization. And that immediately puts a message in the brain of a woman saying, I don't want to be that stressed woman in that leadership position because she's constantly feeling pressured about every decision she makes. And that's the reason why we have this percentage, like not having women in those spaces.
Well, thank you, Jody. I saw a hand appear and over there, so I'm going to go to those questions. And I know there's a lot of comments that people are interested in terms of leadership too. I think you can speak in any language, German, Italian, and French, and we can translate as well. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, I think the lady in pink was first, and then the gentleman in blue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Renate Hahn. I have behind me more than 30 years as an official of the European Union Commission, who is known as a regulator. I've heard, first many thanks to the multiple dimensions that you have presented. I have heard as a proposal for a solution, capital and tech, very strongly from you. Perhaps it would come similarly from you. With my background, my question is, what solutions could come from regulators? Going back to just what we have seen in the little flyer text for this session, the issue that, phase 3 tests are only done with men for medication to come on markets, that is probably something that could easily be changed by regulators. What other tips and solutions would you propose for regulators to give the right incentives?
Lucy, did you want to speak first?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to start, and this is a great conversation. Thank you for raising it, because part of this is we can all take action, including regulators, right? So I think what we see is a policy landscape that's very diverse across countries when it comes to the opportunities to, for example, think about what are the requirements in terms of understanding those sex-based differences when we're developing products for men and women and non-binary individuals, for example, right? And so I think there's opportunities and it varies by country, right, in terms of having the right framework to encourage product development that meets the needs of individuals. Because I think, as Jude alluded to earlier, for too long, we've had a healthcare system thinking of human health, really men's health, right? And women were just a smaller version of a man. And so how do we encourage the development of innovation that supports the needs of individuals is one of the biggest opportunities that I see.
I think that's an important area, and one of the things that I've seen that's been quite impactful is also have equity analysis built into any kind of new policy, any kind of procurement, any kind of research, so that that's actually done, and it can be done quite broadly beyond gender as well.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sahi Bayramli. I'm coming from Germany. I study global health and hygiene policies at the University of Bonn. I'm originally coming from Afghanistan, where the women are not allowed to go to work or go to school and learn and educate themselves. So that's the point. When we are talking about women, actually we are talking about children and families. All the society parts that are matters. I would say if that is the point, and my question is specifically for Mrs. Perez and Mrs. Lozano. So the women are always the unpaid workers of the families, and they are the most vulnerable groups of the families. And DALYs, the disability adjusted life years and the health qualities are also not as good as male population of the countries. So from where should we start to change the roles for women to be not just the population who is constantly in need, but the part of the community and active members of the society? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll start with Jody and go to Lucy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would say it's not, okay. I would say that it's not that women are not willing to have that voice heard. Like, we are falling again in this idea of the imposter syndrome, or maybe that the woman is the only one that needs to do something to actually reach these spaces, like in my case, talking about leadership. So again, I would say it's a thing that needs to be worked as in a culture, make conscious about the problems, identify them, recognizing that it's not just the fault of the woman, but it's her, like we always ask women to act with emotional intelligence, but how can you still do that if the environment is so aggressive on you? So we always have like this double thought, should I speak out? Then I'm losing my kindness, which is a personality trait, but one thing I would like to share is that in our studies we have found that women, at least in Ecuador, have a better profile for being leaders. They are getting more education, they are graduating more professionally than men, but then what's going on with the reality? So we are following all the steps we need to follow, but then again, we crash through this wall where the reality is other, where women are not valued as they should, that are not seen as the leaders they are because they have the traits. And a recent publication of Harvard said that now for being a leader, a key trait is to be kind, respect other people, which actually that's the summary. And women living in this world that it's always attacking them has developed that trait pretty well. So we need to start looking at women as the value, for the value they have. It's a cultural aspect, I would say.
Cultural perspectives and context. Lucy?
I wanted to follow up on your comment around the economic contributions of women being undercounted for too long. And indeed, particularly when you look at those contributions, be it work in the household as caregivers, right? This is unfortunately not considered most times, right, as we think about the economic contribution. When you look at that and then compound the health effects, and that's, you know, the work that we looked at, when women are sick, when they're not in poor health, and those responsibilities do not go away, they still have to be mothers. They still have to take care of household chores. They have to cook. They have to go to the store or to go get water from the well. And so it is an additional burden that we're putting on women, hence the emphasis on health, right, as an enabler of being able to be, you know, much more active, you know, in the choices that they want to make about their life, right, in terms of whether it is that they want to have a particular type of job, that they want to have more children, whatever choice they want to make. Being in good health is foundational to then be able to contribute to their families, their communities, their societies more broadly. Hence this emphasis on how can we close that health gap. And then, of course, that economic contribution follows. But I like to emphasize, you know, the individual impact, you know, it has on all of us. Because, I mean, you ask any woman in this audience, and I think we all have those stories to share of how health has gotten in the way.
And I've got Sophie and Jude.
Yep. So I think it's good that you brought the issue of unpaid care work, because a lot of the work that we do in modern slavery spaces, around forced labor, and around all those, around what is decent and dignified work. And the reality is that when you look at most of the industries that women work, right, naturally, and where their strengths are placed, that's where most of the unpaid work sits. So it's not just, as you're saying, it's not just it's the experience that there's a huge continuum, even as we are calling it unpaid work, right? Most of it sometimes really borders forced labor. We have so many women who are forced to marry into families specifically for labor so that they can provide unpaid care work. So being able to quantify that, and you're saying in terms of health, it's important. So it's important for us to think about what our definition of decent and dignified work is. And when you look, even if you look at that definition of decent and dignified work, most of the industries and most of the things that measure what that is not what how women are being treated in the workplace and how women are experiencing the world of work. So talking about the world of work and women's health also becomes extremely important. I think it's really important for us to really dig into why it's okay for women to consistently provide unpaid care work.
I know that both Jude and Bjorn also would like to respond to this, and I'll just ask and see whether there's other audience questions. So, well, there's quite a few. So if we could quickly respond, and then I'll go to the audience questions. Go ahead, Jude.
Okay, well, very quickly. I mean, unpaid work for women carries on their entire life because grandmothers take over. As working women can't cope and childcare is so difficult to deal with, grandmothers step in again. And none of this is factored into GDP, the unpaid work. And if it was, then we could recalibrate the economies in a very different way. And this morning, talking about AI and the possibilities and the jeopardies, you know, we have gone from a world which had no digital literacy to a world where the digital literacy gap is very wide. However, we have a lot of digital literacy, and we did that because we needed to and we wanted to. We could move, to take your question, from a world that is organized around family ignorance, because the woman is mainly educating the family and she is kept ignorant or allowed to be ignorant. And actually, if we were able to kind of rethink how we wanted to motor forward a society, we could easily become humanitarianly literate and gender literate very quickly. The trouble is we keep asking women to solve the problem, and women have the least power. And actually, it would be great if men decided that this was something that they wanted to accelerate because it was as exciting as AI. Yes. And I personally think it is.
Bjorn?
Yes, I just wanted to connect, maybe hopefully it connects all in a way together, because you asked from a regular perspective. And yes, absolutely. There is a massive impact because the way that in healthcare is transacted based on reimbursement codes. So 3 trillion every year in the EU spent based on reimbursement codes. If you had reimbursement codes include some sort of measure of data capture around, you know, biased spend, or even just data capture as such, you could drive massive impact, because that's basically where the insurance, or where the capital meets the service in healthcare, and that's the biggest lever. So I would say it's, from my perspective, it would have the biggest impact if the regulator would somehow structure a way how to compensate access, or equal access.
Wonderful. I know that we're actually running quite short on time, and there's quite a few hands up, and I'll just say I think there'll be some opportunities to ask questions thereafter, but I'll just take one more question and one response, because we've got last question for the panelists as well. One at the back I'm seeing. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Taiwo. I'm CEO of Alluvium, a tech company that has a lot of women that work in tech and engineering in Nigeria, the UK, and the US. So as I sit and I listen to quite a lot of the very, very good points that's been made, something comes to mind and I want to ask a question. So as intentional as leaders can be to make work for women, women have to be able to speak about things that impact them outside of work that then impact their work. What can leaders do to encourage that conversation? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jody, seems like this is in your area of study.
Yes.
Briefly.
Well, in this case, it's a tough question because we need to constantly work on the creation of a culture where people is vulnerable maybe to talk about the problems they have outside that can influence their work in the workplace. So I'm also part of the Global Shapers community, which is an initiative of the World Economic Forum, where we develop different social activities in favor of our locality, like for our cities. And we are trying also to make conscious about what's the role of the leader. The leader should not be somebody that you cannot reach, if we talk about leader or we talk about professionally, somebody trying to reach their goals, is not somebody that always have to accomplish a certain profile, professional or leadership profile, but vulnerability needs to be there also. We need to be able to talk about the different situations we live on, but we also need to make that in a regular way. We make, in our case, for example, regular surveys, and it's kind of interesting to realize that interests and problems from members change every 2 months. So maybe we will never have like a correct answer and a quick formula and a stable formula that will work during not even an entire year. We need to keep asking and keep looking for solutions, be open to be creative, innovate in that sense, and trying to approach all the different problems we have by the time we have it. Maybe we won't have a solution in the long term, but it's something that we need to treat or to have a focus on it in the short term constantly, like a constant activity.
Thanks so much, Jody, and thank you so much for your participation and engagement. I know that we're almost out of time, so I'm going to shorten my last question to you. One word to describe your emotion or one word to describe future of women and health and gender equity from our discussion today. How do you feel about it? One word description. So it's okay, Lucy, Sophie looks like she might be ready.
No,
Do you want?
I'm not ready.
Well, I am an optimist, so hopeful will be my word.
Hopeful. Sophie?
I think that's my word too. I'm hopeful. The numbers are now there. The conversation is starting. There's room for imagination.
Okay, Jude, sorry.
Creative.
Creative. And Bjorn?
Can I choose both?
Creative. Hopeful and creative.
Action. We need to take action and work on that.
Wonderful. Well, all together, I think we've heard a wonderful dialogue of how there's so many things that connect the dots across systems. There's so many ways for us to take action, and there's reasons, $1 trillion reasons, 75 million years, reasons for us to take action. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating today, and thank you so much to the panelists for engaging in the conversation.
change in the structure of the EU. I think the structure we have now can't cope with that amount of new member state and a country as big as Ukraine. So time is pressing. Going back to economics, the question was, well, one question was, have we to do the same, spending billions of money for subsidies for industries as the US is doing? And actually, I think we should not. I hope not, but maybe we have to do. From my perspective, there are two forms of subsidies. One is good and one is not so good. The good one is sometimes we have to create markets to solve the hen and the egg problem. Let's talk about hydrogen. Everyone is talking and wants hydrogen in the 2030s, but it's not there. But we have to invest in the grid. We have to create a market for that, and that is a political job we have to do. This is a good form of subsidies, spending money into a development that is wanted by the society, maybe the governments, and in the best of all our worlds, society and government are wanting the same, but it's not there. This is the right form for subsidies. And the bad one is that we want to steal the industries from others. And the IRA is maybe also a little bit of the first one, but actually it is very aggressively directed also into the industries of other countries. And I hope that we are not doing the same, because this leads directly to the subsidy race we all want to avoid. And this brings us also to financial limits. And I can you concrete stories of companies. When I became minister in 2022 or end of 2021, that had made investments decisions in Europe, in Germany. And half a year later, they came up and say, oh, well, now there's the IRA, now we're moving to the US, except you give us million euros more. Then we stay. And then we had to pay the money, otherwise they went away. So this is not sustainable economics. But in a way, I can't let it happen. So if this is not the best of all worlds, but if I have to live and act in the gray world, then I act gray. So then I'm willing to spend the money, though I think it's wrong. So the best would be that the US and the EU, after the elections, we both have elections in this year, come together and remember that once there was a point of time where economic cooperation was of added value to both our economies. I hope we have both governments and commissions that are able to think that way.
So we've got about 45 seconds left. Does anyone want to comment, whether either of you want to comment on what the Vice Chancellor's just said?
I just wanted to...
Because this issue of the subsidy race and the zero-sum nature of it, and I have my own concerns about Bidenomics, it seems to me a very important one. But maybe you can only start getting into the negotiation if you've got money, which is actually an issue for the US too.
I'm not advocating for bigger subsidies, not at all. I am advocating for a clear strategic roadmap in which we align on how do we make Europe more competitive. And you know, then it's only through the conversation between the public and the private sector that we will be able to see what are the financial means and resources that are necessary and where is this coming from. So once again, it's not only a matter of subsidizing growth, but it's actually aligning and making choices on what are the priorities guiding us, the public and private sector, to boost Europe competitiveness. And we have to do this very decisively. We need to definitely do it very decisively. I mean, we cannot compete with the US in terms of financial resources at this time. I mean, Jose Maria mentioned AI. We are lagging behind, right, on something which is going to be transformative to the world. We have invested $17 billion in 2023 in Europe, while the US has invested. Private equity and venture capital have deployed $23 billion, right? So, you know, let's align on strategic priorities. Let's develop the roadmap. less focus on implementation, because at the end it's a bit simple, it's a bit of a simplification. But the more complexity we bring to the equation, the more we are going to lag behind.
I knew this would happen because this is a huge subject which we're trying to cover in a very, very short time. All I would say at the moment is that what I take from this is there's an agreement that there's a very big problem. There's agreement that this very big problem has a lot to do with the structure of Europe politically and institutionally, which is, and finally, that it's very, very hard to change this. My response, I think you said one thing that is encouraging, which is, of course, goes all the way back to Monet, which is Europe is built on and in crisis. And this is beginning to look like quite a serious crisis in the economic situation of Europe. So maybe one should take the optimistic view that political pressure from below to fix it will actually allow for quite radical changes. And may I finally say, I do hope we don't get into an open-ended zero-sum subsidy war across the world. I think that's going to be very unproductive.
Can I have a second thought that gives us some hope? May I? No.
I will be killed if you do, but I'm happy to be killed. So I'll give you.
Because you started with the Brexit, and when Brexit happened, there was talk about a Dexit and Italy exit or whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing of it happened.
Yes.
And I met my colleagues on the other side of the tunnel in Great Britain, and this is a conservative government, and I have the feeling that they are not too happy with the Brexit.
Yeah, so no, I think that's
right
true.
Right now, they wouldn't have voted for it, I guess.
That is
so there is hope. Yeah, people can learn.
Well, maybe the really important point, I'd like to tell my European continental friends that we've done you an enormous favor by eliminating similar ventures by anybody else. This is probably a necessary but not sufficient condition for solving your problems.
But it gives hope, actually. Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good discussion.
Could be, and to you, Minister from Nigeria, also on the diplomacy. I think we need more diplomacy and not less diplomacy, and both in Gaza, Ukraine, US, China, North, South, East, West. It doesn't hurt to talk. It doesn't hurt to have a dialogue, and that is what we're trying also here in Davos. I'm being asked 3 times this morning about people that are invited to Davos. Why did they invite her? Why did we invite him? We don't agree with them. Exactly, that's why they're here, because we can have a dialogue. If you only then deal with the people you agree with, then there will be conflicts. There will be no further understanding. And of course, that's part of the whole disinformation agenda. If you look at something, the algorithms just make sure that you look even more at something that is even more extreme than you look at. Maybe it wasn't extreme at all, but it was a little bit edgy. So thank you very much to the panel. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give them a big applause.
Undervaluing nature in our businesses and investment portfolios. Thank you.
We owe thanks to you, David, because you took the baton and you've been the hugest champion to make this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
So I think these are sort of very briefly the humanitarian situation we are hearing. The food, water, health, fuel, shelter, the education has basically stopped. So these are major crises, but also working on the ground, some of the challenges faced by the staff and volunteers has been, of course, a major mental health challenge on themselves, because a lot of them also have lost their families. The access is an issue, and of course the safety is also an issue. A number of staff and volunteers have been killed by now. So major humanitarian gaps inside Gaza, but also the safety and access for the workers remains a major challenge.
Can I also ask you, because you read about the border, so for people to be able to understand, if you have some reading on then the situation, particularly with Rafah, how does it actually work right now?
Yeah. So basically, I witnessed that myself. Of course, that was in the early days. So mostly what happens is the goods coming from Egypt, as you know, the northern Sinai, Al Aris, that's where the goods get collected, that's where the warehouses are, and that's where the trucks get loaded into. And once the trucks get loaded, they have to go through a scanner, it's scanned in the Egyptian side, just to make sure that the Egyptian authorities are compatible with what are crossing the border. And then they go to Rafah border, and from there they had to drive around 60 kilometers to go to the scanner managed by the Israeli authorities. So they have to pass through the Israeli scanner and drive 60 kilometers back. So basically 120 kilometers they drive just to get the security clearance through the scanner. And if the truck is rejected, it means that then they have to go back to Al Aris, offload and unload again. So once they come from the scanners, then they cross from the Rafah border inside Gaza, and there they have to offload the goods coming from Egyptian trucks into the Palestinian trucks. And then they get distributed, working with all the other organizations working together. It gets distributed. And there a lot of challenges is, of course, there had been restriction on the number of trucks that can enter. But also, even if more trucks enter, the challenges is with the fuel on in Gaza side has been, in the early days, it was a major challenge. It still remains a challenge. But also then getting the trucks and the drivers to get to the areas where it is needed the most, particularly in the northern Gaza, becomes very, very difficult.
Thank you. And finally, if I could just, because you, as I said at the beginning, you work with all those national society. So after the attack on October 7th, also help us understand what Magen David Adom was doing within Israeli society.
I think
that's part of your federation as well.
Primarily their support was basically getting the injured to the hospital, because they have been very strong on the emergency medical services. So that's sort of initially that's sort of the major support they provided in the early days, and then increasingly, of course, providing support to the families, and of course there is also. There are missiles coming still into Gaza, both from southern Lebanon and also from Gaza. So, if they sort of hit any habited areas, and if anybody is injured, or if they need support
in Israel, okay.
in Israel, they do that.
Okay, thank you so much for this 360 of what your organization is doing right now. If I could move to UNICEF. So obviously you're known by the work that you're doing for children, and obviously children are immensely affected by the war, and there is a lot of suffering. So how do you see the situation on the ground from your colleagues that you have there? If you can also just describe to us the situation as you see it.
Look, if there's one word that would describe the situation of children in Gaza, it's catastrophic. Rewind, catastrophic. That's just what it is. There is no one and nowhere that it's safe to be as a child in Gaza at this moment. Children and civilians face the 3D. Death from the sky, disease from the lack of safe water, as Jagan was highlighting, and deprivation because of the sheer lack of food. Now, let me elaborate on all three of them. One, on the death. Let's not forget that we are 100 days into a terrible conflict which started with horrific, atrocious acts in Israel. But we now have well over 23,000, close to 24,000 people reportedly killed, and reportedly about 59,000 people injured, maimed, and God knows how many are killed still under the rubble. 70% of those are women and children. 70%. That's what comes from the sky. In terms of drinking water, people in Gaza at the moment have 1.5 to 2 liters of water each day for everything. For cooking, for drinking water, for hygiene, everything. The minimum standard in emergencies worldwide is 15 liters. The critical threshold for survival is 3 liters. That is what we're talking about, catastrophic. And then coming to the food situation. As Jagan was mentioning, this is nothing short of catastrophic, and we have never seen the levels of deprivation. Let me reiterate that. We have not seen the levels of deprivation we are seeing now. We have 100% of the population in Gaza that is categorized in IPC 3, food insecurity. That's crisis. 50% of the population in IPC category 4, and no less than 25%, so 1 in 4, in IPC category 5. That means catastrophic levels of food insecurity. And all of this happened in the time span of 3 months. So this is not just the depth and the severity of the crisis that's affecting children, it is also the speed within which this has happened, and we need urgent collective action to really address the situation for children on the ground. As we have said before in UNICEF, Gaza is a graveyard for children, and we cannot allow that to continue. So if you want, I'm happy to talk about a few of the things that are needed.
Please.
So we call it the 4R, just to keep it very brief. 1, we need the R for reach. As humanitarian actors, all of us together, we need to reach people in need, children, civilians, women. For that, we need 2 things. We need access. We need not 2 border crossings, we need more border crossings, including in the north, where reportedly we don't know about 300,000 people are that have hardly seen any humanitarian assistance. We need, in addition to that, for REACH, an immediate humanitarian safe ceasefire. Right? We cannot move from A to B if bombs are falling, and people cannot come to distribution sites. So access means border crossings and a humanitarian ceasefire. Secondly, we need respect for international humanitarian law. We have not lost as many UN staff as we have ever in the history of the UN as now, 152, and I know, Jigan, you have also suffered tremendous losses. Our condolences to you as well. But we also know that 73% of schools are damaged, 70% of primary health care is damaged according to WHO, 50% of municipal wash facilities. So we really need to talk about how war is not our thing. We care about children. Every child is the same, but we need basic facilities so we can enable basic services to be delivered for children. So that's the reach, it's the respect. We need resources, all of us, all humanitarian actors. We're critically underfunded to deliver what is needed. And last and not least, let's not forget there are still children abducted. As far as we know, at least two. One of them, a small child that was abducted when he was 9 months old, will turn 1 year tomorrow. These children need to be released safely, unconditionally, and immediately back to their families in Israel. It can be done, but critically, it's not happening at the moment.
Thank you. And also, of course, you said it also in, of course, the October 7th attack, a lot of children perished as well, which, so overall, this is just confirms how we need to work toward peace long term, which brings me to you, Samer, because as you know, the World Economic Forum has been always committed to providing a platform to when there is a different situation, and hopefully at one point the guns will fall silent, that the region can move to a sustainable, peaceful solution, just to say that. But we are where we are, so I mentioned at the beginning that you are now very active on the humanitarian front, so if you can tell us a little bit about what you're doing, and I know you also have some proposals.
Basically, I think we have to realize that we cannot depend only on the international community and humanitarian aid. We, as a Palestinian private sector, trying to help as much as we can. But using this audience and your good offices, I have 4 specific requests, which I think will help the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Number 1, hospitals. As we all know, there were 45 hospitals. Maybe now less than 8 are in operation, specifically the ones in the north. So a specific suggestion, I live in Greece. Many volunteers from Greece as doctors are willing to go there, and I'm sure other countries will volunteer if there is an arrangement made between Europeans and Israel. Let the European doctors, nurses, and more important, medicines to go. So that's one specific, choose a hospital in the north, a hospital in the south, let the European run it. This way Israel doesn't say it's a military operation. Number 2, water. There's 3 main pipelines that deliver water to Gaza. Today, 1 only is operation in the south. Let us make a task force between UN, Israelis and Palestinians, and we'll fix the pipeline. Because you said there's a problem of water. If you let the water pipelines work and get diesel in, because there is existing already purification plants, immediately you solve the water problem. Number 3, power. Before this war, Gaza got 3 sources of power. Israel, Gaza power plant, and from Egypt. Now let's start with Egypt. Allow Egypt, because the overhead lines are still not bombed, we can tomorrow make a task force between Egypt, Israel, and the UN, and let power go in, and that would go a long way. Finally, I have to say it, unfortunately, that now after so many years of a Nakba, we're back to tents. But today, 700,000 people are living with nothing on their head. So one of my main tasks, and I ask everyone to volunteer tents, normal tents, because as you said, half of these 800 people are kids. So if we can all at least make a task force with your good offices and try to work on these practical suggestions.
Thank you so much. We have about 7 minutes left for this briefing. I'd like to now open it up to any questions people may have in the room here. If you can introduce yourself, and if you can always say who the question is for. Thank you. So I see the lady there, and then Sarah. I think first the lady on the left over there, and then Sarah.
Thank you hello. Thank you very much. My name is Razia Akkoch. I work for Agence France Presse. I'm normally based in Brussels. I had questions for Mr. Chabakan. As someone with a name that's Turkish, I hope I understand as well. And for Miss van der Heyden.
Yes.
We've heard from some other organisations that there is no safe place to give birth. And because you've both sort of alluded to the experience of the healthcare issues, I kind of wanted to go into that issue more of how women who have small children, women who are pregnant, just generally what the experiences of women in Gaza are, and how you would describe the conditions in Gaza for women at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you want
to. Look, I think we're all very lucky as women in this room that we're here and not there. We have 155,000 pregnant and lactating women in Gaza. We know that on an average day, we have about 135 deliveries. And we also know that about 25% of those need life-saving medical care, i.e. C-sections or other. The critical care is not there. So women are suffering. Children, as a result, are also suffering. And if you're a woman, and there is one toilet in 700 people. There is one shower in, I can't remember, I think it was 7,000 people. Just imagine if you're a menstruating woman or a lactating woman, or you are a young girl that's menstruating for the first time, and just imagine the sanitary conditions you are under. That is what life is like at the moment in very crowded, unsanitary conditions in the south, and that leads to a high disease burden. And pregnant women are obviously very vulnerable, and we cannot offer them the care that is required. So from a gender perspective, this is not a neutral crisis. Women suffer, and particularly pregnant women suffer. So I would love to get medical care in, nutritious food in, because lack of adequate nutrition for pregnant and lactating women is a serious health problem. And we need safe conditions for deliveries. And that requires hygiene, which we don't have.
Yeah, no, I think that really covers, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sarah, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Sara Pantoliano from ODI. Thanks to all of you for making very clear what the situation on the ground is, and Kitty, particularly to you for the moral clarity in describing the situation of children. There is one thing when it comes to why we see less political action that we would like to see in addressing the humanitarian crisis. That is the way in which the crisis is discussed in the media. At ODI, we've called it the politics of narrative. When we hear children in Gaza talked about, we hear under 18 or people who die or under 18 who die. There is a real difficulty in actually saying their children are being killed. How can we make sure that our advocacy breaks through this challenge in the media that is, making the narrative quite distorted?
Who is it for?
Whoever wants to address it. I mean, of course, UNICEF in particular has an advocacy voice, but all of you.
No, it's a very hard one, Sarah. I really don't have a prescription. I think when you look at how some of the crisis gets reported, of course there is a mainstream media where I think at least there is a degree of editorial processes. But at the moment, the news doesn't get circulated by the mainstream media. It's mostly through the social media and among friends and from a very informal channel. And that makes the development of a narrative extremely, extremely difficult. And what we are also seeing now increasingly is the social media sort of shapes the narrative. And increasingly also the political decision makers also gets heavily influenced by how the social media shapes the narrative. And that's what makes the dealing with the crisis in today's age much harder, including for humanitarian work. Because a lot of times, of course, our mandate and our capacity is to try to bring the humanitarian assistance and reduce the human suffering. But because of some of these debates, even these things become increasingly complex. And honestly, I wish I had a straightforward answer to this question, Shara. But this is clearly an issue that needs to be worth discussing. And that's one of the reasons I love the topic of this forum, where you focus on rebuilding the trust. I think that's sort of the critical element that's missing in the world, and it's sort of getting less and less available. Yeah. So really wanted to thank you for choosing that topic.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to react to it? I think it was the lady there. Can you, microphone, please.
My name is Fatma Wahidi. I own a children's center in Colorado. My question is for you, Mr. Dusik. It's that we're here in Davos 2024 annual meeting, and honestly, there is one session. You said this was the biggest humanitarian crisis what we've ever seen in lifetimes, bigger than World War II. And yet, if you look through the agenda and you see the people talking, there are bigger sessions for Ukraine, which we already discussed it, which is still a crisis, but the amount that the people of Gaza and the Palestinians are being focused on. I'm sorry, you said in the beginning that we have so many sessions. That is not true. I mean, we all have the agenda and we can see. It's just some of the leaders may or may not mention it, but it's not a focus of the World Economic Forum when this is something that is huge. And these children that are suffering today are going to be the children in 15 years that may cause suffering, the same suffering that we're seeing now, because of all of what they're seeing and what they're going through. And I don't think that the World Economic Forum or any of the international companies are taking any of this seriously. And to me, it's not about today, it's about my children, my 3 children, that I worry about what's going to happen because of all the crisis that these children and these people are suffering and seeing. So what is happening at World Economic Forum? You said what is on the agenda also other than this forum?
No, thank you so much. Like you, and we take it extremely seriously, and thank you for the comment. Now, what I mentioned at the beginning is what we are implementing here. So if, for example, if I look at the session this morning with the Qatari Prime Minister, most of the proceedings, now you can say, okay, it's a discussion, but we provide a platform for dialogue. Of course, there is others that then can catalyze action. That's why we have a lot of leaders from different stakeholder groups here. But really the leaders that I mentioned at the beginning are appearing here. Also, just to be very clear, we have invited President Abbas. We have, and as you know, Samer, I have personally worked with many Palestinians and Israelis for the past 16 years. So I know the region, I would say, quite well for someone who doesn't live there. So if I look at, and so as I said, President Abbas nominated Mohammed Mustafa to be the representative, and he has a dedicated session that will be it's advertised in the program. We have also the Jordanian Prime Minister here, who I would expect would be also addressing this. We have many foreign ministers coming. Now, it is not enough. That's why we felt we needed to also be able to provide this platform for people that are working on the ground in Gaza. And I know many of you, I mean, you firsthand, and you have colleagues that are there and you have visited. So I, first of all, fully agree with you how serious this is. It is very important to us also because not only me personally, but also this organization has been quite active on this. You may remember we had here Chairman Arafat at one point. It is, as I said at the beginning, it is not, and I fully agree that this is hugely, at a human level, hugely difficult. Now, I will say it again, we will have here Arab leaders, we have here the Israeli president who will talk on Thursday about, among other things, will address, for example, the situation of the hostages and will be, of course, pleading also for their release. Now, it is really a political process right now. For example, the Qatari Prime Minister was here on the record saying that they are, of course, trying to mediate, as they do, in terms of what will be given, in, let's say, what is on the side of hostages with regard to the cessation of hostilities. It is a very raw moment. I just wanted to assure you that for us this is extremely important. That's why we're sitting here, but this is not the only thing we're doing. And I'm very happy also that we have a lot of stakeholders among the Palestinians, among the Israelis that have been engaged with us, and we hope that our role is not really military, our role is not security. This is a tragic moment, and we hope that at one point we again can play a more productive role. So this is just in reaction to you, and again, thank you for the comment. I think we're out of time, so I think I have one more. So there is the lady you've been.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then we'll close the session. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn. I'm here representing the Global Shaper community. So I wanted to pick on something you mentioned, Ms. van der Heijden. Thank you so much for your comment. And Sarah mentioned your moral clarity as well. We have initiatives where we're partnering with organizations like ANIRA that you may all be familiar with that is working on the ground in Gaza now. One of our shapers actually is at the Rafah crossing and helping with delivering aid. We also have shapers in Palestine, including in Gaza, that every few days tell us that they're still alive. I wanted to pick up on something, Ms. van der Heijden, that you mentioned, the need for a humanitarian ceasefire. It seems that that's something that ANIRA has been pushing as well, as saying that in order for us to really deliver aid, that humanitarian ceasefire is really critical, because not only to provide support for the community, but also to the aid workers who are supporting. And I wanted to ask for your thoughts, especially from your advocacy point of view. How can we collectively help push for the ability for that humanitarian ceasefire so that you're able to do the work that you need to do in the community and so that the community itself stays safe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, I think that we have been clear and outspoken as, I would say, the humanitarian sector writ large, but also I think across, almost across the political spectrum, that we need a humanitarian ceasefire, that the violence cannot continue, that people are suffering, really suffering, and that there needs to be a political solution. So I think at this moment what we can do is use, for example, opportunities like these created by the World Economic Forum, created elsewhere, to keep asking and advocating that we cannot allow the human suffering we see at the moment to continue. And for us as a humanitarian community to alleviate the plight of people. Children do not start wars, but children are suffering the consequences, that we advocate for that humanitarian ceasefire, because we cannot deliver like this. And it's not just the people that are there, it's also, the people that Jagan has lost, that we have lost. I have staff in Gaza, and I'm incredibly proud. Let me just say that here. I'm incredibly proud of our people on the ground, writ large across the humanitarian spectrum, that stay and deliver. We have colleagues that have lost their wives, 4 children. They managed to get one of their sons out of the rubble, and they're still there because they believe that we have to deliver for children that have nothing to do with this conflict. And I hope that everyone can look into their heart and think as a parent rather than a politician, and then finally we can maybe get to a humanitarian ceasefire.
Thank you so much for spending the time. Thank you so much also for participating, and wishing you a productive week here. Thank you.
Well said. And now I couldn't get the point across on the commercial trucks, which
before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up.
His answer to the duration of the war is always war, without an end, and he wants in this way. His answer to the limits of chaos in the world is the boundless support of terrorist forces. He enjoys conflicts that cause suffering to others. His answer to calls for peace is supplying more and more weapons from North Korea and Iran. Regimes like his exist as long as they wage wars. And we all in a free world exist as long as we can defend ourselves. If anyone thinks this is only about us, this is only about Ukraine, they are fundamentally mistaken. Possible directions and even timeline of a new Russian aggression beyond Ukraine become more and more obvious. Let me ask very honestly, which European nation today can provide a combat-ready army on par with ours, holding back Russia? And how many men and women are your nation ready to send to defend another state, another nation? And if one must fight against Putin together in the years ahead, isn't it better to put an end to him and his war strategy now, while our brave men and women are already doing it? They are the world's chance. They are. In any dire confrontation, there's always a point where a catastrophe can be stopped. Ukraine is that opportunity, and we all in the free world must be unwavering in our pursuit of our desires, actions, and goals. Just as Putin is frank about his doom-laden ambitions, we all Ukrainians began our defense at a time when almost no one in the world believed in Ukraine. But we turned tables so that now the world has stopped believing in Russia. Even Putin's current buddies in Pyongyang and Tehran are simply using his madness while he still has technologies and resources to pay them. No one believes in his future or invests in it. And we, all of us today, even more than yesterday, must invest in bringing peace closer, a peace that is both just and stable. Before the full-scale invasion, we constantly heard, don't escalate. And we called for proactive action, sanctions to prevent war expansion. And we were told, don't escalate. And after February 24th, nothing harmed our coalition more than this concept. Every don't escalate to us sounded like you will prevail to Putin. And we asked for new types of weapons, and the response was don't escalate. But then weapons arrived, and there was no escalation. A Russian missile fell on NATO territory. The response again was don't escalate. But retaliation at the moment could have taught Russia a lot and would have added necessary confidence to the West. We talked about blocking the transit of sanctions goods to Kaliningrad, but the response was don't escalate. Full force of the sanctions could have forced Putin to concessions. Because of don't escalate, time was lost. And the lives of many of our most experienced warriors who fought since 2014 were lost. Some opportunities were lost. The lesson is clear. Everyone thought Russia had missiles that couldn't be shot down. Patriots shoot down everything. And many feared the consequences if Ukraine gets long-range weapons. As a result, Russia just loses more. And we heard Russia would never allow a grain corridor without its involvement. Nearly 16 million tons of cargo have been transported from our ports. And we can prove that Russia will reconcile with the complete loss of its Black Sea fleet, which terrorized commercial ships. And we must gain air superiority for Ukraine just as we have gained superiority at the Black Sea. We can do it. Partners know what's needed and in what quantities. This will allow progress on the ground. Just 2 days ago, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 days ago, we proved Ukraine can even hit very valuable Russian military aircraft, which no one had shot down before. Many sanction steps were delayed for months, even years, because they have faced storms of threats from Moscow. But none of those threats came true. Each storm turned out to be their bluff. And how can one be satisfied with the sanctions against Russia or export controls if they don't even block its missile production? In every Russian missile, there are critical components from Western countries, dozens of components in every missile. And it's true, it's fact. And of course, I'm grateful for each package of sanctions. Thanks, partners, thank you. But bringing peace closer will be a reward for all those who care to ensure that sanctions work 100%. And by the way, it's a clear weakness of the West that Russia's nuclear industry is still not under global sanctions, even though Putin is the only terrorist in the world who took a nuclear power plant hostage. It must be a strong decision this year when frozen Russian assets, soaring and oligarchic, will be directed towards defense against the Russian war and for reconstruction of Ukraine. Putin loves money above all. The more billions he and his oligarchs, friends and accomplices lose, the more likely he will regret starting this war. Putin must regret. We need him to lose. We need to finally dispel the notion that global unity is weaker than one man's hatred. And we can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, this year must be decisive. Can freezing the war in Ukraine be its end? I don't want to settle for the truism that any frozen conflict will eventually reignite. And I remind you that after 2014, there were attempts to freeze the war in Donbass. There were very influential guarantors of those protests than Chancellor of Germany and the presidents of France. But Putin is a predator who is not satisfied with the frozen products. And we have to defend ourselves, our children, our houses, our lives. And we have to do it, and we can beat him on the ground. We have proved it, and at sea and in the skies. And we ramp up production of weapons. We achieved economic growth in Ukraine. Our GDP is moving up despite the war, plus more than 5% last year. And we got the decision on EU accession negotiations, And we are normalizing the idea that the aggression can be defeated, even Putin's aggressions, which have been ongoing for 10 years and more. And now we can say, don't escalate to all who doubt, to all who want to reduce support. And in this warning, we will be absolutely correct, because every reduction in pressure on the aggressor adds years to the war. But every investment in the confidence of the defender shortens the war. We must make it possible to answer the most important question. The war will end with a just and stable peace. And I want you to be the part of this peace, starting from right now, to bring the peace closer. And we need you in Ukraine to build, to reconstruct, to restore our lives. Each of you can be even more successful with Ukraine. And these days, right here, in such beautiful country, in Switzerland, we have made a key political contribution to the possibility of ending the war. There was the most representative meeting of national security advisors regarding the implementation of the peace formula. More than 80 countries and international institutions were represented. Yesterday, I had very productive negotiation with the president of Switzerland and discussing the possibility of holding a summit at the leaders level in Switzerland, the first summit, the Global Peace Summit. Today, our teams have already begun work on organization such a summit, not the World War III, but the Global Peace Summit. And I invite every leader and country that respects peace and international law to join us. Together, we can answer any crucial questions, and it will be the best answers. Peace must be the answer. Thank you for your invitation, and thank you for attention. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Mr. President, I think you can feel the warmth from the audience. I never seen this room so full. And thank you for your historical speech here in Davos. I think we all know when we are witnessing history, and with President Zelensky, he's one of the historical figures of our time. To stand against Russia as one of the largest military powers in the world, like you and your people have done, is, of course, truly historic. But we will also have to turn to the next chapters, and you also mentioned that Ukraine's economy is still growing with more than 5%. You also mentioned that Russia has seen a lot of losses, more than 300,000 soldiers, more than half of their tanks, and also their Black Fleet fleets. I was just wondering, listening to you, how long will the Russian people let Putin continue with this?
Your question is quite interesting.
Let's see if everyone gets on.
Yeah, please.
And here you have some water.
Try. No, I have water.
Okay.
I will wait. I have enough time till morning. No, I have not. Sorry. You have?
You have a war to win, no? Okay.
I have a lot of work. Thank you so much. No, it's a great.
So,
can I speak Ukrainian?
Yeah, of course. Everyone has their.
Everybody understands Ukrainian. Okay. Great.
With the interpretation, yes.
I see, yeah. What we will speak about serious topics, but sometime we need pauses for jokes.
Gallows humor.
No, you know what is funny? Now I'm speaking English and have Ukrainian translation here. So it's thanks technologies. But it has to be opposite.
How did it sound?
I have to speak Ukrainian and translate.
How did it sound in Ukrainian?
Great, great. Yeah. My voice is better here. So I don't like to hear my voice. Добре, дякую.
All right, thank you. Why I wanted to answer in Ukrainian. I will explain to you.
Ви не розумієте, яка різниця між вами.
You do not understand what difference is between us, you and this man, Putin, because as you have mentioned, and in your question was it all, the difference between autocracy from democracy is that you mentioned for how long the people of Russia will allow Putin, and then afterwards it is not important whether it's war, the elections to be the head of the state. The question is that we equally understand this, you and us, for how long will people allow, and that is the principle of democracy, and that is the difference. The people do not allow anything to the President Putin. The question is what President Putin allows to his people, and therefore we need to state the question differently. For how long are the people ready to be deaf, to not hear anything, to not see anything, to pretend like everything is all right and is moving all right? So that is not the question to me. That is the question to the people of Russian Federation, whether they are capable of changing themselves or not. And that is the situation. And Putin, that is what I was saying. I don't believe that that man is capable of changing, because only humans can do that.
Very interesting. I'll try another question then. We know that...
Try.
Yeah, try. I'm realistic. We know that the EU and the US has now been holding back for a week or two the latest support to Ukraine. I know that you're meeting European leaders. You met with President von der Leyen. I think you also meet with the key American leaders here. Are you concerned that this is taking a lot of time, or is this just a question of weeks before it is resolved?
Thank you for the question. I think it's the matter of weeks. I have positive signals that Europe is supporting us, the countries of the European Union, and I believe we will also manage to solve the question regarding the aid in Congress. Without it, it is not possible. We have had many discussions, dialogues and meetings, and I think that we are not wasting our such precious time to us, because we at times of war need to be in our state. It is important to come here, to communicate with partners, to meet, but nonetheless, there are priorities in times of war, and therefore I am sure that I believe that there will be very positive reaction from our partners. We do not allow Russia to occupy us. We stand firm thanks to our warriors. As regards the reforms, all that list of reforms, our promises and proposals by the International Monetary Fund, European Union, Ukraine is fulfilling all those faster than prior to the war, because we have regrouped, because Ukraine in times of war has proven that it can be strong and can reform the state.
I think also, Mr. President, a good reminder to all of us that when Putin attacked, saying that it was just false allegations that he was going to attack Ukraine, that he said the evening before the attacks started. You've been able to take back 50% of the territory that he occupied. I think it's also important to remind ourselves that you did even before you got the Western weapons support. That was based on your old army. And you have a much stronger army now, probably the 6th, 7th strongest army in the world. But I think, if I may, if you could share the sentiment among the people in your country. How do Ukrainians now feel after 2 years of this war? Are they as committed or even more committed after all the atrocities, the latest shelling and also killing of civilians? Because you also have to manage your own population.
Thank you for a rather difficult question. First and foremost, Ukrainian people will never forgive Putin and to all those who have sponsored and committed all this terrorism, who took our lives from us, our people, our children, the time of those children that have survived, thanks God, but who were forced to grow up and become adult because of this war. They were deprived of childhood simply. And my condolences to all those who were deprived of close ones, of people. Therefore, to mention anything about forgiveness, it is said that the time is playing at Putin's hand and that people in Ukraine will forget. No, to rest in this world or in the other world, neither he nor his children or grandchildren will not have safe rest. Yes, we are not terrorists, therefore we will have criminal legal processes, and there will be responsibility. There has to be responsibility because after this terror, the others will come. Autocracy, aggression. It would mean that it is possible to do so if there would be no consequences. Therefore, nobody will never forgive nothing to anybody. But not this supports the morale, the spirit of Ukrainians, not revenge. We cannot compare revenge to justice. I have now covered justice, not revenge, but justice. Justice has to be in sentences, in precise years and places where they need to spend their long, many-year vacation. The issue is in justice. The morale is supported by the desire of Ukrainians to be free and for freedom, for the human rights, for your own choice, how you want to live, whom you want to elect, whom you want to love, where you want to rest. For it is for this choice, for the sake of freedom, that Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, courageously, resiliently. And I believe that it is fighting for our common values. It is difficult to understand the price of such values when you do not have war. Therefore, your support is so important. It is so important for the people to understand the price of it before the disaster comes. And if we unite all together and unite in the help to Ukraine and in isolating Putin, and if we do that, that will be a right preventive political steps so that the war do not come to other countries, to Ukraine. And this is what Putin wants. By distracting his slavery population of poor people, he is not capable of building up market economy in Russia. He did not succeed in that. He did not manage to create middle class out of poor people. to let people enjoy the results of their work, to enjoy their lives. Therefore, he proposed radicalism to them because of the work of Kremlin, their lying information policy, and because of the war. If you cannot give the economy, he has found for them other military quote-unquote victories, that is occupation of other territories, destruction and killing. I apologize, my response was rather long. Your question was shorter.
I think they're more interested in hearing you than me. I think, Mr. President, I think that was an amazing way to end. Maybe just short question, how can we in this room, and also we discussed this morning with, you had 70 global CEOs in the room, how can we even better contribute for the principles you laid out and for Ukraine?
I have stated to you absolutely frankly to us, I believe that our strength and our main treasure of Ukraine is people, and they have proven to the whole world that they are smart, talented, modern, and they are sharp-witted, they are brave, and they are absolutely open. And I told you that for us today to build up a resilient economy, only our people and your investments are capable of that. The working places, many of those. For this, we would need normal investments, from absolutely understandable, transparent companies, and I believe that that will strengthen us because it will create new employment places. It will allow our people the opportunity to come back from abroad. And I have already stated that Putin has managed only to enter the villages where he has killed all people, or where there were no people because they have fled because of the war. But if there were many people who were ready to defend their land, and they did indeed manage to do that, so please strengthen our economy, and we will strengthen your security.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been an, you see?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are mad.
Good afternoon, and welcome to today's session on humans and machines in industry. So we all know that AI and other fourth industrial revolution technologies can improve production targets in manufacturing. That's clear. But they can also either empower the workers in those factories, or they can disempower them. And this is what we're going to be focusing on today. For example, exoskeletons have allowed a new class of workers into the warehouse. For example, women who may not have been able to lift those heavy loads without the support of an exoskeleton. But they can also disempower workers as they no longer have the technical expertise which has changed to do their jobs. Likewise, in terms of worker satisfaction, they can either empower or disempower. They can empower workers who have been helped to keep up their technical expertise and who feel proud of what they're able to do. Or it can disempower workers who feel that they no longer are as competent as the machines that are acting for them. It is, therefore, extremely important to treat questions of both machines and workers on the factory floor. And today's session is part of the World Economic Forum initiative on manufacturing. And it's an important topic that they're treating as well. So we're going to do something a little bit different today. We're going to go straight to two factory floors, one in Germany and one in Malaysia, and we're going to hear from workers themselves. So let's start first with the factory floor of Agilent in Germany.
We introduced an automatic scheduling system with real-time output simulation connecting to our workforce. This eliminates production scheduling, allowing fast response and quicker decision-making to customer changes, avoiding productivity losses.
In the manufacturing control center, these changes enabled us to react quickly to a changing environment.
Our AI library combines sensors and standard cameras to help us detect unknown interdependencies.
A standardized toolkit means we can implement solutions within weeks.
Now we can detect anomalies and respond faster to process and part deviations.
AI is a game changer for us, with our pre-trained AI models and open source libraries.
We deployed 5 applications in less than 4 months, now inspecting 140,000 parts a year.
AI-based early prediction of possible outcomes for over 1,000 test parameters helps to manage test complexity.
Our intuitive test system detects deviations early. Fast decision-making allows efficient and effective quality control.
I think it's the best team.
I started working on the shop floor and later furthered my career through 4IR technologies. With these skills, I can find solutions using process automation and AI.
I think it's the best.
Woo! Okay, thank you for that fly-through of your factory floor. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about what you've just shown us. Sven, can you tell us more about the digital journey that the factory traversed to come to where it is today?
Absolutely, and a warm welcome from Agilent to Davos and the community. Well, Justine, in our manufacturing digital journey, we've embraced a transformative approach where we're integrating AI and robotics, not just to enable production targets, but to augment our workforce in order to enhancing efficiency and creativity. Our focus has been on developing a collaborative environment where machines handle repetitive tasks, empowering our people to engage in more fulfilling and innovative roles, such as smart factory developer, manufacturing execution systems engineers, or data engineers and data analysts. Ethically, we're mindful of the importance of putting people at the center of the transformation. We're dedicated to upskilling our workforce and building a culture that supports diversity, encourages creativity, and builds trust. This ensures worker satisfaction. In essence, our manufacturing digital journey is more than just technology adoption. It's about creating a future-ready, ethically responsible, and sustainable manufacturing ecosystem that creates synergies between human creativity and machine precision for our people.
That's great. Thank you, Sven. Sudarshana, can you tell us more about the interaction that you mentioned in the video between order fulfillment and your R&D team?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, because I think this is an absolutely critical collaboration. And why is it critical? Well, because ultimately it's going to create and is creating new ways of working to ensure that we have the digital lab of the future. Because ultimately, where our development teams drive the cutting edge technology, order fulfillment drives that towards real world application through scalability. And so this team not only works towards accelerating the innovation, but we're also able to tailor solutions for the life science industry together. And when we do that, we form the unstoppable team, and then that enables more meaningful contribution, and then ultimately that boosts motivation and job satisfaction. So it's really important to recognize that our joint efforts ensures that all of these advancements that we're making meets the industry's practical needs. So I view that synergy between our manufacturing and our R&D teams to be crucial for digitizing our industry, because ultimately we're leveraging each team's strengths to drive the innovation, efficiency, and reliability. And so I see it more than just two collaborating functions. We actually have a unified vision, and ultimately that's what's going to drive the digital evolution in life sciences.
That's great. Thank you. And Julia, you started out working on the shop floor, if I understand correctly. Can you talk about your journey from the shop floor to bringing together AI and automation? What kind of upskilling in Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies you engaged in and how that's changed your career?
Yes, I starting as a production operator after middle school. I was always fascinated by the shop floor. My journey took a turn when I learned about digital tools and automation. This was more than career advancement. It was about feeding my interest and passion for innovation. Engaging with 4IR technologies really changed my job. I went from observing machines on the shop floor to integrating cutting-edge solutions into our process. It's a thrilling experience to see my ideas improve our work and deliver results. Upskilling has not only propelled my career, but also boosted my confidence. You can change your career no matter where it starts.
That's lovely, thank you. And Gabrielle, we've heard some pretty exciting things here, but this is not necessarily an easy task to convey to the workforce. How do you bring the workforce along with you on this digital journey?
Yeah, that's really a key element, right? So effective change management in our digital transformation journey really relies on three key pillars: our internal school of digitalization, digital champions, and a vibrant digital ecosystem. Our School of Digital Innovation provides a tailored, immersive learning to our employees, helping to shape a mindset that's open to the digital possibilities and the innovation. Our digital champions, they play a critical role as change agents. They are not just the tech-savvy individuals, but also passionate about guiding their peers through this digital shift, making the transition to digital thinking more relatable and achievable. And lastly, our digital ecosystem facilitates networking, offers access to subject matter experts, and exchange of solutions. It's about creating a community where digital knowledge and innovative ideas are shared freely.
That's great. That community aspect of things, I think, is essential. And in that context, I'd really like to thank you all for showing us how you work and for sharing Agilent's path till today and clearly into the future. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you too.
So I'm next going to welcome Christine Bastian from Western Digital, and I think we're going to say goodbye to you, there we go, and say hello to Malaysia. Thank you for joining us. I know there's a considerable time difference, so thank you for being here with us. Christine is the Chief People and Sustainability Officer for Western Digital. She's going to show us around their shop floor, and she's going to speak with their workers to explain how their journey has happened to bring us to today. Thank you, Christine. Please join me. And I'll leave you here.
It's my privilege to be here today representing Western Digital and speaking to all of you about the workforce in manufacturing. And while we'll obviously be talking about the tech that powers these advances, it would be short-sighted if we did not also discuss what it means to truly empower a workforce with these new technologies. Advances in AI, machine learning, cloud computing, Internet of Things, big data and analytics are all accelerating the fourth industrial revolution. These monumental shifts will touch every industry, and they will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the future of manufacturing. But how do we ensure that we're implementing tech that helps companies achieve operational efficiency, but also are designing solutions around the human experience at work, and that we're unleashing new technologies in a more responsible and inherently inclusive and equitable way? It's from this place that we can start to reestablish trust with our people. Our digitally enabled world has disrupted the opportunity for those serendipitous interactions. And the organic communities that are born out of our social exchanges have been completely disrupted. And we see that trust is being further eroded as companies begin to implement technologies like AI, with employees viewing these as technological gains for our companies that will come at their expense. It's our aim to cultivate an augmented workforce who delivers business value through improved job satisfaction and more meaningful work. To demonstrate how we're using the technology to revolutionize the way that we work in our factories, I want to take you to one of our manufacturing facilities in Penang, Malaysia. This facility is the first global lighthouse in Malaysia and the first sustainability lighthouse in Asia. I am pleased to be joined by Kail Bach, who has been at the forefront leading the transformation of our factories at Western Digital. Hello, Kail.
Hello, Christine. It is great to be coming to you live from Penang.
At the Penang factory, you really charted what we call lights out. Can you explain what that means and what drove you?
Sure, Christine. Lights out is all about streamlining the shop floor with minimal human involvement, such that you can run manufacturing in the dark like this. So in the past, we heavily rely on labor-intensive manual process, manual setup, manual process control, and operators moving work-in-progress material around. So to transform that, we embrace the fourth industrial revolution with technologies like robotics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things sensors, machine learning, and machine integration, to name a few. So it all began with identifying the main problem in manufacturing, repetitive quality problem, and non-optimum operational performance. So I questioned which tasks, often mundane and repetitive, could be done more efficiently by robotic automation. Our goal is to find a sustainable, scalable, that bring consistency, predictability, and optimized performance. As a result of our lights out approach, we reduce factory costs by 32%, decrease manufacturing lead time by 50%, and increase employee productivity by a whopping 360%.
Wow, that is a great segue, Kail, into my next question for you. So a common refrain is that machines will replace people, when in fact we very much still need people, but we need them in new and different roles. So how are we upskilling and reskilling our employees?
Thanks, Christine. So people are the heart of any operation. Our workforce development program is something that I'm proud of because it gives everyone a chance to progress in their career. We provide upskilling and reskilling opportunities through on-job training, technical classes, gamification workshops, and partnering with universities and colleges. As a result of that, nearly half of our staff has undergone upskilling with no job losses. So we believe in promoting our people from within, moving them up from operators to technician, and then from technician to engineers, making them a full-fledged knowledge worker.
Thank you, KL. It really is about giving people an opportunity for more meaningful work and upward mobility. Now that we have seen the technology work, let's give you all a view into how our people work in this environment. Let's go to the control room with Jackie Jung, who is responsible for our 4 IR technologies and corporate sustainability. Hi, Jackie. To start, I want to understand what drove you to relentlessly pursue the transformation of our manufacturing practices and ultimately the global lighthouses at 5 of our factories.
Thank you, Christine. Leading the transformation from the inception, there's always this lingering question about, well, how do we know what good looks like? So it was my passion to benchmark and understand our progress on a global stage. I found World Economic Forum's Lighthouse Network an excellent platform. I know that by undertaking 4 IR transformation could help us achieve 3 strategic objectives. First, it enables operational efficiency that ultimately translates to the profitability of the company. And second, we could improve the quality of the work of our people by eliminating mundane and repetitive tasks, give them more value-add work. And finally, implementing innovation, making sure that the employee were part of the transformation will make them feel proud for the company they work for. I stationed in a field factory for many years. Bringing that value to the people whom I work hand in hand with is very important for me.
Thank you, Jackie, for taking that initiative and having the foresight to recognize that opportunity to revolutionize our manufacturing for the betterment of the company and our employees. I know that you're joined by some of our operators and engineers today. They will tell us more about how they use the technology in their role.
Yes, I'm very excited to be joined here by Rafi, one of our operators here. Hello, Rafi.
Hello, Jackie.
Could you tell us how your job has evolved ever since we implemented Lights Out?
Sure, Jackie. So, in the past, I had to handle repetitive tasks manually and station on the production line to respond to mission alarm one at a time. But now, I can access machine remotely from my station and quickly addressing alarm without moving around. If I can't feel an issue, I can alert the technician via the smartwatch for troubleshooting. This setup allows me to work much more efficiently.
Well, that's great. So your job has changed from the factory floor to the control room here. How has it changed your view about your job opportunity and prospect?
So, what I value the most is that I have a new set of skills that I did not have before that I can continue to build upon. Each skill that I have learned have paved the way for my continuous growth and advancement in my career.
That's excellent. Thank you, Ravi. Now let's talk to Charles, one of our engineers here. Hi, Charles.
Hello, Jackie.
Well, I see 3 stations, control room stations, 2 of them with chairs, with operator working on them. Well, this one, I see screens moving, no chair, no operator. So what's happening here?
Certainly, Jackie. Allow me to explain. With this station, we've incorporated AI to work smoothly behind the scene. the AI algorithm effectively deal with the common errors by automatically
out on their early career. And that will allow us to have more women on the top position.
No, you're absolutely right in pointing that out. And I think that these, many of the issues that you brought up, these are common across different economies, whether it's India or even in the developed world, the lack of maternity leave and so on and so forth are problems or interventions that are much needed. So there are fiscal tools, there are monetary tools, and there is, of course, the carrot and stick approach as well, setting accountability, setting targets to ensure that we move the needle. But Annette, let me put this question to you because we're talking about economic empowerment as well. From a venture capital point of view, from a private equity point of view, from a financialization of women point of view, how do we get more women to participate in the financial markets? How do we get more women to get access to kind of venture funding to be able to start up if they wanted to? And we're starting to see that happen, but we need a lot more of that to go through as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you're pointing out two things. First, we were discussing that also before. I think it's very important that we are an investor. We invest 500 billion. If you look at our portfolio managers, we have a very good system in place, being you have to look at, of course, risk and return, but also at the impact side and how many, also the social and gender parity is part of that. But all those portfolio managers are male, most of them. So we're having a lot of trouble getting portfolio managers in the teams who are evaluating the investments. Knowing that, and that's also why I'm saying target. So how can you do it then from our point of view is what we're doing now, and together with ABP, who's the pension fund, we have 30 million euros only for women in the southern part of our world. So we try to encourage entrepreneurship, and I think it's now over 600,000 women and girls helping to set up a business. But this is more or less a one-time, not because we don't want to invest more, but it's taken a lot of time and energy and costs, therefore, to do these investments. But if you look at the performance, it's great. So we should find our way to navigate more capital towards women entrepreneurs. I think what I do see is what I just said, you don't have that many women portfolio managers, but you do have a lot of private equity funds run by women. They don't want to work in that culture, but running into another culture, in their own culture, and they're funding women entrepreneurs. So I think these are very good initiatives, but at the core, in the places where the big capitals are being navigated towards companies, I think there should change something.
Well, speaking of change, and Minister Summerfield, let me ask you this, because you've had private sector experience, and now you're, of course, part of the government in Ecuador. What is the ask? What is the hope? What's the expectation from the private sector? How do you believe the government and the private sector can work together? Can there be a convergence to address some of these issues that we just spoke of? Because this underinvestment continues otherwise.
Yes, what we have to understand firstly is what does government do and what does the private sector do. When we understand what's the role of each one, then they can cooperate because each one has a different role. Government will mention and says which is the policy, which is the regulation, and we'll see that it can land into action. And private are the ones that will actually do what the country is willing to do. So what I can say right now is that it is important that there is a good communication and cooperation. When it will fail, when there's no communication, when there's no understanding what the country wants to do, what the role of the private is, and what the role of the government is. So that's very important. What I'm doing in the government after being in the private and what the expectations are is we need to working in another frequency, mentioning that we need to act faster than what we have been doing, and we have to take different decisions in order we can develop in a better way. Ecuador is having a hard time. Is not part of this panel. What is happening in Ecuador, but it's good to mention that it's having a really hard time, and due to security issues, we cannot develop as the way that we need to develop. So I decided, and our president decided that we should take another role so we can bring the needs from the private to the public. We can put new policies in order we can develop in a better and in a different way that we were doing before, and take hard decisions. And for taking hard decisions that will impact everybody's in our country, there's a need to become part and take action also from the public side. It's not easy for the ones that have been in the private always. It's not easy to leave the side of taking your own decisions at your time, at your risk, and doing the things that you want to do to develop a company. This is something different. What we're working for is the country, is the public side. We're working for others, and especially for the most needed ones. But we need to do that at some point in our life, to make changes better for more people,
Absolutely.
to become more efficient.
Yes, and it is important for you to be able to take the learnings from the private sector, as you said, to bring in more agility and nimbleness as far as government decision-making is concerned, which also includes the decisions around parity. But, Mike, let's talk about the future. And let's talk about this in the context of the many transitions that we are seeing in the world today, whether it's the energy transition, it's the climate transition, and the role that parity or gender parity will play in all of this, along with, of course, the changes that we're seeing on account of AI coming in. As you look at the jobs of the future, what do you do at the design stage to ensure that we do have parity moving forward?
Yeah, and again, just to set a little bit of the context here, the energy transition is only going to happen with a lot more metals and minerals. So 2 times as much copper over the next 30 years as the past 30, 4 times as much nickel, 2 times as much iron ore, and the list goes on and on. And that extra supply is needing to be met by new mines that are smaller, deeper, more complex. And so the workforce required to meet that new supply is going to be larger than the workforce of today by some margin. And it's going to be a different skilled workforce because of the development of technology and so on. And therefore, the challenge for companies like BHP is, how do we go about staffing up for that challenge? And that requires significant training. So just to achieve what we've already achieved at BHP, of course, we've changed our recruiting practices. We've opened up flexible work. We've undertaken about 8,000 or 9,000 pay equity reviews, and so on and so forth. But one of the biggest things that we've done is we've focused on the strategic opportunities to stand up, and coming back to the question about design, to stand up new mines or new investments that we're undertaking on a fully gender balanced basis from the get-go. So right now we're deploying about $11 billion US into a potash development in Canada. That workforce, with production starting in 2026, will be gender balanced from the start. Now, in order to achieve that, of course, we need to look at equipment design, work practices, the culture that we're establishing, and we need to invest heavily in training. If I then come back to the point around the energy transition, because the energy transition is going to require a lot more metals and minerals, there's a macro opportunity there for industry and governments to be working together in a way that capitalizes on that opportunity to establish a more balanced workforce that shares the value created by these investments on a more equitable basis. And that's, we're talking here about the context of gender equity, but of course the same thing applies to how we think about the value that gets created for the communities that surround these mining developments as well. And in a world where societal tolerance of inequitable sharing of value has gone way down, and their ability to take action when they're frustrated by the way things are playing out has grown, I think it's increasingly important for our industry, and there's a lot of work underway around this, to ensure that when we are accessing new resources and developing those mines, we do so in a way that's sustainable, that creates greatest possible value for all stakeholders involved. And in the case of gender equity, to ensure that we really pay attention to how we go about opening up opportunity, equal opportunity for women in these developments, and to ensure that the mines are developed with a gender balanced workforce.
Minister Indravati, let me put that question to you, since we're talking about economic opportunities that are opening up. And I ask you this in the context of the supply chain de-risking and diversification that's underway currently, of which a country like Indonesia is also a beneficiary. So how are you at the design stage ensuring that across manufacturing you open up more jobs for women, that you do have gender balance across the workforce? Are there measures that the government is trying to put in place along with the private sector to ensure that?
Well, I think in terms of the woman in terms of the labor force, I don't see that this is really a problem of the woman to get opportunity to have a skill, or in this case training, to be able to assume this responsibility. At least there is no discrimination on that. It's more the discrimination is because naturally they are going to drop off. So the trade-off of the time allocated for the woman to continue pursue career and have a family is become a real big issue for the Indonesia. And that's really need to be addressed. But apart from that, from the government point of view, policy and regulation is very important. Making sure that the signaling of providing the equal opportunity is really there. Or even in this case, it's not just gender neutral. Because gender neutral, maybe it sounds good, but not really good enough for women. Because you are in an asymmetric world at this very moment. So you really have to tilt the balance less neutral or more affirmative for the gender. But I would like to say that the manufacturing is one thing for the Indonesia. Informal sector is more dominated by the woman. On the formal sector, why it is informal sector dominated by women? My guess is not only just the opportunity which is limited, but also because with the informal sector, you have more flexibility in terms of the time that you can manage between your own, that is family, as well as the job. And then I would like to link with your previous question in terms of the digital economy and AI. I believe that this can democratizing and providing more empowerment for the woman. After the pandemic, a lot of work has been actually using the digital technology, and Indonesia investing quite a lot on a hard infrastructure as well as soft infrastructure. In this case, this has become a very important momentum for the woman. Women now feel that, I can do still the job at home, but also having access both on capital as well as market, or even in terms of the skill. Because we providing, for example, during this pandemic, pre-employment card. This is for those who's already unemployed during the pandemic. We provide cash transfer and also training. Out of 17 million, again, 51% are participated by the women. And that's showing that they are maybe heavily affected due to the pandemic, more to the women's side. But also at the same time, they see the new opportunity with this digital technology that I can overcome the asymmetric impact of this pandemic. So we really see this digital economy as one that can create a different momentum for the woman. And that's why data protection is important. In this case, all the regulation, which is making sure that they are going to be able to enjoy this benefit of digital technology without suffering from the downside risk. I think that's going to be very important. Financial inclusion, financial literacy, access to the capital, that is going to be very important. But if you're talking about the formal sector, as you mentioned, I think we have to really look at the labor market as a whole. For Indonesia, interestingly, if you can see, the first time the association of the employer in Indonesia headed by women. This is the first time in the history of Indonesia. It's always male headed in the previous period. We also have, if you have on energy sector, Indonesia, the biggest SOE on energy is headed, the CEO is a woman. The CFO, also a woman. Electricity company, this is the biggest monopoly, the CFO is also a woman. So these are all a very powerful position, which is going to provide a signal to many, because I will not underestimate the role model. If they see that a certain position used to be only dominated and taken by men and now taken by women, and they can perform really well, it's not only inspiring but motivating many of the girls and women to say that, oh, now I can actually get that one. I think on that formal sector, apart from training, skill, and then lessening this trade-off on the timing, they also still need to have this very effective role modeling. Because for them, what is impossible in the past now become possible. This is area which is in the past being seen no woman zone, now become a woman zone. Well, that is very powerful.
I think both you, Annette, and of course Minister Summerfield are examples of those role models, and as is Mike, because you've been able to push the needle and make the change.
Yep.
We need both. We need role models and allies across the spectrum, and it's great to have each one of you here. But Annette, you know, as you look out into the future now, and especially as far as the financial markets are concerned, the business that you're a part of, what are the changes that you believe we need to make to ensure that we will see better representation? You talked about the lack of portfolio managers. It's not a skill issue necessarily. What do you believe will be the key interventions that we need to prioritize as of today?
It's not well, for my part, it's not always one intervention. There will be more. I think we talked about a lot, creating the circumstances for women. I think, as you said, that digitalization is a real opportunity. And history showed that if you can't bring the work a bit closer to home, women participation is increasing. We did that during agricultural times. So why did women participation decrease? That was because work went out of the home. And I think also one other thing is, I call it, it's not about time. I know in a career where women get children and more caretaking job activities, it's the flexibility. It's not really the time, but the flexibility which you need. So for employers, it's very important to realize that, giving opportunity to work from home and the flexibility from a trust point of view that work is to be done. That can't always be done in certain sectors, I admit, but I think that these are also very important. And from my point of view, 50% of our board is female, so I strongly believe in role modeling, but also the pipelines, filling the pipelines with talents and keeping them. I always say female leadership is a question for men and women.
Yes, absolutely.
So it should be fostered, female talent should be fostered by men. And we're different, and that is our strength, because that's why you have diversity. But that means at certain times that we don't raise our hands, or we need a little push, or it need to be approached in a different way. So like we do in leadership program, unconscious bias, and making very clear where the differences are, and you can break that through. So there are on a lot of fields, in the public, in the private, and as an investor, I think what we're doing next to climate, but putting the real good governance and the right mix of and diversity into boards and also in all the teams as a real target and a key KPI.
As a key target and a key KPI. And, you know, we were talking about technology and biases. And just yesterday, I was talking to a tech CEO who was talking about how they're using technology now to deal or address some of these unconscious biases, especially at the hiring level. And perhaps we will see a lot more of that as we move through the process of more digitization. But I think we have a few moments now. If we could open this up for questions, if we do have... Yes, we do have a couple of hands up here. If you can get a microphone here to the lady in the orange, and then I'll come to the gentleman at the back.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Mia Perdomo. I am the CEO of Equitable. We measure and consult companies in Latin America to have gender equality and diversity conditions. And we created a ranking because we discovered that companies like competing against each other, which is fine. So we decided if that's the way they're going to go to gender equality, then that would be it. And that's how we got 2,000 to compete. However, there are many other corporations that go under the radar, which are SMEs or are even informal, that aren't even registered. Yeah. And I was wondering how you think that we can tackle that. I know that some of you work in government, others don't. But even for big corporations, it's hard to get their supply chain to go into our ranking because they're smaller and because they have other sort of policies. So how do we go further into all sorts of corporations and informal work so that they have policies and practices that lead to gender equality? Thank you.
Mike, would you like to take that?
So would love to, because of course it's something that we focus on as well. Just like in the case of climate change, we focus on carbon emissions in the full supply chain, and we stimulate through the commercial contracts that we put in place action both upstream and downstream from the business. It's the same on gender equality. And so we track we try to stimulate through our commercial agreements, and frankly through the conversations that we have at a CEO to CEO level or further down in our respective organizations, a focus on increasing female participation in the suppliers to BHP. Just last week, I had one of our partners pitching to me all the work that they've done for BHP over the course of the past year and talking about the work that we might do together. Well, the final section of their report was all on what they're doing internally to increase female participation and female representation in the client-facing roles that they have and they're a big global firm. But we do that at all levels with all sorts of organizations. Now, getting them into a ranking, I wasn't aware of the ranking that you're speaking about, but that's something that I'm sure we would be willing to engage on to see if that's something that we can reinforce through the contracting strategies that we adopt.
Yes,
maybe
please.
from a European perspective, I think I'm not calling for more legislation, but the new European laws like CSRD, it's about double materiality, and it's the responsibility for you as a company to follow up the complete chain. So we will get that in place in 2 years' time in Europe. So we have to look at the chain and also along this perspective. So sometimes we were talking about targets and quota, but also here sometimes legislation helps to take that responsibility as a company, not only for your own activities and what you're doing, but also for the complete chain.
Absolutely, and help out the ecosystem that you work with as well. Yes, go ahead, sir. We'll just get a microphone across to you.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Robert Beamish. I'm a global shaper from the Ottawa Hub. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear, especially from the financial sector and the mining sector, which are traditionally male-dominated industries. And we talked a lot about the quantitative side of gender parity. I'm really curious about the qualitative side, around how we go once we have gender parity, we have more women in the workforce, how we build that environment around preventing harassment, around building retention, and the benefits that come with that. As well, I'm very curious, Mr. Henry, what you see as the role of male allyship in building gender parity.
So if I can respond to that question, because I think the first point that you made around the environment that we create, I don't believe that you can achieve a balanced workforce without addressing the factors that you've mentioned. You can make some progress, but you will fall backwards very quickly. It will manifest itself as higher turnover, attrition for the females in the workforce. So one of the metrics that we track very closely is male attrition versus female attrition. And we started off with female attrition being about double males in the workforce, and we've brought that down to parity through a lot of work on culture. Now, some of that is simply through the way that people relate to each other on a day-to-day basis, making that more inclusive. But there are some really hard and unacceptable behaviors that have occurred in the mining industry in the past, and frankly occur across all industries. We've had line of sight on that and have taken very firm steps, including increasing camp security, because oftentimes with mine sites, people are working in remote locations, setting very clear behavioral standards, putting in place formal investigative teams internally, such that when complaints are made, those get followed up with a formal investigation, they can be actioned. So all of that needs to come in lockstep with the focus on creating a more balanced workforce. And that's been one of the reasons that we've been successful. I don't think we'd be where we are today if not for having focused on that.
Yes, there's a question right there. If you can stand up and get you a microphone.
Thank you so much, panel, and very heartening stories about how the diversity efforts are going in the right direction. My question is, there's also a new narrative that is coming up, and especially in the United States, about DEI and these aspects being challenged, and you see at least in the academic institutions and many other corporations about woke capitalism and diversity. So with that challenge, how do you see that coming into other aspects? And do you think diversity is challenged? And if it is, what is our role in that?
Annette, would you like to take that, or the ministers? Yeah.
I would like to take that.
Sure.
I'm not sure. You're talking from an American perspective. I'm not very clear on what's happening there. But I think diversity is challenged. Especially when you look in Europe with all the more popular and polarization, more popular political parties and polarization, I do think, but I have such a strong belief that the answer is also in the diversity, the complexity of the problems we're having. If you talk about climate, the polarization, all the wars, I think diversity is the answer to a complex problem. So it is challenged, and maybe we should step up and lean in more often. But I think it's the only way out for this world.
Well,
yes,
there is always a challenge for this diversity, because you change something which is already commonly adopted and norm, and that's why it is very important to continue making this dialogue and conversation. To be very honest, whether you are coming from the religious, cultural, or any of those, the social norm, they are still there. And if you go and pushing a change, there will be always a reaction, and there is always also setback in this case. So I'm not commenting on the US politics and those discussion, but in many other society, there will always a setback. And that's why breaking the glass rule is very, very important, because then you see that what is impossible before, it's become possible now. It is not sacrificing the quality as asking by the gentleman in this case, but you are just making a change which in the past for many of the women and girls it is impossible and now become possible.
Well, yes, I'm going to give you the last word. Mike, go ahead.
So, and this is perhaps a business CEO perspective, but for us, this has all been about the business case. And it's been very clear that when we pursued this, it was because we believed it would lead to better business performance. And that's exactly what we've seen happen. And it kind of goes to the question raised by the gentleman earlier about, well, what's changed by way of your culture and the practice that you have in place. In order to create or to increase female participation in the workforce, we've needed to create a more inclusive culture. That more inclusive culture has unlocked the potential of both women and men in the workforce. It's brought more creativity to the fore. That has led to better underlying business performance. And we've seen it in our ability to operate more reliably and to deliver better results than the industry average over that period of time. So the business case to me is strong at a corporate level, let alone the higher order economic opportunity that you flagged earlier.
Well, I think that is the perfect note to end this conversation, because I think it links back to where we started, that there is the perfect case for us to move forward as governments, as organizations, as individuals, to push for greater parity across each of the sectors that we operate in. Thank you so much for sharing very real, tangible insights on what you've done within your organizations, within your governments to try and change things. Change is hard. It takes time, but it also requires tremendous amount of commitment, passion, and of course purpose as well. So we look forward to hearing more from each one of you, and thank you so much for sharing your stories and for asking some very important and interesting questions here to take the conversation forward. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support Kailasa's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sadia Zahidi. I'm a managing director at the World Economic Forum. A big topic on the minds of many that are here in Davos is artificial intelligence. It's also the sustainability revolution and the green transition. And it's also what the economic picture currently looks like and how all of that then has an impact on jobs, on people's skills, which sectors are affected, which specific tasks are affected. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our Future of Jobs report, which we launched in mid-2023, looking out at the next 4 to 5 years. So most of these projections are through to 2027 from the time that we did it. Now, just a little bit about the report. We surveyed more than 800 firms, and it covers about 11 million employees, and covering 40 economies. And in total, when we then applied that data to how it was structured across the workforce using ILO data, this covers about 673 million jobs. So we're really able to say quite a lot about what is happening in the global workforce. If we could have the next slide. Thank you. At a very aggregate level, across all of that data, we find that the green transition is likely to be a positive. Yes, there will be jobs displaced, but many more will be created. So it's a net positive. When it comes to technology, the picture is a lot more mixed, and you'll hear more about that soon. Yes, a number of new roles will be created, but there will be roles displaced because what technology can do now will disrupt many tasks within roles, but in some cases, entire jobs. And then finally, the economic outlook, the uncertainty that currently exists, the lack of new investment that currently exists, that's really what's disrupting that longer term outlook, and is probably the biggest risk when it comes to creating a net negative outlook for the future of jobs. Now, as a whole, across those 673 million jobs that we looked at, there's a 23% churn. So about a quarter of all jobs will be affected. Slightly higher numbers that are declining and slightly lower numbers that are increasing. But on the whole, we're looking at a picture where, roughly speaking, there will be almost the same number of jobs that will grow as the number of jobs that will decline. But it's not a direct transfer between those jobs. So the types of jobs that will decline include, for example, people that are bank tellers or people that are administrative assistants. But the type of jobs that will increase are, for example, people who are sustainability specialists or teachers or agriculture workers. The largest absolute gain is going to come from agriculture and from education. So it's not necessarily a direct transfer between those jobs that are declining and those jobs that are growing. Now, what does that mean for people's skill sets? Even for that middle set of jobs that are not changing too much, there will still be a massive change to skills. So out of everything that you and I do every single day in our workplace, nearly half of that is going to be changing over the course of the next 4 years. So 44% of the core skills that are existing in current jobs. Now, again, this is aggregate, and it depends which specific job you look at. Now, what does that mean in terms of the types of skills that are in demand and what the biggest upskilling needs are according to the businesses that we surveyed? Number 1 and number 2 are deeply human traits. Analytical thinking, creative thinking. That is what businesses are looking for in order to upskill their employees. But following on closely from that, artificial intelligence and big data. Technology literacy, number 7. Number 8, design and user experience. So quite a lot of technology skills in there as well. There's also quite a lot about self-management. So resilience, flexibility, agility, curiosity and lifelong learning, empathy and active listening. So quite a lot in there that is also about the softer skills that we all need to develop. That's what's coming up in the aggregate across all of those jobs that we analyzed. Now, we also looked at large language models, and about 11,000 tasks across 800 jobs. And we tried to understand what might happen due to large language models potentially being able to disrupt those set of tasks. And that roughly divides into 3 types of categories of tasks. There's high potential for augmentation, not surprisingly, when they're administrative or clerical activities that are repetitive, or things like designing databases, or analyzing data to improve operations. A lot of that is actually automatable now. But there's a huge scope for augmentation, evaluating personnel capabilities or performance, collecting data about customers, reading documents or materials to inform work processes, so augmenting our productivity. And then finally, there are many, many, many jobs which have very low potential for exposure to artificial intelligence, specifically large language models, and that are things that are service work. It's people who are in customer-facing roles. It includes things that require a lot of collaboration, for example, in the development of educational programs. So there is a lot that is also, for the moment, unexposed, depending on how fast the technology moves. Now, this is one way of looking at large language models and what they might do to jobs. There are others as well, and I'm going to turn it over to my fellow panelist, Erik Brynjolfsson, to tell us a lot more, the bigger picture, this research as well as his.
Thank you, Sadia. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's been a pleasure working with you, Sadia. You know, all of us have been playing with Midjourney and ChatGPT and a lot of really cool technologies. If 2023 was the year of playing with those great technologies, I think 2024 is going to be the year of harvesting real productivity gains. In other words, it's a year that AI gets a body and starts actually being able to do things, transforming the world, transforming work, transforming productivity. And it may seem like it's an overnight success, but like most overnight successes, it's at least a decade in the making. Going back at least 12 years when Jeff Hinton and his team introduced deep learning techniques and won the ImageNet competition. And I see Andrew Eng here in the back, who was a pioneer in using these techniques as well. And they've been working on improving these techniques. And the first big set of successes was actually not in generative AI, it was in predictive AI, mapping a set of inputs X to a set of outputs Y, and if you have enough data on the inputs and the outputs, a machine can learn the relationships and how to map them together. And there have been many applications that have been quite successful. About 6 years ago, Tom Mitchell, Daniel Rock, and I tried to look at using this task-based approach that we've been talking about to understand what kinds of tasks and ultimately what kinds of occupations, what kinds of industries, what kinds of companies would be most affected, first by predictive AI and then generative AI. And here's the chart for 950 occupations. Each of these dots here is one of the occupations in the ONET taxonomy. And we found that almost all of them would be affected to some extent by predictive AI. There wasn't a single one that was unaffected. At the same time, there wasn't any that were completely transformed, that were automated entirely. Most of them had different levels of transformation. And you can see, for instance, up here, cashiers were ones that are relatively low paid. They're on the left side of the chart, have a lot of potential for transformation. There are other occupations that are relatively high paid, like over here, we've got pilots. There's a lot of potential for using predictive analytics and predictive AI there as well, even though it's relatively high paid. And I couldn't help looking at economists, and I wanted to see where we stood. I was a little surprised. I thought that a lot of the tools would transform our occupation more, but we're actually kind of on the lagging end of all of that. But the other thing is, if you look at the big picture, there's a bit of a pattern there that the lower paid jobs tended to have more tasks that were suitable for predictive analytics. Well, now we have generative AI, and what you see with the next slide is that the pattern is very different. That although again, we have the wage on this axis and the susceptibility to the tool or the exposure to the tool here, now the curve is somewhat more upward sloping. Economists are much more affected by these new tools, as are a lot of creative professionals. So we used to think we're relatively immune, like marketing professionals, and many administrative and management jobs, many professional jobs, things that doctors and lawyers do. So we have a different set of folks being affected, but it's still that basic task-based analysis. And so if you remember that a occupation or a job is a bundle of tasks, you can break that down and see how much each occupation is going to be affected. For instance, if you look at a marketing specialist, they have to write marketing copy, they have to do market research, they have to train new employees, they have to do about 20 other tasks according to the ONET taxonomy. And my company, WorkHelix, has broken that down into like 200,000 tasks now for the whole economy, and hundreds for each occupation. And if you weight each of those by their exposure, you get a sense of what the total effect is likely to be for that particular occupation. And in turn, you can roll that up to a company and see where the exposure is for a company, or you can roll it up to an industry or to a country. And now we're beginning to be able to have a plan for harvesting that productivity that I talked about. It's not enough just to play around with the tools, but if you know what tasks are most affected, you can prioritize what parts of your company or parts of your country you want to work on first. So if we go to the next slide, what you see is that this exposure can happen in a number of ways. As Sadia was mentioning, it can happen through augmentation, and that means you don't try to replace the entire task or the entire occupation. You use the tool to augment it. And so we did this, for instance, in a call center. We studied how you could use generative AI to help the call center operators do a better job. And within 3 to 4 months, they were already, on average, about 14% more productive, more calls per hour. They also had higher customer satisfaction. They also had less employee turnover. So stockholders, customers, workers, all were better off. And interestingly, the least skilled workers actually had the biggest lift from that in that particular case. You can go through every of the tasks in your organization and get a prioritized list of what you want to do first and where you want to do that transformation. In other cases, there are opportunities to do more full automation. And in those cases, you don't need to have the human in the loop nearly as much. I actually find that most executives, most policymakers spend too much time focusing on this column and not enough on this one. And then there's another category that they mostly don't even think about at all. If we go to the next slide, we see that there are new jobs that are emerging, entirely new tasks. And by definition, it's hard for us to think of those because they don't exist yet, but they often emerge organically. And if you allow your employees to work with the tools, they end up finding new ways of using them more effectively. So ultimately, what we have now is an opportunity to take these remarkable technologies and transform work, create higher paid jobs, not just more jobs, more good jobs, have more productive companies, countries, and economies. And I believe that 2024 is going to be the year where a lot of that starts happening, and we're seeing a move towards a new trajectory for the economy. So at this point, I think we have time for questions, right? So I'm happy to take questions for I think we have about 10 or 15 minutes for any questions you may have about this. Just feel free to raise your hand. Let's go over here. Well, let's use the microphone here.
Thank you. In the work that you're doing around tasks,
yes.
Have you looked at how you can take parts of old jobs and then path them into new jobs, like
yes.
reskilling, upskilling?
That's a great point. So a job, an occupation is a bundle of tasks, and what you may find is that some of the tasks can now be done better by a machine, and you may want to rebundle some of the other ones in a different way. So maybe a radiologist, maybe reading x-rays is now something the machine can understand very well, but communicating that to the patient may be something you still want a human in the loop for. So maybe there's a different kind of a job there for interacting with humans. They take some of the radiologist's job and some of the nurse's job and some other doctor's job, and they bundle them. And that's really an important job, important task for entrepreneurs, for policymakers, for good managers, is to rethink work, because we're not going to have a place where everything gets automated. We're far from that kind of a world. Instead, we're seeing a world where some tasks are automated, some are augmented, and humans are still important. So there's a new set of combinations that are needed. The companies that do that effectively are going to harvest the greatest productivity gains. Other questions? Yes, right here.
Sorry, you said that humans are important.
Sorry, say again?
I said you had mentioned to the earlier question that humans are important. How do you deal with adoption of what has been stated on the board in terms of AI? Because I think there's a big concern on the human part as to how adoption is receptive or unreceptive.
Right. Well, I'm very excited about the potential of AI to transform work and employment and industries. And so I encourage companies to adopt it, but there's a lot of hesitation because of some of the risks. And in particular, employees may be worried. The most common question I get is, you know, is it going to eat all the jobs? Are we going to be wiped out? And I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. And the reason is that, as I talked about, it can often be used to augment workers, but it's also the job of managers, entrepreneurs, to, when they introduce the tools, to do it in a way that they're focusing on how they can make the worker's job more productive rather than replacing them. I think ultimately that creates more value for the company, but it also helps with that organizational adoption. If you go to that radiologist earlier, as one of my colleagues did, and she was a very smart machine learning researcher at MIT, and she said, hey, we can replace radiologists with this machine. Guess what? The hospitals, the radiologists were not dying to adopt that. She realized that a better approach was what we just talked about. Hey, we can help the radiologists do their job better, spend more time communication with patients, more time on higher level abstractions. And the call center example is another one. Some companies tried to completely replace the operators. Others said, hey, we can make your job better, have the customers more happier so that your job is more pleasant. Guess what? The second company had much more adoption than the first one. So my advice is not just in terms of increasing productivity, but also in terms of speeding adoption. Think about that augmenting, how you can make it an assistant and helper rather than replacing work. Yes, over here.
Thank you. You said negotiation.
Sorry, I don't have a headset. Go ahead.
So negotiation, you said it's low exposure to AI and language learning, but I see...
In what?
In negotiation.
Yeah.
As negotiator, but when you have a machine learning, it can calculate for you all the possibilities for a good negotiation. So why it's low exposure?
Yeah. Well, so when you go into any particular task, it's rapidly evolving. And so one of the things we've done at the World Economic Forum and at Stanford and at my company, WorkHelix, is we're just constantly updating what kinds of capabilities the machines have. And so all of you as managers, you need to keep up to date on what's doable. I showed you predictive AI, and then I showed you generative AI, and there's a different set of tasks that are being affected. And even within generative AI, there are new tasks. It's a constantly evolving. So the technology is not standing still. And one of the things you want to do is partner with companies that can help you identify what the opportunities are. That said, I don't think every company needs to always be using the very cutting edge technology at any given time. There's frankly so much low-hanging fruit right now that if you simply implement, if something horrible happened and all the technology froze right now and it never advanced, I think we have another 10 years of implementation and of productivity gains just to use what we already have. So my advice to companies is set a priority list, go for some of that low-hanging fruit and things like customer service, coding, sales operations, a lot of management applications. You can implement tools right now and get some productivity gains, but then keep your eye on how they can be used in new capabilities like in negotiation. I think we have, is there anybody on this side? I just want to be fair. Okay, looks like the questioning people are on this side. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, I didn't want to be.
Hi.
Yeah.
Is the low adoption or the resistance from current job holders is going to some extent, hinder the development of AI, you know, and the...
Yeah. So, well, I have a paper coming out looking at adoption across the entire United States that was done in cooperation with the Census Bureau, and it was like single digits. But that data is already out of date because now the number of users of ChatGPT, well, first of all, let's just find a little adoption. How many of people in front of me here have used ChatGPT? If you're not raising your hand, yeah, okay. So within 60 days, 100 million people were using ChatGPT, and obviously it's a much bigger number now. So I think the adoption is not as low as it was a couple of years ago. Now, I think the real challenge, as I mentioned at the beginning, is translating that adoption into productivity. It's one thing to play around with it and write a love poem for your wife, like I did for Alana over there, or had ChatGPT write it for me. But which is, I guess, productive in a way. But also, companies have a lot of opportunities as well. And by the way, Sadia, why don't you come on up here? Because Sadia has been working with a lot of this stuff. She's got a whole team at the World Economic Forum that's been studying some of these issues as well. So are there other questions? Yes, Philippe.
Just wanted to know if is it the continuation of a race against the machine, or is it a real disruption?
Race against the machine. So 12 years ago, I wrote with a book with Andrew McAfee called Race Against the Machine, and I made an argument very similar to what Sadia and I have been making here, which is that you can use technologies as competitors and try to replace people, and you're going to lose that race. Or you can use it to complement people. Race with the machine was what we said. I don't know if it quite works, but the idea is use it to help you go better. And I believe that even more now than I did back then, if that's possible. And that's the advice we've been giving everybody. Back to that call center example. One of the reasons that the successful company, Cresta, was able to have their technology work is because they didn't try to do everything. They let the humans do what they were good at and the machines do what they're good at. And it turns out that if you look at all the tasks that a call center operator does, or that an economist does, or a pilot, or anybody does, they can be described in a power law. There's some tasks that are very, very common, and then there's a long tail of tasks that hardly ever happen. Machines are very good when you have got a lot of data. That's machine learning needs data. But when there's an imaginary graph behind me right now. When there's a long tail where there's only one or two examples, maybe you've never seen it before, machines are terrible. Machine learning doesn't work for that, at least not yet. Humans, however, are pretty good at it. So what you want, there's a natural division of labor of we are better at exceptions and unusual things and figuring out things. Machines are great when they've seen the example before, maybe a million times before. And that's going to be true for some time. How much time do we have left? Okay, oh good, we still have some 8 minutes. So other questions, comments?
Maybe, Eric, I'll just
you want to
come in on that particular question. Two things. I mean, we've been doing this report every 2 years, the future of jobs. And when we started out in 2016, it was all about this concern around the rise of industrial robots and what that was going to do to jobs in factories. And yes, there's been an integration of more of that technology in advanced manufacturing, but it hasn't done that disruption that everybody was deeply concerned about. Some, but not fully. So there's that element that we have to take into account. It takes time for some of this to get adopted. Second thing, I think we shouldn't forget the huge potential of artificial intelligence in actually personalizing learning and education, which is one of the solutions to helping people move from their current roles that might be declining or that might be disrupted into new roles.
Yeah, that's a great point. I want to emphasize that last one about using these to train and educate people. They can be very personalized. Every person can get their own tutor. There's research that shows that if you get personalized education, you get about 2 standard deviations faster progress than if you're getting the one-size-fits-all education that most people get today. It used to be much too expensive to give everyone personalized education, but with a large language model and other types of generative AI, you can give very personalized education. And even unintentionally, to give you that call center example, we did some research, not in the paper yet, but I'll give you a preview of some new results. It turned out that sometimes the system went down, like any technology does from time to time, and for an economist like me, that was another great experiment because we got to see how do people react when they didn't have access to the system unexpectedly. And I was worried that they would be lost, that they would become so dependent on it. The exact opposite happened. It turned out that the people who had been using the system ended up being better at answering questions than the people who hadn't been. Not quite as good as they were when they had the system live, but they had learned from the system. The system had been coaching them for weeks, months in some cases, and they had learned what some of the right kinds of answers were, and they had retained some of that. And the thing is that the system was giving the answers exactly when they needed it, when it was important to learn them. Previously, they'd gone through training months earlier, or maybe at the end of the week, the manager would look at their transcript and say, oh, you could have said something different here. You could have mentioned a different product. the ability of these tools to give you real-time personalized advice is one of the reasons that I think it's a great tool for training, even unintentionally. Other questions? Yeah, right over here.
In the jobs transition, there's often a gap between job losses and the new jobs arriving, and the skills coming through. Is the clock speed of these AI developments meaning that gap is getting smaller or larger?
Both. So one thing that's happening is that the technology is definitely accelerating, and it's creating new needs, and people have to reskill faster. But there are also two offsetting factors. One, as I just mentioned, it is allowing people to learn new skills faster. It's also allowing, with platforms and policymakers, better matching and be able to identify who can move to new areas. Let me give you a concrete example. During COVID, companies around the world laid off millions and millions of people. And then a few, years or months later, they were hiring back some people with some slightly different skills. And it turns out that the people who they were hiring back, they had a new set of skills, but if you look at it, there's a lot of overlap. In many cases, it would be an 80 or 90% overlap. With these tools that go down to the task-based analysis, you can see where those overlaps are. And instead of laying off one person and hiring an entirely different person, which is very expensive, or trying to train someone up from scratch, you can take the first person and say, hey, we only need to teach you another 10 or 20%, and now you've got new skills. You used to pull copper wire, let's teach you how to do fiber optics. You used to do data science, let's teach you how to do machine learning. And these transitions are much easier than having somebody learn from scratch. And one thing that's helping make those transitions easier is we have better predictive AI, we have better generative AI, and so both the challenge is greater, but also the tools to address the challenge are much greater. I think we have maybe time for one more question. All right, over here in the back.
Yeah, so my question is that since technology is improving at such a rapid rate, and how does the college know, or how does the student even know what to study? Because by the time you're out of your college 4 years later, you are already, what shall I say? What's the word I'm looking for? You're not required anymore.
Yeah, right. Well, education has to change. I mean, my industry, I showed you all these industries, my industry has been one of the slowest to change, and it needs to change faster. And I'll point to Andrew Ng again in the back here. One of the other companies he did, as many of you know, Coursera is a tool for bringing stuff online much more rapidly. He has new courses on generative AI that are coming out. I have a course, some of the stuff that I did at Stanford is now coming out online on Coursera. And people can be lifelong learners and continuously get the skills. They can take nano courses where they learn one very specific skill. They can take broader skills. But the era where you go to education for the first 10 or 20 years of your life, and then you're done, and then you just work, that's gone. And we need to change our model. Stanford University needs to change, and the online courses are part of the solution. Companies can help with this by having continuous education and learning. And of course, all of us ourselves, we have to have a different mindset that we're going to be continuously learning and learning those new skills. Do you want to follow up?
No, well, I do get it, that once you're in a job, you're continuously learning. Learning doesn't stop.
Right.
I am talking about the students who are in college, getting into college.
Yeah.
And they are in for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And, they are saying, okay, do I do this engineering?
Yeah.
Do I do that economics?
Yeah.
So what do I do? I mean, am I going to be
my
required
advice,
at all?
You do want a foundation, and there are some broad skills that are broadly applicable. If you're interested in math and statistics, that's going to be useful for lots of different verticals. If you're great at creative thinking or logical analysis, those are skills and techniques you can apply to lots of different areas. But then you're going to have to continuously learn on top of that as well. Don't think you're going to learn just one narrow craft and be done. It's going to be something where you continuously learn. Well, let me just wrap up by saying I said that 2024 is going to be the year of productivity, where AI gets a body and takes action and starts transforming each of your companies and countries. But that's only going to happen if you take action. And I really want to inspire you to make an effort to do an analysis of the opportunities in your company. You can do the task-based analysis that I described and see what kind of roadmap you have for getting some of that low-hanging fruit. If you do that, I think you're going to find surprising productivity gains. We found double-digit productivity gains within a few months in some of these applications. I'm pretty confident there are applications like that in each of your companies and countries as well. And so this is not a good time to just sit back and wait. This is a time to start using the technology and beginning to harvest some of those gains. And I wish you the best of luck in doing that.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening.
Conclude by saying that financing and resources, we also have to consider what kind of instruments we're going to use. And with the World Bank, we decided to try and conceive some kind of Amazonian bonus. What's the advantage of investing in this area? So it's a program, a holistic program that needs to be well coordinated, looking at people, cities, monitoring, agriculture as well, all working together about the impact it can have in concrete terms. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to the governor of the state of Pará. He was re-elected. It's his second term, one of the biggest victories among Brazilian governors, his second election. His state is bigger than Texas and California put together, and today a very big responsibility in terms of the amount of the Amazon that lies within the state, and of course they will be hosting COP30. Thank you very much, Governor, for being here. I think you have a huge challenge ahead. It's great to see your political will, the fact that you want to produce yet be sustainable. However, today Pará is the second biggest state in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and it has the second biggest livestock in Brazil as well. So tell us a little bit about how you'll manage this incredible environmental asset, and of course linking that back to the indigenous peoples. How can we make sure that for the people who live in this area, the forest has more value if it's left standing than if it's cut down? Thank you very much. Thank you to the World Economic Forum for inviting me to participate, especially in light of all the diversity and the important leaders that are here, people who are truly committed to building a new momentum and a new moment for people and the relationship to the environment and to nature. The state of Pará has huge challenges. We are a very large state. 70% of our land is native forest, but at the same time, the anthropocized area is important in terms of food production, and 9 million people inhabit our state. So we need to make the challenges that we face, economic challenges and environmental challenges, compatible, find a new model to use land so that it can be sustainable and it can allow for development to happen. We first started acting by fighting all illegal activities and helping Brazil reduce deforestation. The state of Pará used to be the biggest villain in terms of deforestation, but now we have become more and more the most important in terms of reducing these emissions from deforestation. In the year of 2023, we had a reduction of 46% in deforestation compared to 2022. This is about 1,500,000 square meters less that weren't deforested. So this shows the shift we're trying to implement. But I always say that you, of course, have to have command and control, but it's not the only thing that's important. So we need to build a transition. And I'd like to highlight the choice our state has made to try and find funding to decarbonize its economy, as it's done with the IDB. So we're trying to value forest as an asset with a bioeconomy plan that we've drafted, with a reforestation program, by also structuring a carbon market system so that we can ensure that we will have green jobs. And we need to make the agenda of sustainability and the challenge of sustainability compatible with the challenge we face in terms of social and economic development. Hosting COP30, which is the biggest event to talk about climate change in the globe, is a huge opportunity in order for us to have some legacy, a legacy that's both environmental, social, but also the infrastructure we will have in our state. So this is the path that we are going to go through, and deforestation reduction, I'm certain, will reduce more and more. We will continue to contribute to the Brazilian NDCs, and we will make the state of Pará not just a state that provides ores and food, but rather a state that sees that the solution lies within the forest. And that's the movement, the shift that all of us who are here need to lead. Identifying the forest as a solution to reduce deforestation, but also as a solution for social aspects, for the people who live within it. As soon as we're able to make sure that a standing forest is worth more than a forest that is cut down, then we will have conquered a lot. Society will help us preserve it, not just because it helps balance the climate, but because it provides them with a definitive solution to their social livelihood. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to someone who is currently the Minister of the Environment, but she's also so much more, Marina Silva. She's a dear friend. It's an honor to share this panel with you. I think it's very clear that the Amazon is an essential part of the balance we seek for the entire planet. That idea of having a standing forest that is valued, and we have a huge challenge of preserving, but also developing, generating income for the populations who live in the forest and outside of it, right outside of it, without harming the environment. And we also have the market aspects that need to be considered. So investors are trying to identify the value of the forest, and this is up for debate. So how do you see these issues, and what are the main challenges that you will face now as Minister of the Environment? Thank you, Luciano. It's a great pleasure being here as part of this panel with all the different partners, President Petro of Colombia, representatives from the indigenous peoples, who kind of set the reference for the debate, and the governor of the state of Pará, a very important state in light of everything the governor has just exposed. Luciano, I think the Amazon, as you mentioned, is a space for solutions because it represents a solution for the balance of our climate, for the entire climate, but also because of a paradigm shift. In the Amazon, about 80% is preserved but about 18%, 19% has been anthropocized. However, the Amazon has the possibility of now establishing a new paradigm so we don't repeat what was done in other areas, as was the case of the Atlantic forest that used to have 1,300,000 square kilometers, and now we only have about 9 to 10% of the Atlantic forest still standing. We can do things differently in the Amazon, but in order to do that, we have to first of all respect the ancestral knowledge of its peoples who have been using nature for a very long time. And also we need to learn from nature itself. Nature, and in the Amazon this is even more obvious, is very diversified. Why do economic models have to be so homogeneous? So in order to respect the Amazon and be able to develop the region socially, economically, we also need that economy to be diversified. Another important aspect about the Amazon is being able to value what some people call its environmental assets. I prefer to say its ecosystemic services and its colors, its sounds, everything that the Amazon represents for its people, but also for the entire world. Having a development model that is compatible with sustainability in many different dimensions. Beyond sustainability, economic, social, and environmental sustainability, we also need to look at cultural sustainability, political sustainability, because what we will do with the Amazon depends on political decisions. And also aesthetic sustainability, because it's one of the most beautiful and rich areas of the world, but also one of the most fragile. So we have, I always say that we have most of the technical solutions, but we need the ethical commitment of using the technology, the knowledge that science has produced, having public policies that are based on evidence, but that are linked to the ancestral knowledge of traditional populations. We already have technology to develop bioeconomy, but what is our ethical commitment to be able to get the financing and investment needed to get it going? And we know that products, materials can be generated based on all that biodiversity. So where's the problem? Well, a lot of the time, the alternatives we create do not have a market. They do not appeal to the market. And now we're finally opening our eyes to be able to have financing and strategic programs in these areas, while at the same time creating markets for these products that are not just concrete products. So diversified economy, valuing our social biodiversity, and making sure that financial resources are allocated to ensure that projects can be developed, both public resources, private funding. The financial system has to reinvent itself to be able to consider the need to support these environmental assets and to align all of that with the strategic decisions that have been made. At COP28, we've just made a decision about the need for adaptation and mitigation with a reference that is set for all of us. And this is how I will conclude. At COP28, we stated that a transition is needed to eliminate fossil fuels, and we need to precisely think about the solution and this transition. For 31 years, we've been talking about climate change, but we all know that the main problem is fossil fuels. And so we need the transition to happen while involving oil producers, oil consumers, being able to also deal with food security, low carbon agriculture, and the Amazon can be part of the solution. But I think most of the contribution is already there. It produces 20 billion tons of water per day. It's responsible for the balance of our planet. That's what it's about. Even without any economic activity, the Amazon, because of the rain it produces, corresponds to 75% of the GDP of South America. How could you destroy that? But that's what we've been doing. We've been destroying this asset, which is so important for our GDP. Finally, COP28 has mentioned a path for the transition and transitioning out of fossil fuels. Brazil was brave enough to talk about zero deforestation, and we have now the federal government and the state government working together in that sense, and this is how we will be able to find solutions. As poet Tiago de Mello said, sometimes you do not have to find a new path. You just have to find a new way to go forward. And this is what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And to conclude this first round, after 1.5 years of in the presidency of Colombia, taking the environmental discussion to yet another level, 42% of its territory is covered by the Amazon forest. Thank you very much for being here with us, President. You have a strong environmental narrative, and you have been very brave to criticize your peers in the region. You have insisted on environmental agendas. So how can you describe your journey so far? What have been the challenges you have faced, especially in the environmental area, considering the Amazon?
Bien, nosotros hemos reducido sustancialmente.
We have substantially reduced deforestation by 70%, more or less. And there are different economic strengths and forces that go against the Amazon. The idea of large properties of soil and land as a criteria, as a wealth criteria. For instance, the issue of fentanyl in the U.S., the Amazon forest is at huge risk of all the multinational mafias that come to the south and see South America and China as a subject of a market. Things like cocaine. So there's a very there's a very brittle planet equilibrium. The water generated by the Antarctic, large masses of vapor, of humidity in the last thousands of years made up this huge CO2 absorption in the forest. It seems that human beings were there before. Serengeti from 10,000 years ago, and the recent discoveries in Ecuador of urban life. And this shows that before the forest, there were already humans without the forest. But nowadays, humans are there. They're present with an economic activity that exploits oil, illegal mining, and huge extensions for extensive agriculture. And but if we break that balance, if that frozen current doesn't continue flowing, or if economic activities continue in the way they are operating, then we'll come to a point of no return, something irreversible for the existence of humans. Today, there's a huge CO2 stag chimney in North America and a sponge in the south that is partially absorbing that CO2, partially. only. And if we do away with the forest, there's nothing else we can do, because we would reach that point of no return. This is why the Amazon is not just a strategic. Strategic is not the word. The word is vital for human species. And therefore, we are facing the problem of what to do. There are many efforts being made by indigenous peoples, efforts done by national locals, and a so-called corporation that reaches $20 million from time to time, and this does not suffice. This is not enough. The vital reality of the Amazon, the actions that are being proposed so far in order to preserve it, is insufficient. And aside from the efforts being made by indigenous peoples, we've tried to make estimates, and we know that we need a flow of $2.5 billion a year in order to revitalize these deforested space, and in order to start building a bioeconomy, an economy with the forest and not against it. And this means sustaining, supporting the population that lives there until they can sustain themselves. I'm going to give you an example. For instance, $15 million that is being given as international cooperation. This is nothing. This is just greenwashing. If we speak of Brazil and Peru, this is nothing. It means nothing. It's a ridiculous amount. And we are proposing something different, a mechanism that has to do with the financial system. Because if we don't act upon the financial system, on the global system, there will be no mechanism to finance the climate action that is needed. In the case of Colombia, what we propose is not cooperation. What we propose is for us, ourselves, to finance this climate action that is needed for the Amazon forest. But to this end, we need to lead our own resources. And this amount of $2.5 billion a year. And how do we do this? How can we do this? This can be done by exchanging debt. That is to transform the world financial system. And this is a powerful funding mechanism of climate action, something which on a universal scale represents a complete change. Brazil, in exchange of our proposal, which has to do with issues CO2 rights, Brazil proposed something that is much simpler, much softer. That is for us not to be charged country risk on the other way around. Because if we take care of the Amazon, the risk for the world will decrease. And because country risk is an added interest rate of our debt. So if this becomes zero, that is just like the US or Europe, this would represent, this would mean that we would have many more resources available in order to fund this revitalizing of the Amazon forest and to preserve it and have it under Colombian sovereignty. And this, should this be done throughout the whole Amazon basin, we would have a very powerful mechanism in order to help the Amazon forest.
Vou tentar ser breve aqui, mas já que a ministra Marina Silva falou de matrizes energéticas, de combustíveis fósseis, presidente Petro.
Fossil fuels, you have also spoken about this topic, and I would like to speak about this. And Marina and President Petro talked about the exploitation of oil in the Amazon. I was at Oya Park 2 or 3 minutes ago, Oyapock River, and we have to think about the environmental impact of the Amazon basin, but I could see with my own eyes the settlements that are being built around the airport, especially because of the possibility of oil exploration there. So there's a social and urban impact that can be felt in the communities of the region. So Ilan, with a development bank, what is the approach of a development bank when we talk about oil exploration in the Amazon basin, in your opinion? There are several sovereign discussions, and every country arrives at its own conclusion. From the point of view of a development bank and global resources, we leave that kind of resources up to other agencies. In our case, funding is not for that kind of exploration. We concentrate in clean energy, on Amazon management, Amazon always, Amazonia sempre. We concentrate on the funding where we believe this leads to public good, where you have externalities and that the whole planet can benefit from. This does not mean that every country can make its own decision or cannot make its own decision, and we will not mingle with the sovereignty of every country. But from the global point of view and public good, we multilateral banks concentrate on other priorities. Minister, when Brazil and yourself have a very strong agenda on this regard, Brazil has nevertheless signed with OPEC. So we have a twofold kind of position. I would love to hear you about the exploration of oil in the Amazon. I think that there's a discussion that takes place in two fronts. The first one is related to this more wide-scoping discussion I talked about before, oil producers and oil consumers. And this is where we're going to find our pathway. We want to move away from the dependence from fossil fuels, as President Lula said in his opening speech at the COP. And we want to transition and put an end to the use of fossil fuels. The other discussion is the sovereign discussion within every country. In the case of Brazil, this decision is made by the Energy Policy Council, CPE. And I was talking to Minister Alexandre, saying that we should hold a strategic discussion about energy security, talking about the contribution of Brazil towards the transition for the end of fuel use, fossil fuel. There's a contradiction of a fossil matrix and the transition. There are $7 trillion that are sent in subsidies for fossil fuels, and we do not manage to get the 100 billion in order to make the ecologic transition of the planet. So it's a strategic decision around the world and inside every country. In the case of the oil in the Amazon, we have denied this license twice, one in 2018 and now under my administration, for environmental reasons. It was not for, to say that oil cannot be exploited in Brazil, because this is not a decision made by the environmental ministry, but rather the Energy Policy Council. What I have defended is that the oil corporations should, as quickly as possible, become energy producing corporations. And if there is a country that can be a major, clean, safe, renewable energy producer, that country is Brazil, not only for itself, but also to help the planet's matrix with green hydrogen. Brazil has made a bold decision of zero deforestation. Colombia is making a decision about oil zero oil. And I think that these are valid discussions. At some point, we are going to meet. I believe that Colombia at some point is going to say zero deforestation, and humankind will also have to say zero oil. But right now, we have a process that is making a contribution for this discussion with issues that are very sensitive. Brazil operates on both fronts. It is an oil-producing country, and it is a country that had major emissions because of deforestation. That has been brought down by 50% in this first year of President Lula administration. We had already had a 83 reduction in the first few years of the previous Lula administration, where we have created protection areas from 2003 to 2008. The world, therefore, is living through a contradiction, but the end of it means that we will have to face the fossil fuel problems. We will have to hold this discussion with those who produce and who consume oil, and every country in its sovereignty will find its own pathway. But President Lula has set a term of reference. We have to move away from fossil. How we're going to find this pathway is up to Brazil and for the rest of the world. President, please.
Bueno, nosotros no solamente hemos dicho de...
We haven't just said zero deforestation. Apart from this, we have to re-strengthen the deforested space. In the case of Colombia, we're speaking about 3 million hectares, huge prairies, and that is statistics of not reaching zero, but rather having positive numbers. With the growth of the forest in the Brazil, this is much more complex because we're speaking about 27 million people. In our case, we're speaking about hundreds of thousands. In Colombia, we've taken more care of the forest, but obviously there are economic factors that are harming it, but there's a huge contradiction and a paradox. The forest is a CO2 sponge, but it's also there's the chimney, the stack of oil. It's the use and exploitation of oil and gas in northern capitalism. The huge chimney of CO2 is the US, Canada, the European Union, China, and Japan. Their first responsibility is to turn off that stack, that chimney, that is to no longer use oil. And this leads to a clash of economic interests that we are debating on here in Davos and at the COP. The word fossil fuel as causing environmental crisis is something that was only mentioned in an oil-producing country COP. So this is something that's delegated right now. This is delegated on Congo and other countries. That is the task of taking care of the sponge, as if the sponges, as if these forests could mitigate the chimneys in the north. And this is not so, because forests will burn if chimneys in the north keep burning, and this will represent the end of human beings. And this is something that scientists are saying. So therefore, we countries that are taking care of the forest and whom are not given the possibility of carrying out transformations in order to empower our own funding, in order to take care of the forest, because the system hasn't changed. It's still the good old system. So therefore, we need we let those forests to exploit oil or other fossil fuels. In the ancient days, the sea reached the Andes, but right now we have Ecuador, Colombia, and this band, this area is absolutely essential because there's no other water apart from the one that stems from the Andes range. And this ecosystem, if it is disrupted, it will not just destroy or kill the forest, but it will leave all Central American cities in the Andes without water. This is a huge problem. But what is causing this? Well, the extensive use and consumption of coal, gas, and oil. we saw that the ocean left fossil fuels between the forest and the Andes range, huge reserves of oil. And this includes the largest oil discovery in the last few years, and we allowed for its exploitation. And if we allow for its exploitation, we are allowing for the end of human life, not just the forest. Yes, the forest sucks in CO2, but under this, there's oil. It's CO2 absorbed by geological history. And if we exploit and we extract that oil and export it to large chimneys in the north, that will be the end of it. So what are we going to do with the field of Guyana? Campo Guyana, and this is a huge problem right now. We, from Colombia, say no more oil exploitation. We signed the non-fossil fuel proliferation treaty, something that's only been signed by islands that are about to disappear, and we want this to be extended to the whole world. The decision must be that of putting an end to the consumption of oil. But this is a problem that pertains to the north. We said that we will no longer carry out oil, gas, or coal exploration. We want no more oil exploitation in the Amazon. Without exploration, there will be no exploitation. The forest is more important than the oil underneath. Underneath oil, this is death. But in order to succeed, we need to decrease the emissions of chimneys in the north, and we need to change the world financial system in order to allow for countries' resources to be liberated, in order for them to take care of the preservation of the Amazon forest. In the case of Guyana, well, Venezuela, that is not here. There's a conflict about to become a military conflict, and we need to compensate Guyana and Venezuela for what is happening, so that this oil that's under the Amazon forest in that territory will not come out. But is the world doing anything about this? Is this something that we could speak of to the UK or the US? The possibility of military conflicts, Guyana with the UK are in the same thing. Human life is what we should consider, and it's not. We should consider not who's the owner of that resource, but rather not to let the oil come out, because if it does, our fight against climate crisis will become nothing. Absurd. Thank
you very much, President. I loved to hear Governor Barbalho and Fernando also. I loved hearing you, but our time is up, so we could go on talking for a long time. Thank you very much, Ilan, Elder, Finance Minister, and President. Thank you all. Thank all of you who watched us, and may you all have a good evening. Thank you.
have retaken more than half of the territory that Russia occupied from the start of this conflict. They've repulsed Russia's attempts at an offensive last winter, and they're repulsing one this winter. They've severely degraded Russia's Black Sea fleet, dramatically increasing Ukraine's exports through the Black Sea. They've imposed severe costs on the Russian military, destroying major capabilities built up over decades. And amid all of this, Ukraine has made economic reforms, strengthened its own defense industrial base, and accelerated its integration with the West. Of course, the fight is not over. Russia has laid dense minefields across the front lines, making it harder for Ukraine to make major territorial gains. With China's help, Putin is mobilizing Russia's defense industrial base, putting the country's economy on a wartime footing. And Russia is seeking more weapons from both North Korea and Iran, which violates multiple UN Security Council resolutions that Moscow itself voted to put in place. But as President Zelensky has discussed with President Biden, and as Secretary Blinken and I discussed with him earlier today, the people of Ukraine are steeled for the struggle ahead, and the United States and our partners will continue to stand with them. We're expanding training for Ukrainian troops. We're working to secure bipartisan support for the necessary resources to supply Ukraine with the weapons it needs. We're ramping up our own defense industrial base while denying Russia access to critical inputs it needs to do the same. And we're also innovating, and this is a critical point, working with our partners and especially with the private sector to help Ukraine solve the key technological challenges of an evolving battlefield, like electronic warfare, drones, and demining. Together, we will build on our sanctions to ensure that even as unsustainable war spending masks underlying weakness, the economic costs for Russia continue to mount. And we will keep supporting Ukraine's diplomatic efforts to secure a just and lasting peace that protects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in line with the principles of the UN Charter. Because we've seen time and time again what happens when aggressors are allowed to take a neighbor's territory by force and don't pay a price. They keep going. We've also worked to rally an international response to new aggression in the Middle East. In the Red Sea, reckless attacks by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels, including the use of anti-ship ballistic missiles, have threatened freedom of navigation in one of the world's most vital waterways. More than 50 nations have been affected in nearly 30 attacks. Last week, the United States and the United Kingdom, with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands, struck a number of targets in Yemen used by the Houthis to stage and launch these attacks. This defensive action followed extensive multinational coordination led by the United States among 44 nations to condemn Houthi attacks, and also led to a UN Security Council resolution condemning those attacks. We are not looking for regional conflict, far from it. Through a combination of steady deterrence and steadfast diplomacy, we seek to stop the spread of conflict and to create the conditions for de-escalation. Our approach is and remains focused on moving towards greater integration and stability in the region. Long before October 7th, the United States was deeply engaged in an effort to secure a political horizon for the Palestinian people, with Israel's security guaranteed as part of that. We judged that direct negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians, which had fallen short so many times before, was unlikely to succeed. We determined the best approach was to work towards a package deal that involved normalization between Israel and key Arab states, together with meaningful progress and a political horizon for the Palestinian people. That was our goal before October 7th. And it was our progress toward that goal that Hamas sought to destroy on October 7th, when they came across the border into Israel, viciously massacred 1,200 people, took more than 200 hostages, and then turned and fled, hiding behind an innocent civilian population and vowing to commit October 7th again and again. That is the reality Israel is contending with, a determined terrorist threat that chose as its battlefield the communities of innocent civilians, and still to this day holds more than 100 hostages in circumstances that are dire and deteriorating. Now, this does not lessen at all Israel's responsibility to conduct its campaign in a way that upholds international humanitarian law and abides by the moral and strategic necessity to distinguish between terrorists and innocent civilians. Every innocent life, Palestinian, Israeli, everyone, is sacred and deserves to be protected. The United States will continue to work with the rest of the world to secure the release of the hostages and to ensure the Palestinian people have access to the food, water, medicine, and safety that they urgently need and deserve as human beings. As we respond to this crisis, we are actively pursuing a pathway to normalization and integration with our regional partners. There's a lot to do, but we are working together day in and day out to think about what a future can and should look like after the conflict. A future where Gaza is never again used as a platform for terror. A future where Israelis and Arabs can live in peace, Palestinians have a state of their own, and Israel's security is assured. I know that in this moment where there's so much anger and pain and so much uncertainty, it's hard to imagine. But it really is the only path that provides peace and security for all. And what is more, it is not impractical. It can be done. The pieces are there to be put together to achieve this outcome, and not years down the road, but in the nearer term, if all of us pull together and make the wise and bold decisions to choose this course. Now, as we're dealing with unfolding crises in Ukraine and the Middle East, we're also managing critical relationships around the world, none more critical than the relationship between the United States and China. The United States is competing with China across multiple dimensions, and we make no bones about that. But we are not looking for confrontation or conflict, and we are seeking to manage that competition responsibly, intensifying diplomacy to reduce the risk of miscalculation. We saw this just last November when President Biden and President Xi met in Woodside, California. They agreed to restart counter-narcotics cooperation, and since then Beijing has actually taken affirmative steps to halt the flow of precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl, progress that we hope and need to see continue. We also agreed to resume military-to-military communications and have already taken steps to do so. The chairman of our Joint Chiefs of Staff just spoke with his counterpart for the first time in his job and the first time in quite a long time, and this is to the good for our relationship, but also for regional and global stability. It will help reduce the risk of unintended conflict. And together, the US and China will launch a new dialogue aimed at minimizing and managing the risks of artificial intelligence. Now, we are doing all this while at the same time making the investments in ourselves and our partners so that we can continue to compete effectively. We've revitalized our own industrial and innovation base with historic legislation while seeking to address Beijing's unfair economic practices. We've energized our alliances and partnerships in the Indo-Pacific and Europe in ways that were, frankly, unimaginable a few years ago. The launch of AUKUS, elevating the Quad, new agreements with Vietnam, the Philippines, and India, a historic trilateral with Japan and South Korea, and 2 summits with Pacific Island states. We've come together with our G7 partners and agreed on collective steps to de-risk our economies and diversify away from strategic dependencies rather than decoupling. And together with allies and partners, we've stressed the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. All the while, we've been transparent and straightforward about the targeted and narrowly tailored steps we've taken to protect critical technologies. And I want to spend a minute on this, because technology competition is global. In an interdependent world, there's a risk that it could contribute to a broader trend of disintegration. That's why we are working to bring together countries and companies to set high standards for emerging technologies and secure the trusted free flow of data. We've also taken steps in partnership with others to protect foundational technologies with what we've called a small yard and a high fence. Today, military advantage hinges on access to critical technologies, some of which are commercial and dual use, like advanced semiconductors. Simply put, our strategic competitors should not be able to exploit American technologies to undermine our national security or that of our allies and partners. To deal with this, we've taken steps to regulate specific outbound investments of concern in technology, and we've implemented carefully tailored restrictions on exports, focused on advanced semiconductor manufacturing tools, supercomputing capabilities, and the most advanced chips, which are critical to a range of military platforms, including weapons of mass destruction, hypersonic missiles, and autonomous weapon systems. Key allies and partners have followed suit, acting on their own concerns. Now, I want to be clear. These tailored measures are not a technology blockade. They do not seek to, nor in fact do they, restrict broader trade and investment. And in fact, in our semiconductor rule that we put out just a few months ago, last October, there is a broad carve-out for commercial chips, the kind of chips that can help power economic progress and growth. Our goal is to ensure that the next generation of technologies works for, not against, our security and our democracy. Now, last spring at the Brookings Institution, I talked about the work that President Biden was doing to respond to the economic challenges that he faced when he took office. That in recent decades, America had enjoyed solid top-line GDP growth, but the benefits of that growth were not being broadly shared across America's middle class. That our economic policy was not taking sufficient account of a massive non-market economy like China. That our approach was not delivering fast enough or ambitiously enough on a clean energy transition, and that these problems were not unique to the United States. President Biden entered office with a simple and powerful affirmative answer. It was not an answer to abandon what had built America into the strongest, most innovative economy in the world, but rather to rediscover it. It starts with investing, with returning to an American tradition that runs through Lincoln's Continental Railroad, Eisenhower's highways, and Kennedy's moonshot. And because of that choice, today the United States has the strongest recovery and lowest inflation of any leading economy. We've created nearly 14 million jobs, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs across all 50 states. Real wages are rising. We've had 23 straight months of unemployment under 4% for the first time in half a century. And what's even more compelling in a forum like this, our partners have joined us in this journey. This time last year, there were murmurs that the United States' historic domestic investments would fracture the global economic order and weaken our alliances. The reality is that countries around the world want to follow the formula that we've developed, and we want to help them do that. Making bold investments, building high-quality infrastructure, empowering workers, tackling climate change. And we've also been focused on ensuring our approach works for everyone, including emerging market and developing countries. With our partners, we're mobilizing greater private investment to address development needs, to get from the billions being invested today to the trillions that are needed. That's the main goal of the G7's Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, or PGI, that we launched with our G7 partners last year. Its signature approach of spurring growth along economic corridors. We're also leading the way on reforming multilateral development banks to provide a viable option for countries to invest in their futures, including middle-income countries who haven't had access to the low-cost financing they need and deserve. We're building innovative new international economic partnerships, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity. Because our fundamental view is that international economic policy needs to be about solving the problems of today, not the problems of 50 years ago. Building resilience in our supply chains, mobilizing investment, massive investment for an effective clean energy transition, ensuring trust and transparency in digital innovation, stopping a race to the bottom in corporate taxation, tackling corruption, and advancing a trade policy that puts the rights and well-being of workers and working families at its core. Now, as the National Security Advisor of the United States, my job is to worry. Worry about the things I've talked about today, and there's plenty to say grace over there, but also worry about other threats too, like North Korea. But let me close with a couple of thoughts on why I remain optimistic. First, the more others seek to undermine the international system through violence and coercion, the more it brings our allies and partners closer together. This is the paradox that leaders like Putin cannot seem to solve. Second, when it comes to world politics, people around this planet are much more interested in whether or not their lives are improving than in anyone's imperial ambition or imperial project. So as long as we continue to be focused on offering a global value proposition that delivers for people, that is serious about shared economic growth, tackling climate change, managing new technologies, and promoting good governance, our model will remain much more attractive globally than that of aggression or coercion or intimidation or confrontation. So we're going to stay the course and look to our partners, including all of you, to continue with us, to make clear that violent disruption of the international system will fail, to remain committed to diplomacy, which is even more vital as geopolitical tensions rise, and to take steps needed to lead in the sources of technological and economic growth that will be the foundation of success and strength in free societies. Nothing in world politics is inevitable. We are in command of our own choices. So it's up to us to summon the vision, commitment, and sense of shared purpose to make the right choices, to shape the future for the benefit of our fellow citizens and future generations to come. So thank you for giving me the opportunity today, and I'm happy to have a conversation with Borja. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much to Jake Sullivan. That was an impressive tour de horizon. And you're right that a year ago, many people, even here in Davos, was expecting the US to be in a recession by now. And what we're seeing is a soft landing. But the geopolitical backdrop is more complex than a year ago. And I think many participants and people here are really worried that this will spill into the economic recovery also in a negative way. And one of the things that people are very worried about now is, of course, the situation in the Red Sea. Maybe you could say a few words about that. Do you think this will get better in the coming weeks, or do we have to fasten the seatbelt and this will be complex in the year to come in the Red Sea?
Well, first, as I said in my speech, this goes way beyond being a regional challenge. This is a global challenge. We're talking about a vital artery of global commerce, a critical maritime choke point that's being held hostage, and countries and companies that have nothing to do with the Middle East whatsoever are being affected, more than 50 nations in nearly 30 attacks. And so it's a crisis that the whole world needs to respond to. And frankly, the UN Security Council did come through with a very strong resolution condemning these attacks and calling for the Houthis to stop. Now, we mobilized a coalition of countries to take strikes to degrade the Houthis' capabilities so their ability to mount sustained and complex attacks becomes more difficult over time. But we did not say when we launched our attacks, they're going to end once and for all, the Houthis will be fully deterred. We anticipated the Houthis would continue to try to hold this critical artery at risk, and we continue to reserve the right to take further action, but this needs to be an all-hands-on-deck effort. And frankly, the answer to your question about how long this goes on and how bad it gets comes down not just to the decisions of the countries in the coalition that took strikes last week, but the broad set of countries, including those with influence in Tehran and influence in other capitals in the Middle East, making this a priority to indicate that the entire world rejects wholesale the idea that a group like the Houthis can basically hijack the world as they are doing. And so we want to work with countries across the board, countries who are allies and partners, countries who are not, in the common interest to get this to stop.
So after 7th of October and the war in Gaza, there's been increasing then worries about escalation of the war. But then it did not take place. Lebanon was not a part of the war. We did not see a major reaction from Hezbollah. Do you think it still will be contained? Of course, this Houthi situation is complicating it. but is not a full-scale escalation that will have major impact on the world economy.
Look, the risk was real from October 7th, and the risk remains real today. And that's why, in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, President Biden mobilized at lightning speed to move U.S. military assets, to increase deterrence in the region, to send a clear message to actors who might want to exploit the situation. And we continue to be focused on that. But we do see a pathway to a shift in the military campaign in Gaza, a reduction in tensions and the exchange of fire along Israel's northern border, a reduction in the risk of escalation in other parts of the region, and we'll have to continue to deal with the Houthi threat. We see a pathway. We are eagerly working with partners throughout the region to try to pursue that pathway, but in the meantime, we have to guard against and be vigilant against the possibility that, in fact, rather than heading towards de-escalation, we are on a path of escalation that we have to manage. And we are doing this not just by ourselves, but with a large collection of countries both in the region and beyond, and it remains a central locus of our strategy. Try to ensure that we manage escalation across the Middle East to the maximum extent possible, taking every possible measure that we can in that regard, and ultimately get on a path of diplomacy and de-escalation.
Coming back to Gaza, the last years, there has not been that much focus on a two-state solution. Definitely not from the Israeli government, but the pressure on the international community hasn't been that much either. There are other topics that have been at the top of the agenda. I think now there is more focus on finding a reliable future solution for a two-state, Israelis and Palestinians living peacefully next to each other. But when you have been to Jerusalem, and President Biden also has his discussions with Netanyahu, do you feel there is any genuine interest on the Israeli side to pursue the Oslo process, the two-state solution, or is it a very lonely thing to do? You feel that you have to push, and there is no real response?
Well, first, at the start of your question, your premise was that nobody was really focused on two-state solution or the Palestinian question before October 7th, and I do take some exception to that, particularly given the fact that a central diplomatic initiative of the Biden administration was to try to generate normalization, and as a critical element of a normalization package, generate both tangible benefits for the Palestinian people and a political horizon towards two states. And it was our judgment that that was going to be the most viable pathway to make progress on what had been an intractable problem, that going for another round of direct negotiations wasn't going to do it. So coming in this more indirect way was most likely to generate this result. And in fact, earlier last year in 2023, I actually went to Ramallah, sat with President Abbas, and talked through this play, long before October 7th took place. Now, the strategy post-October 7th does not deviate very much from that. We still want to see normalization tied to a political horizon for the Palestinian people. The current Israeli government has expressed quite strong views publicly about the Palestinian question, and there are elements and voices in that government that actually the U.S. government has come out quite strongly and criticized for certain statements and stances that they've taken. But ultimately, the Israeli government will have to make its choice about how best to guarantee and ensure the security of the State of Israel, and it is President Biden's firm conviction that the best way to do that is two states with Israel's security guaranteed.
So what you're saying is that the follow-up of the Abraham Accords was to bring in, if we were to bring in Saudi Arabia, and that it would have been also, the basis for that would have to be a political solution also, where Israel would have to move on a two-state solution.
Yes, in fact, when President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke in the weeks and months leading up to October 7th, This was a key topic of discussion. Where do the Palestinians fit into a broader vision for Israel's integration into the region and normalization with Arab states?
That would also mean, as according to the Arab peace plan, that the Arabs would also then together guarantee peace and safety for Israel if there is a two-state solution. And were serious discussions around this, you felt, but that has not continued after 7th of October?
No, in fact, what I'm saying is that the basic recipe, which is peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors, a two-state solution with Israel's security guaranteed, these pieces are not, in a way, operating in completely separate spheres. They are linked and connected. They were before October 7th. They remain linked today, and there's something that we're going to have to continue to work on.
We had President Zelensky sitting in that chair just a couple of hours ago, and he, of course, urged us all to continue the support financially, but also militarily. EU is currently not in a situation where they can continue, but Ursula von der Leyen has underlined that she's working on it, and it's a question of weeks. I think it's the same in the US currently. I think the White House announced in the weekend that this support had to stop for the moment, but I think you're working on a political solution. So maybe comment on that. And the second thing is that he's also asking for more advanced weapons and missiles. Following the recent attacks from Russia hitting more and more civilians, and we're seeing really all this suffering, is that something that you're contemplating, even bringing more advanced weapons in there with allies?
Secretary Blinken and I had the opportunity to meet with President Zelensky this morning and talk about the battlefield and talk about various capabilities. We had a very good discussion. I will leave it at that. It's best left behind closed doors at the moment, but it was a robust and detailed discussion.
If it was a good discussion, I guess you were discussing this thing too, though. Huh?
Again, as I said, I will leave that behind closed doors. What I will say is that we've got to be able to deliver the necessary resources to Ukraine for the weapons that it needs to be able to achieve the results that it needs. And that requires mobilizing the bipartisan support we have in both the House and Senate, converting that into actual votes for the money. President Biden is absolutely laser focused on that. We are seeking to get that done in the coming weeks. And in fact, I continue to believe and express confidence that we will, after a lot of twists and turns, ultimately get there. I have held that confidence from the beginning. I continue to hold that confidence today.
Last question. We had an order after the Cold War, post-Cold War order that was based on rule of law, acceptance of the UN Charter, and that order seems to not be the order anymore. We are on the way to a new order, so we are between orders. Do you agree with that, or are there ways of what are we able to keep on the positive side from the old order to bring into a new world order, and how can we avoid that new world order becomes like a jungle growing back, and we rather have an order based on international law and the principles that have brought us prosperity and freedom for decades?
I guess, and maybe this is the old kind of teacher in me coming out, I think of this a little bit more about a transition of eras rather than a transition of orders, but the two are kind of cousins of one another. The reason I draw the distinction is because I don't think the international order built after 1945 is getting replaced wholesale with some new order. It will obviously evolve as it has evolved multiple times over the decades since 1945. But I do think in a more sharp and distinctive way, we are moving into a new era, and that's what I talked about in my remarks, that we are, the post-Cold War era has come to a close. We're at the start of something new. We have the capacity to shape what that looks like, and at the heart of it will be many of the core principles and core institutions of the existing order, adapted for the challenges that we face today. And that's a lot of what I tried to lay out in my remarks. Some of that goes to geopolitics, and showing that crime doesn't pay. That is, you will pay a serious price for the kind of aggression we've seen from the likes of Russia. And part of it's about geoeconomics and how we build or update the international economic order in ways that address the needs of working people, address the climate crisis, address the reality of this major non-market economy, the PRC. And then part of that also is about giving greater voice to countries that did not have that voice back after 1945 but deserve it today. Adding the African Union just this year to the G20 is a good example of that, but there are many others as well. But yes, I believe we've entered a new era. I think that era is marked by a simple thing to say, but a very complex reality, which is strategic competition in an age of interdependence. The major powers are deeply interdependent. They are also competitive, and that creates the world we're operating in. For the United States, what does that mean? At essence, it means invest in ourselves and invest in our allies so we can compete effectively, but also so we can rally solutions to the world's problems that affect all of us, friends as well as competitors.
Thank you. A more multipolar world, but a multipolar world without multilateralism and law, international law is a very dangerous situation. We tried that in Europe, before the First World War.
Well, I think there's no reason why we cannot generate global problem solving at scale on the big challenges that we face today. We didn't do so with the COVID pandemic, but that could teach us a lot of lessons for how we do so going forward on both longer-term crises that have become increasingly urgent with every passing year, like climate change, and urgent crises like what is happening in the Middle East right now. And I started and finished my speech with optimism because I think we ourselves have the capacity to decide whether we step up to do this. We have the tools to do it. The question is, are we prepared to put those to work? That is a question of political will within our countries and then across our countries. And those who are working to summon that political will need to band together to try to produce a common, coherent response to the great challenges that we face in 2024.
Thank you very much to Jake Sullivan. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Cross anytime visited to any prisoners of war of Ukrainians who is in the terrible conditions, they under tortures, and you can remember the Olenivka prison, then Russians killed 50 persons of Ukrainian. And to last, we really saw that the mostly people of the world, they very quickly made the choice. And it's very good that mostly the people of the world, ordinary people, make a very quickly choice that on the side of the good, not in the side of the evil. It means that we more need politics of value than real politics. And the last, Russia never not stop war by its will. It means that to make it, Ukraine needs to win. And this is 100%. Thank you.
That's a very interesting point to end on. I wanted to repeat Secretary Pritzker's point about existing conflicts being difficult to resolve without a Ukrainian victory. I would add to that the point that there are conflicts which haven't happened yet, which might well happen without Ukrainian victory. And so since you've asked an academic to moderate, which is always a risk, I'm going to point out that Hannah Arendt in her Origins of Totalitarianism made the point that in order for such regimes to stop, they have to be defeated. Defeated not in arguments, but they have to be defeated in a way that they understand that they have been defeated. For me, that's something that the last 2 years have been a reminder of. We're now going to turn to particular questions to our particular participants, and I urge others to chime in if you like. President Nauseda, I'd like to begin with you. Lithuania has been very clearer than others, certainly clearer than my country, about the need for a Ukrainian victory. The slogan, whatever it takes, is much clearer than the slogan, as long as it takes. My question to you is, what will it take? And the slightly loaded part of my question is, can a war in Ukraine be won by Europe?
Without United States?
You may take that as you will.
No, I will start from the last question. I cannot imagine that we could succeed without the engagement of United States. And this is very important because we are talking not only about the financial support, but we are talking about the chances or perspective of Ukraine towards NATO. We are talking about the effectiveness of our sanctions, and for me it's pretty clear that we can be effective only in the case we apply the same united policy of sanctions. We have the same approach regarding how to behave with the frozen assets of Russian Central Bank and private frozen assets, and regarding the accountability for the crimes of aggression. So I think that United States, Europe, and other democratic countries, like-minded countries, have to have the same approach, and only in that case we can proceed and we can achieve this victory. Of course, much will depend on the braveness of Ukrainian soldiers. But for my country, which is not a big country, for my country it was important to take the lead by example. We will not be the leaders by volume of the support because we are not a large country. But for my country, it is important, first of all, from the moral point of view. We have 600 kilometers long border with Belarus. We have 120 kilometers long border with Kaliningrad region, actually Russian Federation. So for my country, there were no illusions about the final intentions of Russian regime, not in 2020, 2015, or 2022. My country understands very well that the appetite of Russian regime is unlimited. And if they will succeed in Ukraine, there will be second target, the third target,
And because they are challenging the entire democratic world, not concrete countries, not concrete targets. They are challenging our system, democratic system, the system which is based on the democratic principles and values.
Mr. President, if I could follow up on one little point, because I want to make sure that others pick it up as well as if they like, especially given your background in finance and economics, frozen assets. Could you brief us on where that discussion currently stands?
Well, we are deep in the discussion what to do with the frozen assets and how to create sustainable legal framework in order to make the system work. So now we are talking about the generated incomes from immobilized Russian assets. And I hope very much that we will be able to transfer these generated incomes to the fund which will be dedicated for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But of course, we are talking about the assets of Russian central bank reserves, the private assets which we have frozen by applying the sanctions on Russia. And this is not so easy from the legal point of view to find the solutions. But even in this regard, as my colleague mentioned, we are too slow. And we were questioning, we were asking and requesting the European Commission to try to prepare this legal framework, if I remember correctly, probably 1 year ago. But so far, we are not there. And I think this is very important that in many fields of our support to Ukraine, we speed up. Speeding up is very important in order to achieve the better result.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Minister Ollongren, I wanted to ask you about the connection between the European Union, its politics, and reconstruction. How can those two things be connected? How do accession and reconstruction work together? And how do we understand for ourselves and how do we explain the benefits of Ukrainian EU membership to Europeans?
To Europeans. Yeah, that's a very fair point, a good point also. Well, I think what I see in my country, for instance, is that there is really broad support for continuing support to Ukraine. And there is also a broad support for starting accession negotiations, talks, having that perspective for Ukraine. Ukraine is seen much more now, perhaps, than before as a European country, as a neighboring country that belongs to Europe, that shares our values. I'm not sure that people in the European Union are aware of the scale of the reconstruction that has to be done in Ukraine. And that means also the scale of the damage done by Russia to Ukraine, especially, of course, in the annexed regions still under Russian control. But reconstruction is much more than that, because Ukraine has been under attack, the whole country has been under attack. Last winter, it was attacking the vital infrastructure, the energy infrastructure. This year, they seem to be, or this winter, they seem to be targeting the arms manufacturers and really military goals. But that means that there's been massive damage. I think we simply cannot sort of understand the scale of this. And Ukraine is also a very big country. We have many Ukrainians in the Netherlands and many other European countries. I'm sure that Ukraine wants them to come back. They can only come back if they have homes to come back to, if they have jobs to come back to. You will have hundreds of thousands of veterans to reintegrate into your society. So this reconstruction has so many aspects. And I think this is something that Europe and the European Union is really good at. To understand this, to coordinate this, to provide funding for this, and also to divide the work amongst ourselves, of course, under coordination of Ukraine itself. Mm-hmm. But it's huge.
If I could make another historian's point, one could perhaps recall that the European integration process at its origins was also a reconstruction process.
Absolutely.
That the physical reconstruction of Western and Southern Europe took place simultaneously with and was an integral part of the European Union as we understand it today.
With a little bit of help from the Americans.
quite a lot. Let's keep that element in. Let's keep that element very much in play. And I also wanted to make the point, which I hope Secretary Pritzker will pick up as well, that the scale of reconstruction is also an opportunity. There are many things that we reconstructed, but that doesn't mean they're all going to be built back exactly the way they were before. Many things can be built back better, to coin a phrase, and many things can be. Ukrainians have ideas about how to reconstruct, which will be both interesting and profitable, I think. And so where there seems to be a greater scale of destruction, there is also, I think, sometimes a greater scale of opportunity. Minister Albares Bueno, essentially the same question. How do we link the politics of European Union accession with the process of reconstruction, broadly understood? And how should European politicians be talking to themselves and their constituents about the benefits of membership, of Ukrainian membership in the European Union?
Accession and reconstruction, actually, if we want to be successful for us, for European Union and for Ukraine, must be two parallel things. The challenge is huge. Minister was talking about that. The amount of money that will have to be invested, we have to realize that this is a country at war. It's such a challenge for Ukraine and for European Union that if we don't plan very well the reconstruction, Ukraine will never be able to meet the criteria. And accession is already a very big spur for Ukraine to improve business environment, to do reforms. They are already making efforts to, with anti-corruption regulation, with lobby regulation. So both of them must be linked since the very beginning. And the benefits are very clear. For European Union, first of all, we have to make sure, and I was saying this at the beginning, that war is really eradicated from Europe. If Russia wins this war, our security will be at stake, European Union security. So what's at stake is to decide that European Union is the only one that decides who is a member of the club or not. That war is not a way of settling dispute between the states. So our security is really at stake on what will be going on at the end of the war in Ukraine. And the second thing is it's how we view ourselves as a project in the world. And Ukraine fits perfectly well, not only because the people in Ukraine are also fighting for our own values and for being with us, but it's also how we will relate to the rest of Europe and to the rest of the world. And therefore, we need Ukraine in our project.
Mm-hmm. If I could just follow up on that, we often forget that the European Union, even as it was a project of reconstruction, it was also a project that involved countries, some of them represented here, losing imperial wars and finding their way back to Europe. And I can't help but think that the lesson that a country has to lose a war could be more clearly stated when we speak about the European Union. That is to say, it's not just that Ukraine has to win, it's that Russia has to lose. Those are both independently good things, I believe. Secretary Pritzker, I hope you will pick up on some of the points that have already come up. If you could brief us from your point of view on the question of frozen assets, that would be very helpful. But what I'd particularly be interested in hearing from you about is what is special about this challenge of reconstruction. Reconstruction is now your brief, and you have all sorts of experience in American government and the private sector, which is relevant to this brief. What would you say is special about this reconstruction challenge in Ukraine? For me, as someone who has been traveling around the country during the war and has physically watched people rebuild their houses, it strikes me that an important element of this has to be, while we focus on the central government, we also find the localities or the other actors who have proven themselves successful in helping to rebuild. This could be the private sector, this could be civil society, this could be local government. But I'd like to ask you to reflect on the breadth of what a reconstruction effort would look like in Ukraine. Thanks.
Well, let me start at the first question and then evolve to the second question. There are many things that are special about this reconstruction. First of all, it's the largest reconstruction project since World War II. And unlike other reconstruction projects, let's say in Afghanistan or Iraq, you have a combination of things. A highly skilled workforce, a strong state capacity, a willing population, and a long-term pathway into the EU and NATO. And that combination is extremely powerful when it comes to reconstruction. Then you add on top of it the world's richest soil that's capable of feeding the world and inexpensive IT specialization. And you add those capabilities, you add all those qualities together, that makes this a particularly compelling situation. The challenge, of course, is we're in the middle of a war. So we've got to deal, of course, with the first situation before we can deal with the past, but we don't have to wait. The situation in Ukraine, the way I think about it, and it's because I'm a runner, I think about it as a sprint and a marathon. And, you know, the goal is a long-term, sustainable, digital, clean, competitive European Ukraine integrated into global markets. That's the marathon. But there's a lot of things that we can do now in the sprint, if you will. And those are the things that the Ukrainian government and my part of our engagement, we're working on very actively. And that's working together to accelerate reforms. Obviously, there's lots to do there. Support the development of key infrastructure that's absolutely necessary for Ukraine to take advantage of its expertise and capabilities as well as its natural resources. So to improve, for example, the ability to export items, to unlock new tools, whether those tools are things like war risk insurance or maritime insurance, but also tools like the Ukrainian government is, I think, the best e-government system in the world that I've seen. I think surpassing Estonia. And their population is using their services, the capacity to take what are national services and bring them to the local level, I think is huge potential. And frankly, some of us in the Western world could learn a lot from those systems. And frankly, I wish my DMV ran like your DMV, if you will. But also, there's an effort to reintegrate veterans and refugees is absolutely essential. And then finally, on the sprint, if you will, this notion of Russia must pay and doing the work now among the G7 countries, among the relevant parties who have assets, Russian sovereign assets. It's important to do that work now. It's hard, it's complicated, it's difficult, and we need to work, you know, get all the lawyers and all the various governments and all the parties really to come together to sort that through. And then I think the marathon and the opportunity, there are there are a number of sectors in Ukraine that are obvious sources of opportunity, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in the defense industry, whether it's in critical minerals and mining, whether it's in energy, transportation and logistics, or their IT and tech sector. You don't have to work very hard for those sectors to really become soaring opportunities. So I think this notion of reconstruction has many dimensions to it and many things we can focus on now. Now, Tim, I know you've focused on, and you were telling me about the tiny NGOs that are doing work today. You know, I think there's a huge thing to focus on that's going on that also makes Ukraine's reconstruction very special. There is a local and individual efforts that are going on that are incredibly impressive. And whether it's SMEs, whether it's local authorities, whether it's tiny NGOs that are doing work, and that ingenuity, that creativity, that it's not just happening on the battlefield, it's also happening in reconstruction. And those are capabilities that need to be built upon.
So on that human question, before we get to Mr. Yermak, who's going to have the last word, I wanted to ask European colleagues to reflect on something which Mr. Yermak already mentioned, by the way, which is the human element. So for me, the question, what have we learned in the last 2 years? I think one of the things that a lot of us have learned was there are quite a large number of quite extraordinary Ukrainians in quite a number of fields, which I don't think we really, I mean, in fairness, I think very few of us appreciated that, whether it's from, from the battlefield to the academy. There are so many capable Ukrainians across so many professions and so many disciplines, so many walks of life, but millions of them are now not in Ukraine. Millions of them are now in European Union countries, and very often it's those particular people who Ukraine needs to have come back. And it's not just an economic question, it's also a question, I mean, if you'll forgive the word, it's also a question of genocide. Because if Russia's war aim is to make the Ukrainian population as small and as little Ukrainian and as dispersed as possible, millions of Ukrainians leaving the country and not coming back is also a military and, so to speak, a moral victory for Russia. So I'm wondering if any thought has been given to the question of how, I mean, it's obviously these are complicated processes involving families and children and so on, but it seems to me that with reconstruction must come probably some formal explicit mechanisms which incentivize people or help people to make that transition back to Ukraine. I don't think it's going to happen on its own. And so I just wanted to briefly ask European colleagues if thought has been given to that.
Not really. I mean, there is no this reflection yet in Europe because we are very much focused on the very urgent needs of the war and giving protection to the people. But I think that if the war doesn't go forever, let's say, if it's within a certain scope of time, Ukrainians will prefer and will rather, and that's the experience of the ones that we have in Spain, almost 200,000, they want to go back to their country if they have the choice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There will be certain motivation anyway to come back to Ukraine after the war, and I think that the reconstruction of Ukraine, and especially this policy to build back better, I think will give a lot of opportunities to young people. And I just can support and confirm what you said regarding that talents of Ukrainian people, because we have about 50,000 Ukrainians in Lithuania, and I noticed that many of them learned Lithuanian language, which is pretty complicated, in 6-7 months. And it was not the case as during the Soviet times with Russian population. They could not learn Lithuanian language in 30 years. So probably it's not only the matter of talent, of course, this is a matter of motivation. But I think that having in mind that it will be the country of opportunity after the war finish, I think there will be, of course, motivation to come back, but of course the labor market and all the environment and legal framework should be prepared for return of Ukrainian people. I am a believer that the future of Ukraine is bright.
Yeah. Taking all those points, I can't help but think that when the time comes, of course the time is not yet, but when the time comes, it may help to have a formal mechanism at the EU level just to give people a way to do it, a timing, and perhaps an incentive. Because from the point of view of individual member states, I mean, turning what some of you have said a slightly different way, it is awfully useful to have lots of Ukrainians in your country. Poland, for example, runs almost, I'm looking for Poles in the audience, runs almost entirely on Ukrainians at this point, right? So it's very easy. I now noticed who was Polish in the crowd when I said that. But it's very easy to take this excellence and make it your own, and without really noticing this has happened. Okay, I've made my point, and I've left the last 5 minutes for Mr. Yermak, whose question is a very broad one. What must change in geopolitics for this war to come to the kind of end to which it should come? And what must we be careful to preserve in Ukrainian politics and society so that that victory will be meaningful? These are broad questions, and please feel free to pick up on whatever points were raised along the way.
Thank you very much. In beginning, I'd like to make some short reactions. You ask for our European friends, as we also Europeans, I a little bit add that.
Good remark.
You know, very concretely, if now we will receive additional air defense to our country, which were discussed in each meetings, and the presidents, the leaders of the country and the level of the ministers, our people will continue to back. And of course, you know, this war, one of these lessons of many Ukrainians, that the best to live in the country in which you're born. And maybe when the millions have to go in the beginning of this invasion, maybe before they don't so deeply understand how they love country, and that the biggest chances they have in Ukraine. In the same time, I'd like to start it answer to your questions for say very big grateful for all our friends, partners, for everything which done and in doing to help to support Ukraine. And now, you know, that Franklin Roosevelt many years ago said that the world peace can't be the work of one man, one party, of one country. It means that the most important that this unity, absolutely a historical unity of the world, of the democratic free world around Ukraine will be continued. And of course, we need this help. We need this help in time. And thank you for friends and colleagues that they deeply understand that during these 2 years, just during the last years, we showed that we're able not just to defend, we're able to win. And I'd like to repeat that just during this period of time, practically more than 600 days of these invasions, we already occupied more than 50% of our territory. We practically destroyed any dominations of the Russian fleets in the Black Sea. Against the many conversations, we opened new corridors of the grains, which successfully work. We not go for any compromise for the blackmails from the Russian side. Of course, it's this unity of our partners and friends. At the same time, for us, it's very important, and this is one of the priority of the President Zelensky, to keep the unity internal in country, because this is one of our very strong arguments and very strong weapons in this war. And of course, I think that it's necessary after these 2 years, the Ukrainians' fightings and the bravery of Ukrainian people show very important, I think, for many, many years things, that it's possible in our world be really independent. It's possible not afraid. It's possible to defend your values, your principles. And now it's necessary to finish this job. And we are ready to do it. We are really have the all possibility. Our people not tired. Yes, 2 years, it's a lot of times, but we still very high motivated because we fighting for our lands. And you know, the support of the world, which I saw 2 days ago during the very successful meetings here, thank you, Switzerland, of the National Security Advisors, in which presents 82 countries. It's one more confirmation, and this is first meetings. We started from little bit more than 20 countries. Now it was practically the numbers of the Security Council and it's from any continents. I think we need be together, we need believe, not hesitated, believe, continue support, and I absolutely confident, I'm sure that Ukraine will win, and it will be a common victory of all independent, all free world, and make a very clear signal: democracy will win against dictators.
It's kind of you, Mr. Yermak, to remember to thank partners, and we appreciate, of course, that you say that, but I want to end by just noting that we actually owe you much more than you owe us, and it's really incumbent upon us to thank you for doing all the things that we wouldn't be able to do without you, and that's the note on which I'd like to close. Thank you very much, all participants, for taking part. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
We can't do that as standalone issues of aligning projects here and there. We need really this platform function for this new issue in order to be able to learn, to scale, and to speed. The last point I wanted to highlight is really more of a warning to all of us, because we have all mentioned it in our interventions, and I feel very deeply about this. I think whatever we are trying to do as outside actors, we have to build what we do on local capacities and build on what is there. perception-wise, I find sometimes the international community a real disaster. And we talk badly those fragile, difficult contexts so that we even forget that there is something to build upon. So we will fail in scaling, speeding, collaborating, in everything which we have said, if this is not carefully calibrated on really promoting entrepreneurship, in opening market, in furthering access to market, in making what we think at market-based assistance to those fragile places that we think is of critical importance. So just these few sort of concluding remark and perspective, but I do believe once again, if we find the key to those couple of critical issues, we hopefully are in a different place in a year's time.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Just please stay tuned, get involved. We have big plans for this initiative, so hopefully you'll see it throughout the year and next year here as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ich habe von dem gelesen, aber ich wusste nicht, was das der ist. Der Typ, Privatjet nach Mexiko. Von Paris. Ja, aber das Klimakleber. Habe ich gegeben. Geht dann von Mainz. Ja, diesen Max. Wahrscheinlich unterstützen ihn die Eltern nicht. Der hat ja die Million nicht verdient.
Good evening, dear audience, dear panel members. Let me get started here on this session entitled Research and Development Disrupted. It's part of the WEF Open Forum, as you obviously know. And the Open Forum is a part of the WEF which reaches out to the general public, and this is very important for us to engage with the broader public. The format is very simple. I'll give a very quick introduction and present the panel members, and then we'll have a round of questions with the panel members, and then it's open to questions for the general public, which I feel is the most important part actually of this event, if I may say so. My name is Martin Verli. I'm the president of École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, so I'm a local guy. And if I really wanted to be local, I should be speaking Romansh. Romansh? Okay, how many people speak Romansh in the room? Okay, there are some people. Okay. So Switzerland has 4 official languages plus English, French, German, Italian, and Romansh. But we'll speak the 5th language here, which is English. And I apologize, but that's the easiest way to keep the conversation going. I will introduce the speakers and ask them a pointed question, which I call the icebreaker question, which is the speakers should tell us an original information that is not visible on their CV or online, and that they are willing to share with the general public. So we'll see what answers we get from my colleagues on the panel. Maybe I should myself say this, so I'm a failed rock musician. That's why I ended up here. All right, good. So I took an order which I guess is random, but I'll start on my left with Magdalena Skipper, editor-in-chief of Nature. If I had to summarize her impact in one sentence, I would say she's one of the most powerful persons in science. So I always take advantage when I see her to try to use her power. She's a geneticist by training. She studied C. elegans, right, if I'm not mistaken. Graduated from University of Cambridge with a PhD, and then joined Nature, very important publishing house, more than 20 years ago. So the icebreaker question?
So I had actually a couple of choices, but following our brief conversation earlier, I decided to tell you, so of course I'm also a failed something. And the failed something, I always maintained that I had no artistic abilities. And, I used to say that when I picked up a brush or a pencil, people wept. And they wept in horror, not because they were moved to tears by my amazing artistry. But then I discovered ceramics. So for the last 8 years or so, I've been making ceramics as a hobby. And it's really quite amazing. Nothing to do with what I do during the day, often in the evening, often in the weekend, but I absolutely love it. It's incredibly engaging. And one of the things which is relevant, I think specifically to the forum, I make ceramics with people from all different walks of life. I make it in an open studio, which has really influenced the way I communicate science, also the way I view people's engagement in science and their concerns and their enthusiasm about it.
Great answer, thank you.
Okay. Won't win anything.
I'll go to Maria Leptin, president of the European Research Council. In one sentence, I would say Maria is shaping European science more than anybody else as president of the ERC, and I would like to thank you actually for what you do for European science. She's also a biologist by training, an immunologist, and she studied Drosophila and zebrafish, okay? So we have 2 of the model animals that are very popular in biology, and she was, before heading the ERC, the director of the EMBL, very important research institution in Europe. So the icebreaker question, Maria?
Well, you said I should say something about myself that's not online. Unfortunately, I've blathered so much to journalists and interviewers that basically everything about me is online. So all my failed career moves, if we're talking about those, you know, being an interior decorator, no. Being a ballerina, no. You know, being a teacher, definitely not. I became a researcher instead. So all that's online. So I can't say anything interesting about myself. The only thing that's not online and that I think really matters is I really love my husband and my 2 sons.
I hope that
Very
goes
nice.
online.
I hope it now goes online. Exactly. Thank you.
The most important thing. Very good. Thank you, Maria. And let me turn to Dava Newman of MIT Media Lab. So she's a professor at MIT, which is, you know, my top institution in the world, and currently leads the Media Lab, which is a very interesting interdisciplinary research effort. Before that, she was deputy administrator of NASA under President Obama. And she is, besides being an academic, she's an inventor of next generation astronaut suits, okay? So, and you can see them online, they're very cute. And she's also a person that has, and you can see immediately, it has the capability of getting an entire room excited, certainly about space travel. And that leads me to the icebreaker question.
Great. So thank you very much. And first, thanks to the forum, and what a pleasure to serve on the panel with all of you. And thank you for coming. This is going to be the best session for sure of my whole week, to be with the public. So I actually don't look online about myself, but I imagine that there's quite a few things there. So I'll say a few things that maybe you wouldn't find. Mentioned failure. You know, as I'm an engineer, I'm an aerospace biomedical engineer, and we're not, you know, we don't usually teach failure. So when I was at NASA, a very large government agency, you know, in the United States, I gave a failure award, and I called it Failed Smart. But it was to give people to take more risk, not with human life, but you know, when you're doing engineering and design, just push the boundaries, you know? So I think it's really important because, especially in academia, we're not trained to accept a lot of failure. So I wanted to break that open. It's probably not online. And definitely what's not online is I just flew in from Antarctica. So I'm an explorer and I do a lot of work trying to get astronauts to Mars, but the majority of my work now is climate related. And so I went to the peninsula of Antarctica to photograph, monitor, enjoy the most amazing of continents, our beautiful white continent down south. And not surprising or shocking, but the evidence, of course, is right there with warmest weather ever recorded. You know, 2023, we broke records every month in terms of heat. And so in all that beauty of the white, but you know, seeing it firsthand as well and measuring the ice on the land and then the ice in the sea. So just back from Antarctica. I think that's very recent, so it's not online, I hope.
That's amazing. It's icebreaker question, and you answer with Antarctica, right? We couldn't make this up, right? All right. So last but not least is Guilherme Rosso, global shaper of the WEF. And in one sentence, he's a young entrepreneur. He heads innovation at a children's hospital, and the hospital has a very nice name. I won't say it in Portuguese. In French, it's Le Petit Prince, and you probably all know Le Petit Prince de Saint-Exupéry. He works in science, innovation, and entrepreneurship, has a background in science, and is, as I mentioned, a global shaper of WEF, and is going to answer the icebreaker question.
Okay. Good night, everyone. Maria, I also love my wife and my dog. I don't have kids. But I'll say 2 more things. Although I come from Brazil, I'm not a good soccer player, so don't invite me. And the second thing is I've founded a laughter club on a running train. I'll give more context. About 4 months ago, or 3 months ago, I traveled to India for an 8,000-kilometer journey by train. In 14 days with 450 innovators aboard. But I arrived in India 2 days before, and I stayed at a friend's place. And he said, hey, Guilherme, you want to go to a laughter club session? I said, laughter club session. People go there and tell jokes and then they laugh? No, like people go there just to do laughing exercise. how is that? So there is actually a laughter club in his city. Actually, there are 30, so people go there in the morning and in the evening for 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening to laugh for an hour. And there was, yes, I'm not kidding. And they believe, and laughing is a great therapy for the mind and the body. So there was this very nice old lady, and she said, well, I've been in the club for the last 6 months, and I've lost 23 kilograms. Just by laughing and being part of the laughter club. So then I joined the train through Jagriti Yatra. That's the name of the journey that goes through 10 cities in India, 8,000 kilometers long in 14 days. And we've created a laughter club for 14 days inside the running train. So that's not on the web, but I did that.
That sounds dead serious.
Yeah. No, I didn't lose 23 kgs. Definitely not.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for playing along here. So I prepared a few questions, but which will get us started. And I'll go in the same order. And the first one is the obvious question to Magdalena, which is how is AI reshaping the research and development field? Also because Nature publishes some of the most important papers regularly. So if you would like to comment about this, I'm sure there is interest by the public.
Sure, thank you. So of course, in Nature, we publish original research as well as commentary and news. And AI is on the lips of everyone, very clearly, not just in the research community, but then the research community is no different from the rest of us. The community sees tremendous potential of AI. Perhaps an obvious reminder, although today we talk about AI with a frequency with which we have not, certainly in recent years, AI, of course, is not a new tool or not a new discipline. It's been around for several decades. And of course, the reason why we're talking about it now is because the incredible blossoming of generative AI that has really infiltrated our lives everywhere. And I'm sure all of you have, if not played with some generative AI tool, then at least you've read plenty about it. The potential in research is tremendous. And it's tremendous at pretty much every different stage of the research cycle. And so if you think about hypothesis generation, you can imagine a generative AI tool equipped with appropriate data, and that is crucial when we talk about AI, to generate new hypotheses for researchers to follow up on. If you imagine research which is involved in modeling of potential outcomes, generative AI, again, could generate for you a data set on which you can iterate your models. Other forms of AI, and it's not just generative AI that, of course, is utilized by researchers, have been used to help and augment structure prediction. So very famously, structural biology, in which you try and understand the structure of proteins. It's a very laborious, lengthy process. Well, now it turns out, conceptually, unsurprisingly, that you can begin that journey with an AI tool that will point you quite a long way towards what a protein, what kind of structure a protein may have. And then, of course, ultimately, you need to validate it. And of course, the reason why a structure of a protein is important is because structure tells you so much about protein's function, whether it's in the context of discovery of basic information, so information how biological systems work, or whether it's in the context of designing a drug or that will bind to a molecule. Speaking of drugs, AI, of course, can be used to identify molecules that can act as drugs. So again, in screening. So these are just few examples. And by the way, my examples were from life sciences, biomedicine, but the same examples apply in other disciplines. Just one example, wrapping up my answer, in an analogous way that AI tools can be used to screen for, let's say, small molecules as in the drug discovery process, AI tools can be used in material science to try and identify materials that have desirable properties for a particular new application. So there are many designs and what I really want, many applications, and what I want to emphasize is that AI can augment research and discovery process pretty much at every step of the cycle. I'll stop here, but there are many jump-off points that I'm sure you'll ask us about.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll have a follow-up on this one. So many of these tools are considered to be black boxes, right? And it makes me uncomfortable as a scientist to say, oh, I'm going to look. I have a searchlight, but I actually, I don't know where I'm really searching, and I don't know, how it works. And, if I run it a second time, am I going to get a different answer? All these things, right? They are against the classical way of proceeding in research. I'm sure you identify this as well. Is that a problem? Are we seeing the light at the end of the tunnel? Will we have explainable AI? What is your take on that one?
That's a really, really important point to keep in mind. It can be a problem. The biggest issue is if we forget what you just said in your question, if we somehow blindly accept that AI is a tool that it's 100% reliable and we shouldn't question the outcomes that result from AI application. We have to be very mindful of what type of data an AI tool has been trained on. So if you use general AI tool where we really don't know what kind of data it's been trained on, then the answers that come out of that process of this tool application should be considered with greater scrutiny, perhaps repeated. If you have a bespoke AI model, which you train on very specific data sets which are designed to address your problem, then, of course, your attitudes, if you like, to the answer is going to be different. But in each of these cases, we have to remember that, of course, AI tools can hallucinate. So that healthy amount of skepticism in approaching the outcomes of this AI-mediated research have to remain. The fact that we may never be able to 100% pinpoint why a given AI tool has given us an answer is perhaps something we may have to live with. There is this concept of an emergent property of certainly of generative AI, just as our own consciousness is an emergent property of our brain, and we can't, in a linear way, map it back to our brain, even, of course, we understand quite a bit about our brain and we continue to study it. So caution, measured interpretation of the results is absolutely required, but then these are qualities which are required in doing research at all times. We have to be aware of the limitations of the tools that we use.
Thank you very much. I have a few more for you, but I think I'll go around a little bit here and come to Maria. And the topic of the panel is about disruption and to disrupt science, which is sort of a big machine, within a framework like a big funding body, which I've also some experience with at some point, seems to be difficult. So what mechanism do you have at ERC to quickly integrate some revolutionary technology like AI, in your financing scheme?
Yes, very interesting. I mean, in response to your first question, I think I would rephrase it and say, what is AI affecting now in the way we do things? I think the question is, what is AI not affecting? And I would say the answer is zero. There is nothing that is not affected by these foundation models and the mechanisms. You're skeptical, but I'll get to that in a moment. The other question about your black box that you don't like to shine on everything, you're a scientist. Do you honestly Can you honestly trace back where every one of your ideas and insights came from? I don't. Sometimes you just suddenly think, why didn't I think of that before? And it's not even called thinking. It suddenly is there. So you can't trace back in your own brain. And that's not only true for deep, insightful ideas, if one ever has them, but also for visual perception. You know, I've talked to a lot of people. The fact that AI recognizes a stop sign and we recognize stop sign, we think we're intelligent and AI is stupid. We don't know how we do it. So I think that's not a reservation. I think one of Magdalena's important statements, I would also have said deep mind in our field, I'm also a biologist, is one of the most impressive things. Ultimately, you will have to validate it. So let me get to the ERC and what we do. Of course, people are really scared of AI and are worried in what ways, like any new technology, it can be misused or it can have unintended consequences. So in particular, people are worried about it replacing us, and by now altogether, not just sort of assembly line work or menial work, but the top intellectual work we do. And so obviously in a funding organization, that matters a lot, especially in a funding organization as the one of which I'm the president, the European Research Council, which prides itself in being able to select the very best researchers with the very best ideas who go on to either win Nobel Prizes or found interesting companies or just discover amazing things like what happened to human language or all these things. So people are worried and say, is AI going to do that? And should we ban the use of AI? And so our scientific council has actually talked about that at depth, and to my great amazement came out with the answer, because of what Magdalena says. They did not have that answer, it'll have to be validated. But just imagine if ChatGPT or any other foundation model came up with an idea, a project that was so amazing, you would still have to do the experiments, you would still have to pursue that project. I think it'd be wonderful. If it gives us ideas, why not? We can interact with it using our insight, using, we can be inspired. So I was very happy when the Scientific Council said, we will observe this space, we will not put in any restrictions at the moment. We can't check anyway. We don't know. We just like we don't know whether they use a spell checker or whether they hire a company to read their grant or even write their grant. So I'm very excited about this, and I'm very excited about seeing how we will interact with this, how AI may inspire us to do even better at enjoying the thinking that we do in the future. Having said that, of course there are dangers, of course it can be misused, but so can any new technology, and we must be right on our toes to observe that and not let it run away.
Thank you very much. We will not open the topic of regulation right now. It might come up in the open questions. So I have a follow-up question which is not on AI, so it's not that we spend the entire evening on AI. I mean, there are 50 sessions on AI at the WEF, so I think that's enough. My next question to the ERC president is, can funding agencies compete with industry when there are some very hot topics? And one reason I mention this, you might have seen this, a for-profit company in Boston just hired away 100 scientists from Harvard, MIT, UPenn, and so on. They all walked over for, I don't know, 10 times their salaries or something, to do essentially drug development, right, using AI and so on. And is that the challenge for universities in general, but also for funding agencies?
You can see it, it depends on what you want. you know, if drug discovery and on the one hand is the only thing you want to do, if earning amazingly high salaries is the other thing you want to do, then you could say if that's what drives people who go into research, maybe that's a problem. But I think most people don't go into research because they want to become rich. They go in there because they're curious. So I think industry and government funding for fundamental research work together extremely well. And I think, hey, out there, it is not sufficiently recognized how unbelievably important fundamental research is for doing what these people then do. So, you know, we had the COVID vaccine, we mentioned it, that came out of research that had been funded at a time when no industrial, you know, no investor would have put money in it. Two of the vaccines that were developed in Europe were made by researchers who had previously been funded by the ERC to follow their curiosity or do something completely different. They had the freedom to switch and do this. So there is a lot to be said for, and furthermore, if we get industry to do this now, who is going to fund the research that will be the new ooh-ah thing in 5 years' time, or 10 years' time, or 15 years' time, when we're facing a new problem that we don't even know about yet? So I'm not worried. Let industry, it's great. I mean, I had meetings with representatives from the European pharma industry today. We totally agree that we do complementary things and we help each other, and that's how it should be.
That's a very good answer. I could have a follow-up, but I mean, part of the reason why the people left, and that's about academia, it's not about funding agencies, is they find the process in academia too slow, too laborious and so on, right? Which is our own problem that we'll have to solve inside. The other thing is that one of the researchers behind the COVID vaccine, Calico, who got the Nobel Prize, you know, was fired by her university because she didn't raise enough money. So that's still a question mark for.
I think the criteria for success are inappropriately defined. And of course, especially the generation of young researchers have made that amply clear over the last 5 years. We've responded to that at the ERC. So that needs a response. It is inappropriate to always look at goals that are completely inconsistent with the idea of doing research, which is for discovery.
Fabulous answer. Thank you very much. Let me move to Dava Newman. You're also known as an inventor. I briefly mentioned it, besides being a leader. And so the question is traditional research, so grants, papers, too slow for innovation in disruptive fields?
I think it has a role to play, but well, I like to disrupt academia. I went into government to disrupt government at NASA to put in an innovation framework, because governments tend to be quite slow as well. So I guess I don't know if I'm a disruptor by nature, but if you want to move fast, you want to be excellent. I mean, you know, the time clock is, you know, we've been talking a lot about AI in my world, so it's maybe a different time scale. So for academia, and I think the most exciting places in universities worldwide are the multidisciplinary, the transdisciplinary. You know, it's really attacking humanity's challenges, you know, with climate. So AI, I would encourage us to actually look at AI. I'm a machine learning researcher. You know, I spend about half my time doing that. It is almost just technology. I used to define it. I'm an aerospace engineer, so I used to say autonomous. We have autonomous aircraft. What does an autonomous system mean? What about AI? I'm at the Media Lab. For 50 years, we've been working on artificial intelligence. And, you know, we have ChatGPT, large language model. A large language model is statistically and mathematically excellent. It doesn't have any sentience in it. Now, it's moving fast. I'm more interested in the visual capability and the generative capability and the creative capability. So I think, speaking now as an academic, you know, we should move much faster. So I'm actually at the Media Lab. I have artists, designers, engineers, scientists, and we're all every single question we have, we're all around the table. And boy, do you get a diversity of answers, not even answers, just possibilities, even brainstorming, when you have everyone around the table is trained differently than you are. So I find it thrilling. And I actually think if you have enough time for that creative, that sparking the conversation, in the end, you win because you're actually faster. Go slow to actually accelerate. So you're faster because you might come up with something breakthrough, something novel. I spend time, and I'll give you some concrete examples on innovation. Maybe speak quickly about an innovation framework. People might like it. For NASA, I developed it. We use it in academia as well, in the Media Lab. I think about 80% of innovation is just continuous innovation. Just going to work every day and being excellent. That's what students do. Just go today. It's a great day, and just do great work. And it's amazing what comes out of that. With that attitude, just try that really hard problem. You might surprise yourself. Surround yourself with really smart people and have them challenge you, because they're going to help you, on your path. I call that continuous innovation. I'm a technologist, and an inventor. So I call the technology push, I call that revolutionary innovation. I design spacesuits for Mars. They're totally crazy. I shrink wrap people. I don't want a big, bulky, 160-kilo Michelin man suit. No, I want you to put on something that's like we're wearing up here. It has to keep you alive in a very extreme environment, a vacuum environment. So it's a pressure suit, has to, accommodate for radiation. But to me, that's the technology push. We have to design new materials, brand new materials, boron, hydrogenated boron, nanotubes that might help with radiation protection, these kind of crazy things. That's my comfort place, the innovation, kind of the invention space. I call it disruptive innovation. That's changing your business model. We're here at the World Economic Forum, SpaceX. Everybody knows about SpaceX. Well, I said, I paid, Elon, Gwen's president, billions of dollars to succeed because we came up with public-private partnerships. Make no mistake about it, that's government funding. That's the US government funding really facilitating that disruptive innovation, because that's a new business model. Not a lot of new technology in the engines. But boy, oh boy, that's a great business model. It's disruptive, it's fast. So I think academia, but everyone has to learn from that too. You're gonna have some failures, you have to be excellent. And then at the top of my pyramid, I guess, the fourth element I'd say of innovation is what I call transformative innovation. That's really tough. That's transforming the technology, new discovery, and your business model, your organizational model at the same time. So that's just a hard thing to do. So I put just a little percentage, maybe 10% there, maybe 20, 30% on the, the disruption and the revolutionary, and then that continuous innovation, again, just kind of the everyday things that you can really still make great breakthroughs. You asked about speed, so hopefully that kind of answers your question about what we're thinking about a little bit at the Media Lab, how we bring diverse people together, try to really work on societal's grand challenges. And I think there's about 5 of them out there that we probably get into. What does society really need from academia, industry, and governments working together?
Fantastic, and you answered my second question, which was about SpaceX, so already done. So I'll give you another one. So if I look at, and I'm interested in the US perspective on that one maybe. So in societies, there is an unprecedented use of technology, right? I mean, everybody is totally, excited about using technology, yet there is more distrust in science now than there was maybe 10, 15 years ago. Sounds like a contradiction, right? Because all this technology is a result of science. What went wrong?
I think, the narrative, the storytelling, I think maybe scientists, engineers, maybe we haven't been, vocal enough, about our data. We understand our variability in the data, very well. We quantify it. We're, pretty analytical folks. We can understand, we can tell you what our measurement errors and things like that. But I think, so to me, it's we need a lot more academics or scientists being out in public forums, again, speaking truth and just being transparent. And that endangers, trust. We did have a lot more trust before, but the counter-narrative is very strong and very effective, and it's very harmful. I don't think it's very good for democracies at all. And so I feel like, we have to respond. then we need to again, speak the truth, be transparent. If I run an experiment, guess what? I'll give you the data. It's open, transparent. You have to be able to replicate the exact same experiment, use the exact same technology that I've used. That's how we kind of grow up in academia. And it has to be credible. And it has to be trusted. Because if you falsify data or you don't, guess what? You get kicked out of the academia. That's just kind of our honor code, if you will. So it has to be ethical, it should be moral. We're human, so we all goof up, we all fail. So that's okay. You have to own it when it's yours. But I think the counter narrative is just silly, and it's not deep. It's very shallow, and it's worked very well historically, especially for non-democratic governments. There's only 3 bullet points, and those 3 bullet points stay the same, and they attack and they attack and they attack, and it's quite disruptive, and it's caused quite a bit of polarization, and it's it's sad. It's sad to see. So we're all about bringing people together. Ideology aside, we can disagree on a lot of things, but you know what? We're all the same, and so I think we want to get back to the humanity of it. And from my perspective of space, I look down on Earth, and we are really all on this planet together. So we have got to figure out how to get it right. Because the Earth, it doesn't need us. We're kind of a nuisance. It's 4.5 billion years old, and it's going to do just fine without us. And Mars is, same age, 3.5 billion years ago. Mars probably had life. We'll see. We're looking for it. But it had water. It has all the chemistry for life. And anyhow, it's longer than we have time for. But all this point to say is, again, I think perspective is really important. I think if we can work globally to solve societal problems, whether it's climate, whether it's democratic societies, whether it's peace. I just think these are, clean water, whatever it's needed. We know what humanity needs. We're 8 billion people now. And so just thinking about what brings us together and what we all have in common, to me, that so much outweighs the small differences that we might have.
Thank you. Magdalena?
Correct. I don't want to disrupt the panel. We're already talking about disruptive R&D. But just to follow up on what you just said, I couldn't agree more with the reasons that you shared. Just to extend them, the first one is, I think the research community forgot to be honest about the process of science. I think there was a lot of promise that was made inadvertently. So a construction was created, was set up, that scientists go away, they do their science, they do their research, and then out comes a question, and it's always somehow positive, something always comes up. And you talked about failure a lot, which I think is absolutely right. Science progresses through self-correction. There is a lot of failure. In fact, there's more failure in science on a daily basis than there is success. But the research community forgot to communicate it. And I think that has contributed to mistrust, because that's sort of lack of transparency. But it's lack of transparency of the process. And the second thing I would extend your excellent comments by is, I think the research community forgot, and by the way, I consider myself part of the research community. I once upon a time did research. I no longer do research now, but I am a player, if you like, in the research community. We forgot to include everybody in the research. So that lack of inclusion, and by that I mean different people with different perspectives from different parts of the world, from different walks of life, who would have different questions that research would answer, or have the same questions answered from a different perspective, but actually be engaged in the research. And of course, if you think about it, if you do something, then it helps you understand the process much more carefully than if somebody just tells you about it. And then you can genuinely make your own decision which part of it you trust and which part you don't trust, and because there's ultimate transparency, you engaged in it. And there are wonderful examples of course, probably the best example of it today is patients co-creating clinical trials to ultimately help them recover from the diseases they suffer from. And there are many other examples like this in intervention science and so on. I am very optimistic because I'm talking in the past. You gave us a kind of 20-year time frame. I think this is changing quite rapidly. I think we are doing science in a very different way, very much more inclusive way, by including those who are not formally trained as scientists. And I am very optimistic that's going to contribute to increased trust in science.
Fantastic, because that gives me exactly the lead-in to ask Guillaume about trust in science, in the sense you work in a hospital, you do innovation in a hospital, a children's hospital, so you're very close to real people with real problems. And so maybe you can comment about this distrust we see in science, certainly in Europe, in the US. How is your perspective on the ground in Brazil?
Sure. So you mentioned I work at a children's hospital. Let me tell you how the hospital started. The year was 1919 in Brazil, in Curitiba, that's southern Brazil, the city I live. And for every 2 burials at the cemetery, 1 was a child. So child mortality was very high. So a group of women in the city decided to take care of sick children and adolescents for free, and that's the foundation of the children's hospital, right? Today, child mortality has decreased a lot due to science advances and medical advances and several other things, public policy, sanitation, education, and so on and so forth. Yet, at the very own state I live, Paraná, the waiting line for a spinal surgery is 4 years in the state I live, because we are the only hospital who can perform it. Children in Africa or in the Amazon, they are dying from malnutrition or diarrhea, and it's 2024. 12,000 children have died in Gaza because of the war. The suicide rate in developed countries is rising in adolescents. So there's a lot to do. Science is a human endeavor, right? And we do it because we want to understand who we are, where do we come from, where are we going, and in the process, as science is a human endeavor, we want to improve human life, society. So the University of São Paulo and the University of Campinas, 2 leading universities in Brazil, they're at this moment discussing a new center on R4S, Research for Society. So my colleagues in the panel mentioned, well, we have to include everyone in the process of doing science. We have to have more diversity in science. I think one of the reasons that I am on this panel is to bring the youth voice. I'm a global shaper. I believe I'm the youngest on stage. I won't ask who is the second youngest. I'm 29 years old. So the world that you grew was different in the 60s, 70s, 80s, I don't know. It's different than the world I grew in. And it will be different than the world the next generation will grow. And we have to reimagine the future without losing the perception of what are human life problems. So I brought the example of children because that's close to the work I do. But we can go for climate change. Professor Deva mentioned about climate change. This year, we reach 1.5 degrees more than pre-industrial times. And we are already facing the problems of it in healthcare, in adverse events. And if by the end of this century, and myself, who here is less than 30 years old, as I am? Okay? Anyone less than 20 years old? Great. Less than 15 years old? Oh, there's one back there. Good. So if you are 20 years now, you have 70, maybe 80, maybe 90 years ahead. And by the end of the century, we might reach 3 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees Celsius. How is life going to be by the end of the century, right? So we need an adaptation plan for life on Earth. How is that going to be? Maybe we can go to Mars, but I don't think, it's not an option for everyone, and the population is rising, right? So I think science has to deal with the problems that face human life.
Thank you very much. So I think I see the clock running, and we have touched already a number of the questions I had planned, but I suggest to open up the floor 2 questions from the audience, please, because we really want, well, it's research for society. You just mentioned it, and society is here in the room. So who wants to break the ice? Yes, there are some mics running around. Somebody here in front.
Good evening. Thank you for all the interesting insights. Maybe just some controversial, not a controversial view, but to tickle our thoughts. Everyone is very enthusiastic with AI, with research in general. I mean, with breakthroughs in genomics and other fields, but we hear a lot that we should ask humanity. But what if there's a consensus that they don't want to proceed further? Is that an option for academia, or do we always accelerate, find out more? Yeah, that's my question.
You mean we should all retire? I mean, for me it's okay, but for Guillermo it's a bit early. So no, I let the panel answer. It's an interesting question.
I think you can't stop human curiosity. Religion has tried to do that. The Inquisition has tried to do that. I don't think we can stop human curiosity. And we never know what good comes out of it either. So I don't even see how we could legislate. We could say we stop funding it. But we actually need new knowledge. There was, I'm German, and in Germany in the 70s or 80s, they were massively anti-gene technology. And so insulin it was impossible to make recombinant insulin in Germany. So that went to the US. A woman was asked on TV about, I can't remember what drug it was she was getting that had been made with a method that she ethically opposed to. And she said, yes, but, so you're stopping people, you want to stop people from getting genetically engineered insulin because you sort of think it's dangerous or you think it's not right. But what about your drug? She said, well, that's already been done, so that's okay. Now that is an ethically completely inconsistent view to me, that research that has already been done that benefits you is fine, but research that is going to be done and might benefit someone else who has a different problem cannot be done for ethical or whatever reasons. So I don't know why you would want to stop research, but I think it's A, not right, and B, impossible. It's so deeply embedded in us to want to know how things work, what's out there. I mean, you're a discoverer and an inventor. You can't even help yourself. That's my view.
Yeah, and I would just add, let's ask the right questions. It's actually really difficult to ask the right questions. So on some of these, controversial, you can pick your topic. We look at biology or AI, but anyhow, let's take the time to ask, is this augmenting, is it enhancing society? Is it enhancing human life? Is it enhancing education? First and foremost, I'm an educator, I'm a teacher. So that's my first question always. Is it responsible AI for social empowerment and education? So we have the Day of AI. It's for young kids, it's for K through 12. Why do we have the Day of the AI? Because we open source, that's who we are at the Media Lab. We send it all out there. Kids are so smart. So sure, we gave them ChatGPT last year. We have the curriculum, it's appropriate curriculum. Let them play, let them create, let them have fun. And then you have a discussion. It can be used for, the wrong reason. So there's good uses, there's bad uses. I mean, to me, that's just education. No banning of books, no banning of things, no inquisition, but just have, ask the right questions. What should it be used for? What could it be used for? And then I think you'll find the majority of folks don't want to ban and shut things down. They want to say, let's put, our energies and our time, life is short. Pandemic taught us that if we ever needed to learn those lessons again. So let's put let's put the questions, let's ask the right questions when it comes to technology, when it comes to, science, when it comes to, things that are very pervasive. But maybe we all need to just, because you're going to have different questions than I am. So that's why I need you.
All right, thank you. Up here, I see at least 3 hands up, so...
This one there, the back. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
There, you're close.
Let's take from front to back.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm so happy to attend this forum. I fly from China, and I've been using the WeChat, both American site and Chinese versions, so all kinds of GTP. And I'm here for a question, not as a representative for the organization NGO I'm working for, but just as a parent, to be more accurate as a single parent. My question is that since you guys have been, professionals and scientists, so I want to ask, is GPT really trustworthy as education? Because sometimes I saw my 12-year-old boy, sometimes he's chatting with ChatGPT on behalf of me. He was asking, how can I get a boy well educated? Or how can I find a girlfriend? I don't know whether ChatGPT can be a real good tutor. Can I trust him or can I not? Sometimes I try to give ChatGPT some questions. For example, if a man betrayed his wife, what would you say? ChatGPT answered me, but Chinese version, I don't know what the English version would answer, but the Chinese version answered me, well, it's a bad thing. It's immoral. It's something that a man should do. But then I came to ask the ChatGPT another question. If a woman comes to love a man and they were together, what would you say? You say, ChatGPT answered me saying, it's a private question, I cannot answer you. But, I'm prepared for my second MBA or PhD, so probably that would be my subject. So that's why also my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a very topical question. I think we all have an opinion about if ChatGPT is trustworthy, but I would like to hear from our panelists.
Well, maybe we go down the row. I'm sure everyone has an opinion. But what you're pointing to behind your question to me is something very important. The algorithms are biased. The algorithms do not represent everyone in this room. The algorithms are incredibly biased right now in terms of AI. And so, again, we should be transparent. We should say, we need a lot more training data. The training data should represent genders. It should represent people of color. It should be much more representative, and it's not, and it hasn't been. So I think we should just call it what it is. And I'll leave my comments there because I want to hear from other panelists.
So just a brief reminder, actually, what you said when you were commenting earlier about large language models and in general AI. So it can be fun to ask a question of an AI tool, but we have to remember that it doesn't actually know anything. It's the way it works. I mean, you said it earlier, right? It's a mathematical formula, to put it very crudely, that uses probability from the data sets that it was trained on to construct the answer. And so this links perfectly what you just said, the fact that if it's trained on biased data, and in this case, what was relevant to your question and the answer to your question is biases on gender behavior and expectation. If you ask the same question in different direction, in this case, you get a different answer. So one of the key things, I mean, your bigger question was about education, in the context of education. I think whenever we think about education, whether it's about education of children or our own education, everybody continues to learn, nobody knows everything, we acquire knowledge. When we acquire knowledge, we really have to ask ourselves what the source of that information is and how credible, that's such a crucial point, how credible the answer that I'm getting is. and really take a leaf out of scientists' book, verify it, see what other sources, what other types of sources provide the same kind of information. Do they provide caveats? Do they provide additional information and additional explanation? That's true for any form of education, whether it's of your child, whether it's of you, of me, in whatever context.
Okay, there are many, many more questions. There are 3 minutes left, so but we can go over time if the organizers allow us to do it. I think let's take the order of the people that actually raised their hand earlier, and then we go to the other members. And I think the questions were here. If the mic.
I'm a student from China, so my question is, as more and more data is collected, stored, and used during research and development, data security and privacy protection becomes an important issue. So how to ensure the safe and compliant use of data and avoid intrusion of personal privacy? Thank you.
Okay, very good question. I'm sure we all have an opinion on this one. Who wants to pick it?
Well, law. I think with all of these things, we have to learn as we go along. And Europe has very strong data protection laws. When they first were put in place, people were outraged that the state should dare to interfere with how our personal data were used or not used. They were protecting us. It's become normal. So I think, and the thing is with all these things we've been discussing of how it is used, there are precedents for everything in our law, whether it's gene manipulation, whether it's embryo manipulation. We've got precedents for all of those. And this is another example. In a functioning democracy, unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer of those around, and we need to be very worried. That's what our lawmakers should be doing, protect us. Can't be done any other way.
So I was joking, there are 50 sessions on AI next door. Let's not have 50 questions on AI in the room, please. Yes. Maybe you have been waiting for a while, right, I think? We'll try to go around.
Hi, so I'm a researcher by background and turned research into business. I think one of the critical things for disrupting research is a balance of ethics and research. I think this is one of the key questions currently going on, that how we can make a fast move on the ethics side, because I think especially here, if our companies are in Europe, we are most of the time concerned very much on the ethics and lose the first mover advantage. It happens in stem cell biology, it happens in somewhere else. So how we can make a very good balance of ethics and disruptive research. And that is something on terms of a framework, just to not lose the first mover advantage.
That's a good point. It's Zuckerberg, move fast and break things, right? Versus EU regulation, and we need to find a balance. Magdalena, you...
Just a very quick answer. My recommendation is to have the ethicists and lawyers, by the way, in the room at the start of the conversation. Because very often they come in, at the sort of 11th hour, or at least, I don't know, at 6 p.m. or something like that, if we're talking about a clock. But have those, I think you mentioned multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. It will be a richer conversation. It will go faster. It will happen more quickly. And next time around, when those ethicists and lawyers will get used to a certain type of conversation, they will engage more quickly and so on. And that goes for other disciplines as well.
I also want to jump very quick on the topic of ethics. It's very important, and usually the development of new technologies and disruption, it comes faster than we understand, and then how we can regulate, right? So because we don't have much time left, I will recommend a Netflix series. It's very short, 4 episodes, called Artificial Selection. It's on gene editing. I'm sure my colleagues could talk better than me, but it's clear that we can do, we can discuss about gene editing for treating diseases, for example. So you can prevent a disease by doing gene editing. But can you choose the color of the eye of the kid, for example? Or can you make it smarter? So the boundaries on the ethics of the decisions we can do or on what we can make with the new technologies, it's blurred. So there's a gray area that we have to explore. And we're going to fail a lot, but it's very important to have ethics on the table.
And I would just add really quickly to the students out there, if you're thinking about what you're going to study and what you're going to do in school, do ethics and biology, right? Do engineering, and philosophy. Because you can do it. And these will serve you very well, and I agree. And then get everyone around the table, because you have to have that discussion right from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And you have to insist that you have that discussion. So I think a little bit of it is on us.
Great answer. Let's pick these two ladies, because you guys have been waiting.
As the panel mentioned, basic research is incredibly important, and I think everybody in this room agrees with that. But how do we advocate or promote basic research when there's not a clear return on investment?
Well, I'm sure Maria is going to pick up
By
some.
examples from the past, you can't predict what is needed in the future. Katalin Karikó, who won the Nobel Prize just now, was mentioned. She didn't get funding, she didn't get grants, she didn't get her contract extended. She herself admits that the research she was doing at the time was not terribly exciting, but she knew why she was doing it. She prevailed, she kept going, and in the end it paid off. You can't, but if you don't do it, you will not have the new knowledge that you will need when something else hits. The return on investment is slow and long-term and uncertain. But we have enough evidence. Penicillin, it's endless, the radio, etc. We have enough evidence from the past that ultimately it'll pay off. And it's comparatively cheap for what it's done.
And I think it's the wrong question. Sorry, no difference. Why are we having a metric return on investment for science? If we're talking about research for society, what's the societal impact? What's the societal good? So to me, to put that metric, the quantification, you might know the James Webb Space Telescope. It's the greatest observatory we have now. Every day we're finding new planets and exoplanets. If we do measure it, and I can actually show you data, it's about 13-to-1 return on investment for dollars paid. That's billions of dollars spent just for science and discovery. But I think we get into a discussion of return on investment, and it's important, it's taxpayer money. But when you have breakthrough and you have disruption, and when you can have science technology that is positively disruptive for society, then let's bet on it. Humanity has always been curious. Humanity has always thought about the future. Humanity has always said, how can we be the best? And so to me, that's what science is. So it's secondary, but the return on investment, which we get asked all the time from our governments and the business people all the time. Thank you for asking it, but I think there's the conversation we can lift up. We can lift up to a different level.
I think we have to reimagine what we mean by return on investment.
Yeah, very well said.
What is life worth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe it's return for society, in the long run.
I think the organizers just took away the microphones, so there must be a signal there. What I suggest, we are here, so if you have a question you really want to have an answer to.
I have a very specific question for the nature. So we see that...
Could we take it afterwards? Because I think...
Yeah, can we take it afterwards, please? Because, okay, we are going to be blacklisted by the WEF. And we don't want it. All right. I would like to thank everybody in the audience for, great show up, and the panel members. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us for this briefing on the Chief Economist's outlook and where the global economy is headed, what we can expect in 2024. I'm thrilled to have with me three panelists that will tell us about different sectors, different regions, and also their different outlooks as to what may be happening globally. I have immediately to my left Ludovic Subran, Chief Economist, Allianz Germany, and also a young global leader at the World Economic Forum. Welcome, Ludovic.
Thank you.
Next to him, we have Karen Harris, who is Managing Director of the Macro Trends Group at Bain & Company in the United States. Welcome, Karen. And finally, we have Mario Magalhães Carvalho Mesquita, who is Chief Economist of Itaú Unibanco.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.
Support KAILASA's efforts to serve humanity by sharing your time, treasure, or talent. Sign up via the link in the description.
Before Hindus could recognize, I have created a very powerful enlightenment ecosystem. Everywhere, spiritual awakening is happening, enlightenment is happening. People are manifesting enlightenment, manifesting powers, everything. In social media, we have started compiling all the views. It is crossing billion views.